Does this one have 3?
Oh.
You are live now, but it's a black screen again.
Black screen, yeah.
I can upload it like we did, the other ones are all on.
Okay, that's fine. That works. Janice, signature on the first one, please. So, just that one. Correct. I didn't see those. All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the meeting of the Ware Board of Selectmen for January 8th, 2024. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Public comment. No public comment? Public comment? No?
Guess I'll lead off. Frank Campana. Tonight, selectmen are going to look at going to do a final look at budgets. And Police Chief Moore, I broached this subject before. Police Chief Moore has a new line in his budget for cruisers. It's 286-A. 2020, similar attempt, and the Board of Selectmen eliminated that line. I've commented several times to the board, this has always been a request through the CIP process. This is what Chief Moore wants to avoid. Let me give you something visual. This is the form departments fill out, capital improvements program, capital project worksheet. I've done it double-sided, didn't want to waste paper. The car is on here, but this is what Police Chief Moore is doing by that line in his budget. Selectman Knapp, as a former road agent of the town, when did you include a capital request in the highway budget? I've heard no Board of Selectmen discussion of the chief's new line. While not funded this year, if the line remains, there will be funding, I'm sure, next year and the years to come. The new line seems to have been given a green light by the town administrator and finance administrator because it's in the budget. The selectmen need to get your heads out of the sand. Eliminate this line. The Police Chief Moore is running a quarterback sneak play. Eliminate his end run play that circumvents the voters. I'm going to give you a definition of an enabler. To give legal power, capacity, or sanction to. Don't be enablers. Don't be intimidated by a gun and a badge. Put the voters' rights, put the voters and taxpayers' rights to first, being first. I guess I made it. Thank you.
Good evening, Richard Butt. Does the town have a legal opinion that will either allow or not allow the East Street fields to be developed as recreation?
We have received it, yes.
Pardon me?
We have received, yes, from legal counsel. We have not discussed it yet.
Okay. Are you going to discuss it tonight?
I believe so. I believe it's somewhere on there, yes.
It would appear there'd be an article on the warrant, a petition article to...
Correct.
to
There was
address
also,
that.
there was also a request for the Parks and Recs to have access to chat with us. So potentially next meeting here.
Okay, great. Thanks. Back in October, the chairman made discussed the issue down at the transfer station. You indicated there were $26,000 short in, I believe, demolition, and there's also a suspect of dumping at night. I haven't heard anything from the board since then to address that, to indicate what was the cause, how was it determined that that was the cause, whatever it is, what process or procedures do you put in place to correct the problem, and where did the money come from, the $26,000, taxpayers' money, to cover the $26,000 shortfall. In December 18th, I believe it was, I asked the same question to Acting Chairman Bloom, and he indicated to me at that meeting that he would email me, present the information to those same questions. I haven't heard anything. So I think it would be something the board would be aware of if you did do your due diligence and pursued that as to why it happened, how it happened, and what have you put in place to prevent it from happening in the future. I mean, your fiduciary responsibility is your primary responsibility, and how you handle the money and our money is really important. Should be transparent to the people, and I would hope that you would provide that information if you have it now. If not, when can I expect to receive it? It's been 3 weeks since you said I would get that information. Either incompetent or you just don't have any control over what's going on. I don't understand. Thanks.
Anybody else, public comment?
Hi, Kyle Parker, Francistown Road, Old Francistown Road. I'm just wondering if there'd, on the shoes of what he just said about legal counsel, if there's been an opinion from legal counsel about the stamped plans yet, and if that's going to be discussed.
I believe we did get something back about that, and we were going to probably discuss it later tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Any other public comment?
Yes.
Okay.
My name is Steve Roberts, Concord Stage Road, and I understand that we're going to discuss warrant articles tonight. And I was wondering that, I know that we have a public hearing coming up too, but are you going to give the public input, allow public input in those warrant articles tonight?
I believe it'd be up to the board. I don't believe in the past, at this stage we have.
Okay.
But yeah, definitely would be up
Are
to
all
have
the
public hearings.
articles that have been talked about, are they going to move forward? Or are you going to possibly eliminate some of those articles
We haven't even
tonight?
discussed them yet.
Okay,
to be
so
honest with
my concern is that if you decide that an article isn't, you don't want to put that forward at this time, I think it would be prudent to allow public input on that, at least that article.
Yeah,
All right,
thank you.
thank you.
Anybody else?
Might as well, I guess. Ray Banks. Sorry about that. So, couple topics here. It's been over 6.5 months. We talked about getting the fence fixed on our property boundary lines with the cemetery. Well, my insurance has gone up $2,000 now. I asked back then to get this thing fixed. It's on you guys. You mark the trees, to have them taken down. When is that gonna happen? Does anybody have any time frame on this? I'm asking.
I don't know.
There was money put out there for a budget for it, right?
Inside the walls.
Inside the walls, exactly. So, we had all summer long to re-stand that fence up, right? And re-secure it. But it cost me, taxpayer, at this point in time, out of my own pocket, on a whole different matter. Are you guys holding things out? Because we have other matters at hand? The other articles I have regards that field that you guys are proposing to put out back there on East Road. You have given the Recreation Fund $25,000 to go to council to get information about everything. When are you gonna let the Forestry Division get their information from the legal counsel? My lawyer's actually asking about it. So, we'd really like a phone call this week about the whole matter. And I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you.
So you're aware the Parks and Rec is postponing their meeting that was going to be tomorrow till next week because of lack of quorum, people sick and whatnot. Just so you're aware.
So, I can teleconference this one, because I'm gonna be out of town?
I'm just telling you, so you're aware.
This is why I'm asking, is this an option for me?
I don't know.
Why?
I don't,
You guys
I don't
never-
know, I'm sorry.
As an abutter, you
do-
guys have
I do feel
never,
incompetent
ever came
and out of
to
control.
any of the abutters to even show good faith up front when you guys were even thinking about putting these ball fields in there. I came to the Park and Recs and asked them
Ray,
about it.
Ray,
to begin.
Ray.
He should be at the microphone if he comes away.
Yeah. If you want more public comment, the mic, we gotta bring it up to the microphone, that's all.
Okay.
So. All right. Anybody else? Okay. Move on to unanswered questions with the BOS, David and Jackie Pratt.
Can I approach and just give you a copy of what I'm giving?
Thank you.
First, I'd like to thank you for affording me the time. I know it's your busy time of year with department heads and budget. So I'll make this as quick as I can. Back in December of 2022, I presented to the board on behalf of my wife and I concerns of a neighboring property. Presentation included what we perceive to be gaps in the town's permit issuing and a timeline of permit issuing that shows a progression of the property owner obtaining a goal of a party venue, which the town issued a cease and desist order for. At the end of that presentation was a list of 6 questions that we were requesting answers for. Attachment 1 is provided that has that presentation. Either the BOS at the time, the town administrator, or both had these questions forwarded to the town attorney to craft answers for us. On 1/15/23, I requested a status from town administrator Bolton On 1/19/23, we received an email from our lawyer notifying us that he was contacted by the town's attorney with a request of who the town response she was preparing should be sent to. Then he let us know that he responded it would be okay to send it to us. On 1/29/23, we sent requests to the town code enforcer referencing federal and state violations relating to a sign permitted by the town. On 1/30/23 at 11:50 a.m., we received a notice from the town code enforcer that our questions were sent to the town attorney for response. On the same day at 12:18, we received an email from Town Administrator Bolton that our request originally presented to the BOS had been sent to the town attorney for response. On 2/11/23, we received a response from the town attorney. The attachment 2 is in that pile. The letter answered most of our questions, some rather remedially, but the last question was not answered. After leaving emails and messages for Town Administrator Bolton and receiving no response, we reached out to the town attorney on 4/23 to request an answer to 6 rebuttal questions, with one being the last of the original questions. On 4/26/23, we followed up. I sent a follow-up email. On 4/27, we received an email from our attorney letting us know that he had been copied on some emails between the town attorney and Town Administrator Bolton, referencing the town attorney questioning Town Administrator Bolton as to if Ms. Bolton wanted her to let us know that under the right-to-know law, these questions need not be answered. With Town Administrator Bolton replying that she had no issue with it if it was legally appropriate. Finally, on 4/28, we received an email from the town attorney stating the right-to-know law does not require me or the town to answer the questions you have posed, and therefore we decline to do so. I encourage you to speak with your attorney should you have further concerns regarding this matter. I included in this the questions that I directed to the town attorney. I won't go through them. Realizing that this is not the same board as assembled when the original requests were made, and as some members of the board have made some inquiries as to the content of our public comment dialogue regarding the situation, we would like to ask if the board intends on heeding the response given by the town attorney, or if the board is inclined to answer or have an open dialogue regarding our questioning, as we would look forward to either. Does the board have any questions or comment at this time?
As of right now, I don't.
Yes, just individually, I would like to, because you end there with a bit of a question, is the board inclined to answer or have an open dialogue regarding our questioning? I suspect this will be the first of, I doubt we will resolve everything tonight.
Understood.
And so I hope that we will continue to dialogue and get this all sorted out.
Okay,
Just individually at least.
thank you.
I was also one of the people who said I would review your prior right-to-know requests, and I would like to tell you that I have not yet done that.
Okay,
I will get on her calendar, though, and do it soon,
thank you.
and her being T.A. Bolton.
All right, I'll continue on. My second concern, permitting protocol. We received a response to a right-to-know request within the last couple of weeks, and given credit where it's due, it was one of the better organized responses I've received from the town, though there is still information that I've obtained myself that should have been included. With this, along with some documentation we already had, we have a few points that we believe that there are gaps in the town, that the town needs to look at and define how to address them. One, permit follow-through on structure setbacks. In February 2023, after our 12/5/22 requests were sent to the town attorney, we posed a question to the town attorney asking why setbacks on our neighboring lot do not conform with the setbacks set forth in Article 18.2.3 for the zoning ordinances. After searching through planning and zoning minutes and finding no references to a variance, we responded to that the lot is non-conforming and would fall under zoning ordinance 3.5. Attachment 3 is in there, which is the response. We have received documentation from the town and have found references to setbacks handwritten on the building permit application checklist and printed out email. See attachments 4 and 5. On 11/4/2020, there was an order issued by the Superior Court of New Hampshire in the case of Travis Corcoran and Jennifer Corcoran versus Town of Ware, number 216209 CV 00297. stating that the setback reductions stated in Article 3.5 are not applicable to accessory structures on a lot, and reverse the subject building permit in the case. The same order states that there was a site visit of the subject property on 9/10/2020 and a hearing of merits of appeal on 9/15/2020. Though the town's position was that an accessory structure was allowed in a reduced setback of a non-conforming lot prior to the order, shouldn't a building permit being issued on 9/8/2020 have considered, one, the possibility of variance being required, knowing that the town was involved in a legal conflict. Two, it required that a variance be applied for after the court order was handed down. And three, before the issuance of an amended permit, required that the reduced setback be substantiated through a variance with the zoning board. And four, has the board directed the building department to act upon this order to ensure this does not continue to happen? Though the town attorney responded to our question of the setback reduction technically correct, why, knowing the content of our inquiries, will there not be a complete answer, full knowing that a variance should in fact be required for an accessory structure with a reduced setback? 2, Article 4.1, Section 4.18. In the recent right to know received, there was a document of an administrative order issued September 2005, see attachment 6. And is as follows: per the Town of Ware Building and Permit Ordinance, Article 4, Section 4.18, a certified plot plan by NHRLS will be required for all new buildings in additions to existing buildings with the Town of Ware. The plot plan must show to scale the size and location of all new construction, all existing structures on the site, and distances from lot lines drawn in accordance with an accurate boundary line survey. Certified plot plan must be received prior to the construction of foundation walls or framing of top concrete piers. No construction will be allowed after the footings are poured until a certified plot plan is submitted to Town of Ware Building Department. This plan was not submitted to the town until 5/20/22, see attachment 7. And this was confirmed that the town did not have this document by the building inspector Dubray on 5/19/22. In a meeting with him and Town Administrator Bolton, of which I have a recording, yet the structure was allowed to be built to near completion before a cease and desist was issued because of unresolved issues with the state of New Hampshire. We ask that the board initiate discussions around this matter to make sure that the town rules are followed and not overlooked. 3, shoreline protected areas. The town seems to allow issuing of building permits in shoreline protected areas without verifying that there has been approved or omitted permits from the state of New Hampshire. We brought this point up to the Board of Selectmen and Planning Board on multiple occasions over the last couple of years. At the last Planning Board meeting we attended, we asked if there had been any changes made to mitigate this issue, and we're told that this was not the Planning Board's responsibility, but rather the building inspectors, and the group in charge of the building inspectors would be yourselves. We ask that the board initiate discussions around this point so that the state permits are acknowledged by the town prior to builds being started. 4, sign permits. A sign permit was issued by the town and was and the sign was posted on a mailbox in front of our property. This in itself was not a contentious point from our point of view, other than the sign was allowed to stand without a permit for over a year. However, last winter brought some unfortunate events resulting in the destruction of our mailbox because the snow removal that I had done for the previous 6 years was somehow deemed not good enough anymore. My wife did some research and found both federal and state law regarding displaying of signage, both the content and location of the sign, which we can provide if you'd like. And as mentioned previously, we sent this information to the town. As you will see in attachment 2, the town attorney informed us that these were not matters that were of concern to the town, and we would have to take the points up at the post office and state. When a sign permit is granted by the town, or any permit for that matter, and the town finds that the issuance of the permit is in violation of a federal and state policy, why would the town not want to rectify the error and ensure that these errors are not repeated in the future? We ask that the board initiate discussions around this issue as well to develop a course of action for a response for this type of situation. Does the board have any comment or questions?
Not right now. Anybody?
So in closing, we've been to the Board of Selectmen meetings and informed the code enforcer, the town administrator, that there have been bookings on the property abutting ours to large groups of people does result in the renting of more than just the main building as noted in the sign permit. However, there has been no action by the town that I know of to even try to reconcile a concern, even having provided pictures. How are we to move forward, and what vehicle are we to use that will give us the confidence that our town will legitimately look into these concerns and not just pay lip service to them? Any response or comment?
I don't have any right now.
Okay.
There's a lot of information here, and obviously attachments, and I'd like a few minutes. Some of these I have not seen before.
You did make a few asks. I think they're all
Yep.
reasonable. Do you have, I guess,
And I'm not looking for an answer tonight.
But are-
I understand.
I guess I'm curious what your priority of, what do you want to see done first?
More of the building permit protocol. I think the protection of our zoning ordinances and state and town regulations are the more important issue in this case. And most of those points also are what our original questions were based around.
When's the last time there seemed to be bookings at the property?
The last one that you know of was last summer,
2023.
yes.
Again, I'm just trying to, sort out immediacy of things.
I personally would like to follow up with the shoreland. I don't know, I thought that was in the planning board's wheelhouse, so I would want to follow up on that.
I did as well, and
Yeah.
that's why we had
To,
brought it
to
up.
say it comes back, that just doesn't seem, that doesn't sound right to me.
Well, There's,
So.
seems to be a lot of circular firing squads
Yeah.
around there.
Yeah.
And then, do I remember right from the beginning, you said question 6 was, you were completely unsatisfied?
Correct, was not answered. Which again leads into the permit protocols.
You believe 1 through 5 were answered?
They were answered.
Okay.
And you'll see the responses as well.
No, I
the
just wanted to make
reference
sure that you
documents
thought
and
that they were answered.
Yeah. Also, to be fair about the bookings, there's only been 2 that I know of. Hasn't been a continuous thing.
2 in 2023?
One in 2022 and one in 2023.
All right, so one each year.
Yep.
And that uses the ADU and the main building?
Yes.
What do you call an ADU?
The
The bunkhouse.
The bunkhouse, that's,
Okay,
I'm
but
sorry.
that's detached and
Detached,
that's not
yeah.
allowed.
Excuse me, yeah.
Right now, it's
Okay.
not allowed.
Mhm.
The detached ADU is not part of, attached ADU is part of.
Correct, right. I knew it was detached, and I guess I used the wrong term, excuse me. Is the sign still there, or is it gone?
No, it's moved location.
Okay, but it's still there,
Yep, you're still permitted.
okay. Any other board members want to chime in with questions or comments?
Well, I know more about this matter than I have since I've sat on the board now. When I first heard you guys, I had no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I think it's what makes it tough about, you know, somebody new coming in all the time, and we have had a few different building inspectors since this has come about, and
Yeah, a lot has transpired in between, I
it
understand.
always seems like something like this always comes up. It was the guy that was here before, so it's hard to hold their feet to the fire.
That's pretty common anyway.
It is, isn't it? So it's,
The guy that
it's
left is
hard
the
to-
guy you blame.
right, so.
Maybe to that point, like we've said, we're not gonna finalize all this today, but we should certainly try and do, if we determine there's anything we can do, it probably is, we should try and do it before a new board starts in March.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Because then you're not back at square one.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, I definitely think we ought to take time and, now, I understand a little more about it,
Yeah.
and, you know, concerns moving forward, I guess just have to try harder making sure that people are paying better attention. Unfortunately, they're not renting this out anymore currently, correct?
Well, until next summer, probably.
Probably not trying, but
Right,
Yeah.
right.
next time.
All right, anybody else? Like I said, quite a bit of information here to digest, and much appreciated for the presentation, honestly.
Thank you.
I guess, how is it supposed to work? So for question number 6, how would we know their permit is issued to contest if there is no notice of the change of the, to the abutters? By the time the project starts, the window for appeal could be gone. So how is that supposed to work? Like, what are the timeframes? I apologize if that's sitting right here in front of me.
No, the original permit was issued in 9/8/2020, or 9/9/2020, but there was an amendment in January of 2021. Not being aware that any of them, I knew there was one issued for the garage, but I didn't know there was a renewal, and that's my fault for not checking, and understood, but there's no other way that we would know unless there was a variance that was applied for, or we come in and check. So we come in once a week now to see if there's any permits being pulled.
Okay. And I guess, yeah, that was my question, is there any mechanism without, like, if it's just a building permit, we're not gonna be telling abutters that, somebody's adding on to their,
Right.
Right.
what have you. But to your point, a variance,
If a variance is required, it has, through the zoning, it's supposed to be,
And again, in this case, there probably should have been, because at the time, the court case was going on, was at the same time this permit was being renewed
renewed.
within days.
When was, do you know when the initial permit was issued?
I believe it was 2017.
17. And it was renewed in 2020, you said, right?
It was renewed multiple times.
Several times.
Yeah. Oh, special one, okay. Oh, yeah, brand new one. Okay. Any other board members? Questions, comments?
Thank you very much for the presentation.
Yes,
Very
definitely.
helpful.
It helps me considerably.
on page 3, you talk about Article 4.1, Section 4.1.8, and how you got that out of a right-to-know request. What was the context of that? Was that, was this just out of one of our, so it was just handed to you like this, or was this in correspondence between a couple of people, or?
Oh, that was grouped in the correspondence. I asked for records, any records or inspection records, correspondence pertaining to the building permit.
So it was like, as a record then?
Right.
Okay.
And that was in the file.
Okay.
I noticed that in one of the attachments. Yes? Anything else?
Just, what are we gonna do next?
Yeah, that's, I was looking through the administrator's report. I was thinking either, maybe not the next work session, because
Next meeting, you have scheduled for your public hearing for your entire,
the meeting, not the work session.
well, your next meeting is a public hearing for your warrant articles and your budget.
Okay, so it'd be the,
That has to be held then.
right, so it'd be the meeting, one after that would be a meeting.
22nd, if that's what
Kinda-
you're looking
I
at.
would kinda like do this as a work session, because I think we get more accomplished, personally. So I was thinking the work session, the next work session coming up, so obviously,
3 weeks?
yeah, it'd be 3 weeks, wouldn't it?
2.
2.
2
Need
weeks,
to be
excuse me.
taken from tonight.
have a warrant article.
Yeah, but then we're gonna have a meeting, and then after that, it'd be another work session. Right?
Yeah, it'd be
So it'd be
nice to
3
be able to
weeks.
read through this, 'cause
Yeah,
I haven't seen half of this.
right, so it'd be 3 weeks for the next work session, which I think would be the best
You
time to talk
talking the
about it.
22nd or 29th? Today's the 8th, then you get the 15, you get 22.
22, I think.
29th.
You thinking 29?
Yeah, because this is a meeting. 15th is a work session, which is gonna be the public
You have to
hearings.
have your public hearing. 'cause
Right,
it's
which is
the
gonna be the
annual
public hearings. The 22nd would be another meeting, and the 29th would be the,
Work session,
be a work session.
okay.
Yeah.
Which
Well,
is-
so, but what do we hope to accomplish?
Well, I think we need, honestly, I think that we need to, discuss, I think we need to bring in more so for information is, there was mention of the planning board in here, there was mention of the ZBA, there was mention of the, code enforcement is to have a big roundtable, honestly. I think that's really what needs to boil back, because we can sit here all night.
Point fingers and,
Well, I don't wanna say point fingers, but we can make speculations or say, hey, this is what we think happened, but until we say, hey, what actually you know.
And a lot of what he's asking for is corrections in the future.
Right, and that it was the permitting protocol, which
Yep.
is the building department.
Yep, and it's
you know,
not.
So we
I
should
think-
invite them in.
So what else, I'm blanking all of a sudden, we just went through something else big with, the stamps. Hash all that
Yes.
out,
Yeah.
at the same time. If we're
Same
gonna
time.
get everybody in the same
Yeah,
room.
that's
yeah,
what I
so
mean.
what-
It's-
so
We've
what
got a
else?
couple points on the table that,
Yeah, what else do we have to talk to with them? And if we're doing 3 weeks, give everybody 3 weeks to prepare.
oh, absolutely, to
Then-
digest and prepare
Yeah,
and, yeah.
sharpen your blades.
Yeah, and have the round table. It's best I can describe. I don't know what else to call it. Because we're all gonna have questions, obviously, and we'd like to have some answers, at least have a dialogue between them, I think.
Amongst yourselves, or are you gonna invite others in?
That would be nice to have planning board in here.
What's what I'm saying, the planning board chair for why they banged out on the, I say banged out, but why they say it comes back to us for shoreline, which was number 3. You know, the ZBA, would be nice to have a little bit of background from Jack, we'll say.
DBA's gonna run, DBA runs a little bit different, so you may get pushback off that. Just because it's handled differently.
Well,
Just saying, we can invite. I'm
yeah,
just saying.
invite, because we could ask a question and they could say, yeah,
Might have
this
an
is,
answer to it
might have an
anyway.
answer to, we have a question to, you know? So I don't think it'd hurt to invite.
A couple of these I thought would have been on the planning board. I wouldn't have expected them for us to.
That's what I was thinking, so that's kinda why I was hoping to bring them in, but again, we can speculate all we want, but until we're having this discussion with, with the people,
No, I'm
it's,
asking you, are we
Yeah.
gonna have the Pratts come back? That's what I'm
I
asking.
don't- I think they can only,
Absolutely.
I think so, yeah.
And the owner of the other property, if he wants to?
I think the door should be open,
Yeah.
I would like that.
yeah.
I'd
Oh,
like the
okay,
opportunity to
he's right there.
respond to some of these things.
Okay, I didn't know you were here, so,
I didn't either.
all right,
Sorry.
so, board?
yeah, I mean, I think the, yeah, you know, I think the biggest thing with this is to figure out who's responsible for not letting it happen again.
Well, yeah,
It does
we have
land
to,
in
we
our
have to, yeah.
lap, but I think if it's gonna be in our lap, then we need to find out where we can educate ourselves about some of this.
Well, I think that's what it's gonna roll back to, and
I
I think
would never
that's,
thought some of that, like the shoreline would have been,
yeah.
Yeah,
so we don't even see the paperwork for that, so.
I don't remember this, but conservation also usually looks at shoreline stuff, water and wetland and stuff, so I don't know if that's anything you want, but
So,
And if there's any more, any more dialogue about this specific, situation, then definitely ought to have both parties give their
And I just
version.
wanted to say, at that property, there's also 2 businesses that are listed with the state that are still active as of January of this year, the Micro Weddings and Corporate Retreats. He still pays the license for it, even though there was a cease and desist, so I'm assuming that nothing is being run under that, but it is still active and in good standing. And the newest one, it's been rebranded, I think, 3 different times, but I think the new name now is Camp Bailey Rentals. So those are the 2 businesses that are listed in good standing with the state for license for LLCs, so. But we were told that with the cease and desist that he would need a variance, he would have to go to planning and zoning to be able to have the businesses down there, so. We look forward to getting the abutters notice on that variance when he goes to apply for it, to run any of those 2 businesses. Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Yep. There was a request, yeah, that was a request, so do we want?
I think it's
to allow-
reasonable.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable. Yeah, come on up. I guess just state your name so we know who you are, because we,
Yeah.
yeah,
Mark Bailey, 55 Winter Road. I'm the neighbor of the Pratts. We share a common driveway, and that's kind of where this all started. The LLC is just that. Camp Bailey Rentals falls under the LLC. That's all it is. It's a name. So originally, we thought, we had a beautiful property. We could do small, venues, and that's where the thought process started, okay? And then when the town notified me that that wasn't possible, we shut everything down. I never had a rental. I never did anything. I just had a website, and that was it, and an idea, okay? But as you can remember, going through the last couple of years, the state legislation about rental properties and who can do what, that's why I started Camp Bailey Rentals. And I only had one rental last year, and it was two-family, okay? Because it's my primary residence. I have all my stuff there. I'm not renting to the open public, right? But I felt it was important to establish a right that long-term down the road, I could rent it if I moved out or whatever, right? So that's the reason for that. But all the events that they're talking about, they're all family and friends events. I'm always on property. I'm not renting it out. I've never rented out my bunkhouse. I've never rented out my garage, which isn't finished. And that's all I'm trying to do is finish my garage. So I just wanted you to have the other side of the story, you know, and it's unfortunate that we're here today, but I do agree with the Pratts as far as the process goes, because for me and my building team, it was very confusing. You know, we are always in touch with the town every step of the way. We've had 3 clerks, 4 building inspectors, you know, during this whole process. So it's confusing for everyone in town. You know, I always want to be legit, always have the documentation required. I only use local building crews. My family's been here 6 generations of builders here in town. So, you know, I just want it to be on the up and up, and I want to be on the same page with everyone. I just want to enjoy my primary property, is all I want to do. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I would say we'll continue that in 3 weeks. And hopefully we'll get everybody to come that we request, but we can only request and hopefully they show. So, thank you. All right. Did Mr. Marcotte come?
It's right there.
He's right there, look at that. All right, we'll recognize Bill Marcotte for request for utility easement to 2 poles existing right-way to the easement conservation area.
All right, my name's Bill Marcotte, good evening. My wife and I recently purchased a property at 139 Concord Stage Road, map 202, lot 01. We intend to build a single-family home for ourselves in the spring. There's currently a building permit on it from the previous owner and approved septic design. Obviously, the building permit would have to be reapplied for. And we're looking for an easement to install 2 poles. There's currently 4 on there. It'd be little to no impact on any trees or anything to that effect.
So there's already 4 down that easement, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you're looking to go further back, is that correct?
Correct. I submitted a plot plan.
I think I scanned it and sent it to all of you. I scanned it and sent it to him.
Was that with the conservation question?
Yeah, that was,
Yes.
because that's the road that goes back to the Eastman Conservation Area.
Got a few this morning. No,
I sent it on Friday. Should have been Friday's email.
And this is going to get to the property, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So the last pole in question could actually be on the property.
Okay. And lot 2 is occupied, I assume?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the greens.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Just want to make sure.
So it would, you know, help increase tax revenue and also assist the greens in maintaining the right-of-way.
See, or do you already look at it? 1 and 2. Okay. Janice, did you see it?
I did.
Okay. All right. I guess my question is that ours? Or is it conservation?
Town-owned.
Okay.
Conservation manages it.
Okay. So we would approve because we own it. We're the owners
We own the
technically as the
road.
board of selectmen, I believe. Okay. But we rely on them to manage.
And is
manage
this
tree
the
and
last
forest.
pole on your property?
It could be.
Right,
So
so he's
I mean,
actually
it's-
looking for one
They would just
pole.
have to push it back a little bit and,
Okay.
Because the one pole on the left-hand side to go from the greens over and then
Right.
from there over to his place, and he can have the pole on his property. Because then Eversource is gonna take it, I think, from the pole on his property a certain
Underground.
distance to,
Underground, yeah.
to his house.
Okay. question I have, the current existing, and maybe you don't know, but maybe you can answer me. Do you know how high they are right now currently?
I do not.
Okay. They'd be maintained regardless, so
Right.
whatever's going in, it'd be maintained at that height.
I know there's logging trucks going in and out right now.
All right, so it's gotta be
You
at
know,
least
consistently,
it's gotta be at
so-
least 14 foot then, probably.
Yeah, because they'd have to get under that one crossed over.
Right.
Yep.
There's already a crossover there also.
Right, there's one, and then you'd have to go
Right,
back and then
correct.
over, right.
Right, you have to get to the green, so there's already one
Yes.
there. So it's gotta be at least 14, because the trucks are 13.6, so. Okay. I don't have a problem with it. You guys got any problem with it?
No.
No.
No?
Conceptually, it sounds fine, but since conservation manages that part of the property, I would like to hear from them before I say yes.
Okay.
Well, they're meeting Wednesday night, so maybe conservation's
Would,
meeting Wednesday.
would 1 week put you off?
No, not at all.
Okay. Let's go that route. I don't have a problem with it. I would request that that last pole be on your property.
Okay,
Just, to me, it makes it cleaner.
right, exactly.
But, any other comments? Is that agreeable
I
to the
guess-
board, or?
So for that last poll, you're saying it could be on yours, but it doesn't have to be?
Correct.
So, and would that mean it's across the street or still on this side of the street
No,
or
it's-
or driveway?
No,
but-
it'd just be,
So does that one have to jump all the way over or could it be?
Yeah, yeah.
I think it has to, because it would be, just to get away from that property.
Well, that's why I asked the question. If that one didn't have to be on their property, why doesn't that same condition exist right there? Instead of having to jump back and, jump
Back and forth
the
across
driveway.
the road, yeah.
Is there many trees on that right side as you go up that would have to
I
be
believe,
altered?
I believe there are, and that's why Eversource
One.
spec'd it out like that.
Okay, so this was Eversource that said we're gonna jump side to side. So there you go.
Yeah.
I'll stay out of the way.
No more re-engineer the wheel, right? Yeah. So, all right, yeah, I don't think you're gonna have any issues from this board, but I think we, again, to Janice's point, probably just present it to conservation, so,
Okay. So should I attend the
Wednesday
conservation?
night, 7 o'clock?
Yes.
yes, yeah,
Next, on this Wednesday, the
This-
10th.
yeah.
This
They
Wednesday?
start,
In this room,
they
in the
start at
same
7,
room.
correct?
Okay,
They start at 7.
They start at 7.
okay.
As it stands now, this board, you know, by consensus, doesn't have a problem with it.
All right.
So, I'll give you that back, that's yours.
Does he need to make sure he gets on the agenda or anything?
Yeah.
Is there gonna be a
Andy.
public comment?
Naomi
or-
will,
Andy just emailed,
We haven't done the agenda
So-
yet.
okay,
I'll do it tonight before I leave.
yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
That's it. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay. Move us to the department head committee items, which would be the 2024 proposed budget discussion. Yeehaw.
So when we talked about it on the 27th, you asked me to invite the department heads in, which I think
Mm-hmm. They're all
Jason's
here.
in-
Gang's all here.
yeah. And I think Clay is out there, Mark
Yep.
just stepped out for a minute.
Yep.
And everybody was asked to sharpen their pencil. So I guess you're here to discuss that.
Okay. The only thing we don't have, I believe, is if there was any alterations made on their behalf.
I think Beth's got some printouts.
Sounds like we might be getting something.
I don't have any rights to-
Thank you.
Thank you, Beth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
close.
Is Jason still here?
He's last I knew he was here. I only
I
took
was
off.
in the hallway.
6, 23. Oop.
think the chief is gonna
What's that?
discuss his changes.
All right, sure. Come on up. Gang's all here.
So, did have the public announcement about Officer McGuire reclassification, just so everybody's aware. The board approved Officer McGuire's reclassification from part-time to full-time status. That'll be effective this Friday, January 12th, 2024. He maintains his same rate of pay. He is non-probationary, he doesn't require any training, and there is no swearing-in required since he already is a sworn-in officer.
He maintains his rate of pay as the part-time.
It never changed. Well, it went from sergeant to officer.
That's what I mean.
But yeah. I do have a procedure suggestion, just watching the public comment. If anybody has a public comment about a department, if you all could inquire, did they have a conversation with the department head and what was the response? Just to go over that, since it does have to do with the budget. What Mr. Campana was referring to is a working proposed budget. All of those lines are assigned by the state. It is unfunded. Even if you guys had a surplus and you wanted to give me a car, you couldn't even put money in there. It cannot be used unless it's approved by the voters, which would have been my pleasure to explain should it have been inquired. And this is kind of the same thing I've shown to the finance committee where my overages or my increases were to my budget. Same big three, as always. Body worn camera, taser, and ballistic equipment have not been funded since they've have not been funded fully or have never been funded. Even with the increases, it only, well, with those increases, it's 1.6% of my budget. There's a new priority increase, which is due to Microsoft licenses. Instead of them coming with a computer, they now are mandated by the person, and we have to have those to maintain CGIS compliancy. And then just recommended increases, I have three that if you wanted to cut, you could cut. One state accreditation, one's for increasing ammunition cost, and the other one is increasing repair costs to vehicles. And with none of those touched, I've increased my budget by 1.66%. Rate of inflation was 3.4%, so I didn't even maintain the rate of inflation. So overall, I think I did a pretty bang-up job, if I do say so myself.
So the line is there, but there's no funds in it.
Which one? For the vehicle?
Yes.
Correct. It's in the proposed budget. It is not in the...
It's in the proposed budget as
No, it's in the working proposed budget. It's not in the proposed budget, which would have to go to the voters for approval. There are zero funds in that line.
Right.
Funds cannot be added until the voters actually approve it in any way, shape, or form.
which is still not this budget.
Correct. Yeah. I was looking at a warrant article, but I couldn't find a way to do it, so I didn't propose it. We are the exception as far as a car not being in the budget. Most departments around us have the car in the budget. We're one of the few that doesn't put the car in the budget because it is an annual expense.
Understood.
You can say one more time, this isn't funded, but why is the
Just to create
line
the
number
line.
there?
So there are a ton of lines that the state creates. Because it should be in the budget, it's in the proposed budget, but it's not in, it would have to be approved by the voters to ever be funded. I can't put
So
funds,
it
you
would-
can't put funds, I can't put funds, nobody can put
So
funds in
in,
until the voters approve it.
say 2025, you would craft an article to fund the line.
That's what I was looking at. I don't think I can do that legally. I think I actually have to put it in a working proposed budget.
If it passes,
Put it
it's
through
good.
put it through the finance committee, put it through you all, whatever the amount is, it'd probably be in the $50,000 range rather than the full amount. And then it would go to the voters. It has to go to the voters for
Problem
approval.
is though, you could put it in a proposed budget for $1 and make it up out of the bottom line.
Right, once it goes, you can add it to $1, but there's zero funds in there.
But once it's, but to his point, once it's in the budget, if you had whatever at the end of the year, you could take it and you could buy one. 'Cause-
There has to be $1 in there,
Right.
Right.
which
So
would
not-
have to
so not in
get through you all and the
2024.
finance committee.
Right, so
Yeah,
not-
I can't touch it unless there's $1
Not
in
in
there.
2024 because it's not
It's
funded.
zero.
It's, there's nothing in it.
Correct.
So if we remove that line this year, what implication does that have?
None.
None.
Okay. Well, let's do it then.
And I'm fine with it being, it doesn't matter to me.
All right.
And
Cut.
just to
We're making
clarify,
cuts.
this is not a new line item that was added this year,
No,
correct?
it's been in there since I've been here because I've always stated that the vehicle should be funded.
Right.
So it's in the proposed budget, not in the
286,
working
right.
proposed budget, not in the proposed budget.
Right.
It's only in the working proposed budget. It is not in the proposed.
So 286A has been in there for years?
I don't know what line it is.
286A.
A has
Oh,
been in there for a
okay.
while. Because there was thought of putting it in the proposed, and then each year he's taken it out.
Okay,
And that warrant article has gone to the voters.
okay.
So it stays in there, but there's zeros across the whole line.
Yeah, the zeros across the whole line, right. Okay. So that was the, I
So
guess that was
just to
consensus.
ask one more time, there is absolutely zero impact to the way you're operating today if that line item is removed in its entirety.
Yeah, it's irrelevant. It can be removed, no problem.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I only had it in there because I was gonna propose a warrant article, but I couldn't figure out how to get the warrant article
Crafted.
legally structured in a manner where it would have been, it could have been held up. So once I hit that point, yeah, it can be removed, no problem. Till next year.
Right.
And the handout that you just gave us, the third set of boxes recommended increases,
Correct.
and is that saying that if we find money, you want more?
No, no, that would that should meet my budgetary needs. State accreditation, I believe I mentioned to y'all, that could actually go down. When I was at the Chiefs Conference in December, the state believes it obtained a grant that would fund the application process for the accreditation, which would knock $800 off of this. Because essentially the state would pay for any department that wanted to become accredited. Then also, and I don't know how much this was, when you do become accredited, and this might be held up, because Chief French was the driving force behind this, and obviously he passed away. He was the state's accreditation liaison manager running all the programs, but he was in negotiations with his team with Primex to determine a discounted rate for departments and towns that are accredited to get a reduction on the town insurance. So I know that's still working, but I don't know how far they are because he passed away.
So the third set of boxes, this is from your original discussion that you had with us?
Correct,
The increase.
correct.
Okay.
Nothing's new. It's just a rehash of what
Thank
I've
you.
been proposing all along.
Okay, well, was it last week? What was it, Mount Pleasure that came in? Was it last week? Mm-hmm. He talked about a $5,000 ammunition cost.
That was in a year purchase.
Oh, just in the year,
Yeah,
okay.
that was just in a year purchase.
Okay, just double checking.
So I guess I need a refresher, I guess, because
Sure.
I've been here before. 6, 12, 13, 15, 17,
Yep.
why were those not in the budget last year?
They were, you guys pulled them out, and it was miscommunication. So I had funded these with end-of-year funds, and because they were end-of-year funds, you took them out of the budget.
We left $1 in there.
What I didn't realize was, because I didn't have advance notice that was gonna happen, I could have researched it, those were actually 2022 purchases, and they should have remained in the budget. But I didn't have time to research because it wasn't brought to my attention that was gonna be brought up that meeting. Just like when you just approved the body-worn camera contract, it was from November, same thing. All of those purchases were like that. They were all 2022, but because I
Understood.
didn't really look at it and I didn't have a prepared answer for you
Understood.
because I was hit with it.
Understood. $738, the ballistic equipment? Mm-hmm. What is the additional, $10,000 going to get you?
So what that gives me in the total line is 3 vests per year, because obviously I'm fully staffed now, so that's 14 officers, and I base everything on 15, which is increments of 3, because all ballistic equipment expires after 5 years. So 3 being the number, I need 3 a year. 3 ballistic vests, 3 helmets, 3 trauma plates, 1 ballistic shield, and I believe that's everything I get in that line. So it'll give me helmets, trauma plates, vests, and 1 ballistic shield per year when that line's fully funded.
So hypothetically, budget passes, the line goes to 12,000. You buy the shields and all and everything. What's the lifespan on the shields?
Still 5 years. Anything ballistic's 5 years.
Even if it doesn't get used or juggled around, or still 5 years?
5 years. Unless we were using ceramic plates, which we don't, those you have to get x-rayed, because if there's a crack, they're done.
Yeah,
But we
there's-
don't use ceramic.
Okay.
My old department did.
So everything you have here listed is a 5-year replacement?
Yes.
And then in 25, you'd be replacing a full set of helmets, vests,
Yep.
trauma plates, and
Three-
ballistic shields?
Three
Three.
ballistic vests, 3 helmets.
Oh, I know the vest,
Three every
yes.
year,
The
and 1
vest,
shield.
yeah, okay.
Correct.
Every year,
Every year.
okay.
And that'll keep me on track, as long as we have the same number of personnel we do.
UPS or FedEx or something.
Amazon.
Somebody,
Thank
yeah,
you,
I
Jackie.
couldn't tell.
All right. Okay.
So you're talking every year, we're gonna do this for
Ever.
3, forever?
Yes.
And by the time you get to the last group, then you'll start back over again?
Yep.
Yeah, it'll stay constant every year.
Yeah, and that's the principle of life cycle management.
Yeah.
So the costs don't fluctuate, you just have that straight line across.
Okay.
That follows with the fire department's gear too.
Yep.
So what have you been doing with the 1760 that's been in there?
1 vest, and then after that, I usually come to you guys for end of year purchase, or you tell me to go over on the line. We had a big year in 2021 where I believe we bought 6 vests. We had a big year in 2023. This past year, we had 2. I believe this year, I'm the only one that needs a vest, if I'm not mistaken. But still, we need to get 3 to keep on track, so you don't have those fluctuations.
Yeah, because looking at the line, it was 5,500 in 21, 1,200 in 22, 44 as of 12/14 this year, so.
And we've talked before here about how the vests are sized to the
Correct, for the
person.
person. You
I
can't use them
assume
to
the
other
helmets
people.
are as well.
No, helmets are small, medium, large.
Okay, and what about the plates and the shields?
Plates are universal. Vests are the only thing to a particular person.
So does everybody need one?
Well, also on that board, I have when theirs expire. They would need one prior to it
But do we
expiring.
need 15 at a time?
No, you only need 3 at a
3
time.
at a
Yeah,
time.
this isn't, this
Not
isn't.
3 new ones, but you're
He's saying
you
there's
want-
all 15 of you need to have one, right?
Not right now. So I'm the only one that would need one in 2024.
No, but I mean,
On the shelf, do you need 15 of them on any given day?
Yes.
Yeah.
If I'm fully staffed, yes. I have 14 people,
Yep.
so I have a 15 is
Yeah.
my closest increment.
Yeah,
of 3.
everybody needs one, yes.
I get
5,
that
I'm
it's,
sorry.
it's ideal that everybody has one and everybody can respond at the same time. But like, if we're just talking, on a worst case thing, you get a call, like, okay, let's talk about the pipe bomber. Everybody show up with all the gear.
I can tell you, everybody showed up all their gear for McGuire shooting. Regardless if they just got off, day off, whatever. Every single person was here. And the majority were here, yes, at the pipe bomber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, I can't tell you if every single one was here, but I would say probably, yes.
I can vouch for him, any military working on any case, on any 9/11, any bombing situation, they have backups, they have their vests in the car, they're ready to go when they need it.
Yeah, the department phone, we're all in text groups. The text goes out and everybody responds.
Chris, are those the ones that you wear all the time? Even when you're under
The vests?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
When they're on the street, yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
So when you're stopping traffic and everything else, you still need your vest on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I wouldn't argue the vests, and it's devil's advocate a bit for the other ones, but
Until you're getting shot at.
I know, and that's, well, but that's, I mean, it sounds brutal, but like, are all 15 people being shot at? Do you need 15 helmets? That's the question.
So which person's gonna get shot on which day?
I know, that's why I asked, are they sized?
So I'll give you a good, we had training on the Parkland shooting, which was Parkland, Florida.
Yeah.
Parkland, Florida, everybody familiar with that, and I forget, I think it was 17 wounded, 17 killed, and it was in a span of like 3 or 4 minutes. That year of that shooting, Parkland was designated the 15th safest community in the country when that happened. So where isn't it gonna happen? We have to be prepared.
Right.
Your account number 393, we talked about a moment ago, the accreditation, which is line item 259 in the budget. Can we remove that, reduce that, excuse me, by 800? Are you okay with that?
So I don't know if they're doing it yet. I mean, it's projected. I won't spend it if they do get it. But if, I don't have another line to pull it from if it doesn't go through and that grant isn't available.
So it's not a done deal yet?
It's not a done deal. And I don't know how much, Chief French's passing is gonna delay things. They were pretty confident that was going through at the Chiefs Conference. It seemed like the grant was there and they just had to figure out how to, and it was a sizable grant, several $100,000.
And then police postage, which is your account 625, our line item 281. With the APHIS machine grant accepted, can that line item be reduced?
Probably, yes, because we had to send fingerprints via the mail, which we won't have to anymore. So we've gotten rid of summons with e-tickets. We've gotten rid of accident reports with e-crashes, and now we'll get rid of fingerprints with the APHIS system. So yes, we are, I think there's only 300 in that line.
Right.
Yeah,
but every dollar counts.
Yeah, it used to be 600, so it is
And
reducing.
postage increased in January, so.
Oh, yeah.
Which line was this, sorry?
281.
Postage, and we get a lot of patch requests and stuff. We don't send them out just because we don't do that to the budget, just to let y'all know. Each patch costs $4 and then postage on top of that. It'd be like $10 to send people patches, so we don't engage in that at all.
Okay. So, did you brought it down?
It should be going down, with the adoption of the APHIS machine, I think was the question.
All right.
Yeah, so what would you feel comfortable with?
Probably another $100.
Okay.
I mean, we don't use the mail that much.
So this would be 200.
Generally, what we use the mail for are it can't go to zero because we get discovery requested, which we have to mail, body worn camera footage and stuff like that, and any reports out. Most of our the overwhelming majority of our 91 A's are all done electronically, so we don't use postage for that. But pretty much it's just court proceedings where we use postage. Not much else that I can think of off the top of my head we use postage for.
With the change of what they're doing, is that gonna change?
With the court
With how the
process,
courts-
it wouldn't change the postage line.
Okay.
Same number of cases.
Okay.
So you're gonna take that down to 200, is what you're saying?
I would feel comfortable with that.
Okay.
And then on the state accreditation, back to that, anything you feel comfortable removing now or not?
I wouldn't feel comfortable yet just because I don't know their timelines. I do think it's going to happen. If I were betting, it would be removed by next year at the latest, the 800. But, and again, that's if you guys want us to try to get accredited this year. We can wait a year and get accredited. I mean, if that helps.
What's the implication of not doing it?
So, obviously, this town's had a lot of lawsuits. Whenever you have lawsuits, it's essentially a third party who has reviewed your policy and procedures and say they meet the national standard for law enforcement performance, which helps you with court cases. big time, as well. And that's why the insurance companies give you a discount.
Yeah, I was
because
gonna
you're
say, it
doing the
also
right thing.
drives our
Right.
insurance rate, correct?
Correct, yes. And I don't know how much that is. I never got those numbers. I don't know if we'd had them when we were Kalia, what they were.
258.
Let me pull it.
Is recruitment.
Yep. I'm hoping to give all that back this year.
Well, that was my question. You actually increased it in your proposed.
Just because it went up, so I budget for 3 people. And as long as we keep our personnel, I won't need that line at all.
Well, good.
That would be
That would be
ideal.
good.
That would be ideal.
That's where we've been trying to get to.
Right. The 2021, obviously, we were looking, 2022, not so hard by the numbers. 2023, not so hard either, and now we're full staff. I know that could always change. I hope that we keep everybody we have. I think we have a damn good department. But do you feel you still need the $300 where we didn't even come close this year?
So we lost 2 last year. I haven't done our attrition rate. I don't think we're losing anybody for several years. We might lose one.
It's a good feeling, I know.
Yeah, I think we're pretty stable.
Okay.
I'd rather give it back, have it and not need it and give it back than take it out of the budget where I might need it, especially if something happens. One thing on the horizon is police salaries are skyrocketing.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy.
We realize that.
And if we don't remain competitive with that, maybe people start looking. That's my biggest fear.
Oh, I
Because,
think
we're
it's-
seeing multiple departments going up to $90,000 for officers, which is, and we're up to $30,000 signing on bonuses. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's a car. Come work for us and we'll give you a car. It's crazy. If anything, that possibly, if we keep the people we got, we don't offer sign-on bonuses or anything like that. That might be good to throw right back at them at training or something, as a retention thing. Keep the guys you got, because I can't tell you this, I appreciate that $5,000 to get Corporal Valero through that school, because I did a projection on my training cost and I'm zeroed out with what I have to provide for a couple of recertifications, a couple of leadership schools, Shield School, other
Yeah.
stuff. But yeah, I'm
Yeah,
zeroed out on that training budget.
I think the training line stands. I don't think anybody's gonna talk to you about that one. But, I just, again, so that will pay for 3, you said, correct?
Yes. Fully fund 3, and that's non-certified guy. We've been pretty successful getting certified guys too. If we do certified officers, we only need the 900. I mean, if you're really looking for budget cuts, maybe do 2 non-certified. We can adjust the numbers so they're 2 non-certified and 1 certified.
What would
So
that
that
come
would
to?
reduce that by, sorry, what line was that again?
258, your
258.
account number 390.
258. So 1,850 per candidate, the background is 900, so we could reduce that one by 950. Add the 300, so instead of adding 300, we're reducing it by 650. How's that?
I'd be good with that.
Let's do it.
Thank you.
What line was that?
258.
Oh, right at the top.
Just a question, Chief. 288. The defensive force equipment?
Yep.
You've been hovering pretty good around the budget. Why so low this year?
Where'd we end up at?
557, and you're appropriated 2,400, and you've been 2,340 and 2,780. So you've been hovering right around the number, but kind of seems low this year.
Probably an oversight. I thought I'd spent that, quite frankly.
Okay.
because
Too late
usually
now.
we will,
Too late.
yeah, I mean, too late now, but typically when we need ammunition.
Yep.
We'll drain that line first, then if I still need ammunition, so instead of asking for 5,000, I should ask for 3,500 and just drain this.
Drain that. Okay.
But I mean, I'm not trying to get it back or anything.
We're
But
not
yeah,
get-
that was
you're not getting that.
oversight, yeah.
Can you talk about the vehicles one? Which one?
660?
284.
Thank you. Yeah, 660. The very bottom one on your handout, saying multiple vehicles must be maintained beyond their useful life.
Yep.
So, you're getting new vehicles. We've talked about the
Yep.
vehicle life cycle forever.
Yep.
I feel like you've been in a pretty good spot.
I can maintain currently.
So,
So I've got, the the 2017 Dodges should have been replaced in 2023, last year, and I've still got 2. The 2018 Dodge should be replaced this year. But I'm going to have to keep them, like I said, if you look at that one chart with my CIP presentation, some of those are going to have to last, I think it was till 2028, if I'm not mistaken, because they weren't replaced in a timely manner. So since we haven't replaced them in their life cycle, which should have been 6 years, the repair costs are going to go up. I know vehicle 3, I just got an oil change in, and they said something on the front end was leaking. It's a $550 repair. And of course, if the police vehicle isn't approved on warrant article, I've got a $4,200 repair sitting there in car 4, which will have to get done right off the bat if the car doesn't go through.
yeah. So I'm not necessarily arguing against the increase, but more like, okay, if you start getting the life cycle, then will those decrease?
Yes.
In 2 or
Yeah.
3 years?
Yeah, I mean, if you keep vehicles under warranty, obviously
You
the
don't have-
warrant, yeah, we don't have to pay for it. So yeah, that's the idea, to
Yeah.
keep vehicles under warranty and get rid of them before they become, let them become somebody else's major problem, where we flatline our expenses and we know what we're paying.
Yeah, that was, I mean, when the Crown Victorias were still here, I mean, we were almost up to 50 grand on that line.
Yeah.
And then we got the 3, we got the 3, and it went down to like 30, and it's been continually going down, but as they age, is starting to
Yeah.
Right.
pick back up, so.
Yes, but you're correct, that's the goal.
So 2 years from now,
Yeah.
come back, show you the video clip.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's fine.
No, I'm
I mean, if I can get life cycle management, yeah, I'll flatline it, there's no doubt,
Gladly, huh?
gladly.
Yeah.
Okay.
And how many body worn cameras are you gonna end up this year with? New?
New, we usually order 3.
And that's 7,000?
So you're talking about the media storage. That's the contract. So you guys just paid that
Oh,
where it
that-
goes?
That says police body worn cameras.
Yep, the $7,000 expense is for the media storage.
All right.
The other line, which is about 3,000, I want to say. Here, I can,
39.
yeah, that's for 3 body worn cameras and 1 docking bay per year. Because we buy them outright instead of contracting.
Okay.
Uh, 238 and 251, I believe they're gonna go hand in hand with the answer.
What's 238?
238 is your line 113, police wages, full-time officers. And 251 is line 231, group 2 retirement.
Yeah, so I don't do anything with that.
Well, no, they've gone down. And I'm just asking if that's been adjusted for the new position that we have. Is that correct? Okay. With the recent promotion, it's a less of a step than what we had
Yes.
Because we had sergeant.
Yes.
But we ended up putting a
Yeah, there was a
corporal in.
cost savings on that.
Right, just want to make sure that's what that reflects. Thank you. $253, your line 320.
Okay?
22, 23, we kind of hovered about just a little over half. Can you reflect on that a little bit?
So, obviously, we did about 60 DUIs this year.
Okay.
Phlebotomy charges are $100 each. Anything else we need for prosecution, tows, lab work, what have you. I mean, it all depends on what we have. We had a dog case that we didn't have to go forward with, but if we would have hit that, that would have been tens of thousands of dollars. Just to let you know. It all depends on what we hit as far as prosecution wise. Right now, our biggest thing is DUIs,
Okay.
where it's just $100 per.
Okay.
We are exploring an option we think we found under state law where we can get that back too. So Brandon's running it by the court to see what they think. So that would help. Plus some other expenses. See how it goes.
So that, but you said 60 DUIs at $100 a pop.
If they need phlebotomy.
Okay, so that's where I'm trying to reconcile. It's not quite, if we're talking about the same thing, account 320, it's not
Yep.
quite $2,000 when you're talking $6,000.
4,500. Line 320, line 253.
Well, but his question was, why did it go down so much this year?
Well, I won't say it went down, but it's been, the last 2 years, it's kind of hovered around that the $2,000 mark.
It just depends on what we need. We can't project how many DUIs we get or what cases we're gonna, just like who's gonna get shot at. You know, this is a kind of a set rate. We'll see where it goes.
Yeah,
We've
it
been
just-
good so
it just-
far.
It didn't add up until you said they don't all do it.
Right. Yeah, they don't all do it.
Be like a third of them.
So, yeah, phlebotomy is a blood draw. Obviously, if they take a breathalyzer, we don't need an extra expense with that.
Okay.
Or refuse. But then refusals, different punishments, so.
You all set?
Yep.
282? That's 635, the fuel line.
Yep.
We went up $100. I know that we set the rate.
Yep.
Are you anticipating more now that you're full staffed, more patrol?
No, I think we're good there.
Okay.
I watched the monthly invoices that come in, and I'm pretty sure we're good. We don't need to raise that.
Okay, so we can cut that back to 31.5 instead of 31.6?
Yes.
Okay.
No problem there.
Raise, so you can take $100 out.
Yep.
I mean, what I spent last year, I think you can take more.
20, you spent 28,000 in
The only thing
2022.
is that fuel, you may be, I mean, we estimated
We
$4,
estimated, yeah.
but you may end up at $5 or $6 if
Okay,
fuel goes
yeah.
up.
It's a guess.
It's not,
I'm just
we're
thinking
not,
Yeah. But that's on us at that point.
Yeah,
right, but we're not etched in stone at $4.
Okay.
but I don't think it needs to go up per se, it's just 31.5. I mean, that's still more than the last 3 years, so. And again, we don't know where it's gonna go, but I know we anticipated high last year, and it didn't go that way, so I think we just leave it at 31.5 and call it good.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, surely the usage went up because I was trying to find one, but like we estimated down. I don't remember what the estimate was last year, like 450.
I think we were at 450 last year for gas.
So coming down, and so if the usage had remained the same, then that line item would have come down as
So
well.
you
So
had
why did usage go up?
You had an anomaly in 2023 too. We only had one vehicle for about 90 days.
Yeah.
So that's a month and a half of fuel. We only got one vehicle we can fuel.
But this is over over default.
Right.
So I still feel like usage should have usage should have stayed flat and total should have gone down.
And what should have gone down?
I know what you mean, yeah. So if the default number is what we set last year at 450. So why wouldn't it,
Go down.
why wouldn't the proposed be a little less money over the default.
Yeah, which
because
means that you
default
said-
was set at 450 at what
Oh, I
we're,
think,
what we're
projected more
proposing.
use. I think you projected, or it was projected 7,000 gallons of use last
Oh,
year.
so you put more-
I didn't.
Well-
I think,
We
actually used so far this year 8475.
oh,
Okay. And
Yeah.
You projected 7,900, so.
well, I don't project that.
Well, we've got full staff too, right?
It says reason for increase, decrease, 7,900 proposed.
Right, but that's.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
do that though.
That's good.
Right. Okay. I had another line and you just took my thunder away. 283, medical gear.
Yep.
Last couple of years has been about half, a little bit. Is that,
Depends on what we have to get. Now that we're fully staffed, I wouldn't touch this line. We put trauma packs on the back, plus on the belts, Narcan, which I don't believe cost anything. But I haven't been getting AEDs. I know I'm gonna need to get AEDs. I've just been focused on the minor first aid rather than the big stuff, just because we haven't had a lot of money for it.
Don't you have AEDs?
I have 2,
Okay.
AEDs.
Are your batteries still good?
yes.
Okay.
And we get the pads replaced through the fire department.
Correct.
But ideally, we would have 1 in each vehicle, obviously. We don't keep them in the vehicles though because of the cold. We just bring them in. So, I mean, we don't need 5, 2 or 3. Now that we should have 3 instead of 2,
yeah, that's understandable.
being fully staffed.
I guess maybe it's a mutual question for both chiefs. Is there grants for those?
We find stuff.
That's how we get the first one.
Mm-hmm.
We have one outside the door.
Right, I knew that was
And
Team
the
V
fire
grant.
department
Yeah.
comes and tests it and checks the batteries and the life on the pads.
Yep.
Okay.
There's one at the library, one at the town hall.
Right, one at the transfer station. Yeah.
But yeah, we've seen grants for them too.
Okay, just a thought,
That's Homeland Security, I believe.
whatever it may be.
That's where we get the last ones.
I mean, given that you said maybe keep 3.
We have 2, we should have 3.
Yeah, so if we're talking about adding 1 to what you have, and the line hasn't really been used, so, you know, we'll call it, I'm trying to be conservative here, but, like, what would we say, if you don't get a grant, what's an AED cost?
1,000, roughly.
1,000?
Roughly.
Yeah, roughly.
So I would come off that kind of average, 2022, and add 1,000 to it and call it like 2,800.
Yeah.
Instead of 3570.
Yeah.
Again, I wouldn't touch medical supplies.
It's hard,
Fully staffed, there's a lot to do with medical supplies.
well, it's hard to guess too, because I just didn't know if you had a rationale for
And I'm
the
hedging some on, say, it sounds like we've gotten tons of them through grants, so you.
Well, that's just the
Gotten
AED,
some.
but this
Yeah,
covers.
So then it's 1,000.
I know we put in for a 5 guys grant, we didn't get it for those. That's why we didn't spend it 1 year.
Okay.
We tried to get them and we thought we would, but we didn't. We thought we had an inside track on them, but didn't pan out.
So if you do get a grant, you'll give that money back?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, how many hundreds of thousands I've given back since I've been here?
But I mean, the other thing is too, is I mean, the tourniquets come out of that line,
But yeah, all the first aid
yeah.
stuff.
And
it's a lot.
And those are rub items that get rubbed on the seats and get frayed. And
Yeah, another, matter of fact, would be adding an item after I went to the Chiefs conference, because most people are putting a trauma pack, a blood clot agent underneath of them, so everybody has them, which is a good
Blood clot,
idea.
yeah. I got nothing else.
Not for me.
Can you, 294A? That's the grant reimbursement,
Yep.
and that is for the traffic.
Yeah, that's just in case we need it. Obviously, if we put in for grants, you know, we got the speed equipment and we had to have a funding source for the 25%. Being fully staffed, I don't really have a funding source, so we need to create one. So this will give us the potential to get up to $20,000 worth of equipment in grants, which of course we would take away from other lines because we wouldn't need it. We have a good source for tablets in the cars, which, you know, we usually pay about $8 grand. Goffstown actually went to a new tablet, which is a lot cheaper. They're about 52. But we found a grant. We haven't put in for it yet. Speed equipment will be consistent. Very positive results from the PMD-12s, which are the speed display signs. The majority of guys have been through training on the LiDAR equipment. Once the grant vehicle comes in, which I got another email, still waiting on the governor and the executive board signature, which should be sometime this month. The radar's sitting there, and that's from the grant, so we're pretty aggressive with grants, and you guys saw the totals from last year. We look for those opportunities. So this just gives us a source to look for opportunities without burdening you. Hey, we've got this, but we need this amount of money, and we don't know where it's coming from.
So that's technically a new line.
Yes, it is a new line.
And those will still go through public hearings to accept the grants.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, and you guys
Guidelines
have to
and-
approve it. It's nothing I can spend.
Anyone else?
This might be a Beth
Nope.
question. So we talked about 286A, how it's an empty line, and we're not gonna include it. We have a couple of lines, for instance, 294, which is empty, except it's there to show like the 2022 expenses. So is that gonna show up on the
So what
budget
is it?
as,
The one-time purchase.
294? I'm just looking.
So that, like, when you approved end-of-year purchases, that's where that gets funded from.
No, but my point is,
There's nothing
for,
on it.
for these lines that only have something from a previous year, are they gonna be included with zero, not zero, but these dashes, or are they just not gonna be included?
So it has to have a,
Anything in the proposed column that has a zero, you will not see after the budget public hearing.
Great, okay.
yes.
And every,
I can see it now.
every department kind of has one of them year-end purchase, I mean, not a year-end purchase, a one-time purchase.
I don't really care about that line, it's just,
Yeah.
it was the first one I saw that was zeroed out otherwise.
Oh,
so.
okay, right across the board, yeah, okay, I got you. Okay.
That's just to be able to answer the question in the future, like we were talking about 286A as zeros, well, what happens?
Okay. Any other questions? At the moment? Right side, left side, no, no?
I'm good.
One final review?
So we did
Beth, do you have all the corrections?
750?
850.
Do you have all the
There's
corrections
another
that
100
they?
somewhere.
Yeah, there was $100 from phone, from postage, and $100 from the fuel, and $650 from the police
Okay.
recruitment.
Okay, so we did cut fuel.
Yep,
How much? 950?
$850.
850 total.
Now, do you guys want to go to other departments regarding the operating budget, or do you want to like do warrant articles per department? What do you want to do?
Would it be prudent if they're here and then they can
Yeah, why
kinda
don't we just finish each
slide out?
department head and
Yeah, I'm
then,
kinda thinking they can slide out afterwards. That'd be kinda my thought. And then once they leave, we're not gonna go back and start chopping on them
No.
again.
Thank you.
I just wanna throw that out there.
Until next week.
Until next week, yeah. Oh, oh boy. This is more official than what we had last week. Oh, I need one more.
Oh, you got one.
Oh, I do, right there in front of me. There I am. Article 1, that looks horrible.
More and more every day.
Did Mark get one? As you see, it says draft through the middle,
Yes.
and as you can see, all the budget numbers are blank, because we haven't finished that. And you also see that at the beginning, and God only knows why that copier did it that way, but, the zoning articles all take precedence for the first one, so I have no idea how many that's gonna be. Then when you get down to, I haven't numbered anything, but what the chief is here to talk about is,
Revolving fund establishment
yeah,
and the police cruiser.
yeah. Which are on page 5. And these wording, anytime we do this, the wording still has to go through legal and still has to go to the Department of Revenue. So this is just, an attempt to draft it up so that you don't lose track of what's been asked for. And Chief can speak to both the revolving fund as well as the cruiser.
Okay, take it away.
So obviously, the police revolving fund, you've heard me mention before, the current fund we have established doesn't do what we needed to when I had our town attorney review it. It's too convoluted, so we're just trying to clean it up, plus expand it a little bit to allow for forfeiture funds and stuff. There is no tax impact. This just allows us to manage the funds we do have coming in, and, you know, they can't just be spent by me. It has to be at my request with your approval for anything coming out of that account. Good enough for a summary? Just checking.
The money comes from,
Different, so for instance, we do dam patrols now. If they do police details where we get cruiser fees, we have a forfeiture case we're working on, where the town would probably get some funds, but that has to be used for particular purposes. With my experience with forfeiture funds, it can only be used for specific equipment or training, because it's managed by the federal government. We have to turn in paperwork with that.
If you didn't put forfeitures into this fund, where would they go?
We don't know. We don't have anything set up. Right? Yeah.
so say it doesn't, if the funding's adequate, would you forecast in future years for your maintenance and safety equipment lines to go down in the budget?
Yes, so I've been talking to Beth, like, police cruiser fees, obviously. It's not just the vehicle that gets, contributed toward, I guess. You know, you have gas fees. Well, a certain portion of that fund should go back to the general fund to reimburse the citizens for the gas used during the detail. Examples like that. So yeah, we're looking at all kind of avenues where we can take those funds and reimburse, just like with our cruiser, this year, which we're getting ready to talk about. In the past years where details were used, we were able to offset that warrant article by 19,000, and then another 16,000 where we do the dam funds. You know, and that's using the funds how we can, but it was hard to establish getting the 19,000 to use for that. It took several years. We're just trying to clean it up, so whatever we get in cruiser detail fees can be used to offset future warrants for cruisers that we ask for, a request.
But it says at the end, then, it would be approval from you and us.
Right, my request, but your approval.
Right. So for the purpose of purchasing a new vehicle, would this language make it okay for us to allow you to purchase it through this money, or for us to allow you to put it on a warrant article and put, say, zero? Like the fire department does with theirs, right? They have that special revenue fund, but it has to count for the voters to purchase a vehicle out of it.
Right. I mean, we'd still have to go through the voters to purchase the vehicle. It just, I don't think we'd ever get enough in detail funds or any other funds to totally offset a cruiser.
Right, but how that's worded, I don't really worded that way, is it?
So which part exactly do you have a concern with?
So if I can, try and
It says
paraphrase for you. What he's asking you is if there's any scenario in which we could say out of this revolving fund that we're gonna buy a police cruiser without going to town vote.
Yes. The way I read it, yes.
So-
If there were enough funds, you could.
Right, that's the problem.
Yeah, it says pursuant to, for the purpose of purchasing, outfitting, and maintaining police vehicles. So right there on the second line, it says we can.
Right.
Because at the bottom, it says that the chief and the board of selectmen are the approval.
Right, that was my,
Add something at the bottom?
yeah, see, yeah, I guess, yeah, that was my question, is, you know, I'm okay with, really, I'm okay with all of it, except certain portions of it need to be okayed differently, you know? If you had enough money to fund all or part of the vehicle, and you wanted to go to the voters and say, I wanna buy a cruiser for 50 grand coming out of this, you know, it'll be used
Fund,
in a
zero tax
special revenue
impact.
fund with zero tax impact, and perfect, you know, voters say yes, but, you know, I like the idea of being able to possibly maintain your vehicles and reduce your operating budget in future years, but we can't have, I don't know how you have both, I guess.
But I have a different scenario for you. Cruiser gets wrecked, right? We get insurance money. How does the cruiser get replaced? Does it have to go to the voters, or can we just buy a cruiser? Same difference.
That's
Well,
different
not
because of the
all.
insurance.
Well, it would be different. So essentially what this vehicle would do with detail fees, we used the vehicle enough to say the use of the vehicle was enough to offset the cost of the vehicle, and you have earned the right to a new vehicle based on how much you've used it for details. Is that gonna happen? No, that would be a lot of vehicle uses for a detail.
Oh, and I agree with that. It doesn't follow the line of the other special revenue funds, I guess. As far as the purchase of new vehicle, the rest of it, I'm okay with the board having the authority to approve. I'm not okay with the board having the authority to approve the mid-year purchase of a vehicle. And I don't know how to word it so you can have both. Probably somebody does. No. I just wanted to see what you or Beth had to say about
Play with
that.
the wording. So we
'Cause
say for the purpose of outbidding and maintaining police vehicles and other safety equipment as needed, and for offsetting voter-approved purchases, possibly for cruisers, you know.
Yeah, something like that would be fine.
Voter-approved cruiser purchase,
Sure,
offsetting.
sure.
Yeah.
So we can throw that language in. This all has to go to council and deal.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
It's a revolving fund, so I'm kind of,
Yeah.
because what fire has is a revenue fund, special revenue.
That's
fund.
right.
This is a
I keep
revolving
calling it different, I'm
So
sorry.
it's gotta pass state and town council.
Yeah.
But we can throw that language in before it goes to them.
Yeah.
So what you just said there, did that scratch purchasing?
Yes,
No,
it
I
did.
put it-
Well, it didn't, it put it.
What I mean is like
Puts it
from
on
where
the
it
vote.
is.
It puts it on the vote.
Yeah, yeah.
Ra-
But so it
Rather than
didn't show
hands wise,
twice.
it puts it in the vote.
Additional caveat on
Right.
purchase.
Yeah, the top one was removed and it was inserted further down.
No, yeah.
Now, a great example of this line, and correct me if I'm wrong, would have been the ticket printers you just got on grant. If we had to buy those.
Yes.
They could come from this, and
Perfect.
you would be the agents to expend and say, yes, chief, we agree, you should have the printers in there. I know it's a grant, but just an example, and say, yes, we agree, it's gonna make your job easier. You know, the five of this board, we approve from this fund to buy the printers.
And this-
That would be a good use for this fund.
Grant reimbursement would be a good use for this fund too.
Yeah, I'm not too torn up about, it lines it up with like Parks and Rec, where they are incentivized to have like Chase Park, that people want to come and spend their money, and then that means Parks and Rec gets to spend the money. And like the transfer station, they're incentivized to encourage recycling because they get half of that money. And for the grants and the cruiser details, I'm with you. I'm not a fan personally of civil asset forfeiture. I don't love that we would be incentivizing that. So, shocking, I know.
Yeah, I know.
I know that throws a wrench in what you're talking about, but I don't love that being there. Because another one, if we're going to be saying, hey, each department, as we kind of keep splitting this out, like I say, we had transportation, we did Parks and Rec last year, we're talking about having a police one here, to say, hey, if you're making money, you get to keep your money. I'm not too upset about that, except that you're incentivizing that particular behavior for each department. In that one, I think we should absolutely be incentivizing grants. Cruiser details, as long as, that doesn't roll over into some kind of overtime, but I don't think it would.
Well, it could, if you make an arrest.
Okay.
Depends on what it was. You could make an arrest and then go into overtime from the detail, but you can't double dip. You're either getting one or another.
Okay. So it's still, okay, that one's more on the fence. But the forfeitures, I don't like the idea of saying, hey, you get to keep money by going through forfeitures.
That's kind of why I asked, where do you put it if it's not here? And he said he doesn't have a mechanism, so where do you put it if it's not here?
Where do you put it?
Don't do them. Don't seize people's stuff.
I don't know that sometimes you have a choice.
I don't think you have a choice sometimes.
Yeah.
If you're a big drug dealer, then you seize whatever.
If you have been actually found guilty, sure.
Yeah.
But for civil asset forfeitures, you do not have to be found guilty.
Okay.
You just have to be accused.
And you
Sometimes
have
not
to sign
even-
it over too, not just accuse. For civil asset forfeiture,
Sometimes you don't
you
know
have
what
to
do.
essentially plead
My
guilty
point
and
is,
give up your
you do not-
assets.
But essentially pleading guilty is not the same as pleading guilty.
What we're
it's a
looking at it
slippery
for hasn't
And I'm not saying,
to do with any of
like,
that.
if I was gonna trust anybody, I would trust y'all. But I don't like having it in writing, because what happens after you?
Right. Well, again, anything can be adjusted.
Well, I'd rather not put it in there.
So what's the mechanism to receive it? Right, wrong, or indifferent, what's the mechanism to receive it?
That's what I'm saying, don't take it.
Well, civilly, yes, but what if it's proven in court of law?
Or
Then what do you do?
Give it to the state, the feds, I don't care at that point.
Okay.
I don't think the town should be incentivizing that. That's,
All right. Understood.
Now, would that buffer you guys' retirement funds too? What you guys are eligible at the end,
As far as what?
your salaries?
You had public comment already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I guess we already had public comment, thank you. So, I guess I don't know, I understand your take on it, 100%. I understand your thought process of who, the next guy in line, do we trust him?
Which would be a while.
Which would be a while.
hope so.
But I guess I don't, I guess I would wanna know what the mechanism would be to receive it, if we had to. You know, obviously, you know, the court of law says the town of Ware is going to, and the board says, no, we deflect back. I mean, how do you, that, to me, that's gonna be spending lawyers and town council to deflect it.
I would rather deal with that if it happens, when it happens, whatever, than open the door.
So I can give you a different view of my prior experience. So I ran our training budget in my prior department, which was about $130,000 a year, entirely made up of forfeiture funds. We used those forfeiture funds to better train our officers because it had to be used for either training or equipment, which thereby served the citizens. So we're out there arresting drug dealers and what have you, murderers, rapists and stuff. When applicable, you didn't seize rapists or murderer stuff, but drug dealers, you seize their stuff. Matter of fact, we had a couple of Allen Iverson's cars, just to put that out there, because that was always kind of a big thing with us. Yeah, whatever. But if we're better training our officers to better protect the public, to give them the training necessary to go out there and arrest those drug dealers, which they absolutely wanted, because that was my forte. I made 1,000 arrests my first 6 years on, the majority were drug dealers. I had 3 complaints because I didn't harass people. I just simply watched corners. I'd know who had the dope, who had the money, and who had the gun within 20 minutes of watching them. And I'd go in and I'd make the arrest, and we'd work our way up to the
Top of the
higher dealers, and we'd seize their stuff. And that would pay for additional training, which benefited me because I was able to go, not that the National Academy cost anything, but other forms of training, leadership training and stuff, which put me here. So I'm kind of a direct result of where that system does in fact work. You know, you don't incentivize people dealing drugs and doing what we're going to get forfeiture funds. You take their stuff because there's penalties for
Sure,
doing wrong.
But that's also very different than where.
Not necessarily, because we're looking to get forfeiture funds.
One, you're not going to be able to fully
Yeah,
fund.
it doesn't happen occasionally, but it does happen.
Yeah.
I guess, is there any feelings on this end of the table on it? Forfeitures?
No, not on that. My only concern is to word it so the voters have a say about spending for the new, but no, other than that, I'm all right with it.
Leaving it?
Yeah, personally, just my opinion.
Okay. Yes?
Yeah, I think there's laws and regulations around forfeitures that we would abide by if we were to get those, so I'm not that concerned about it. I understand from a civil liberties perspective why you would say that, but I don't think we're gonna do anything, and I know we're not gonna do anything that's against the law.
Correct. Yeah, there's state policies and federal policies, and what we're looking at is a federal
Right.
system of forfeiture.
Sherry, anything?
Yeah, I don't think I have a problem with it, really. I mean, you could put a clause in there that has to come back and be reviewed by the board or something.
Well, every expenditure would have to be approved by the board.
Well, I think you mentioned the forfeitures.
Just forfeitures.
But that's gonna be in the courts, it's gonna be in,
Right, yeah, that would have already been through the judicial process.
right, by the time that it shows up here, it's gonna be through the judicial process and everybody's already hashed it out on that aspect.
And I'm not sure, because we haven't hit it before. I don't know if up here you guys have to approve accepting it too,
Oh, I
just
don't-
like any other
I
thing.
would think over a certain threshold, we
Yeah.
probably would have to at least be
Yeah,
notified.
I think this is gonna be over
Public
the
hearing
threshold.
type thing, yeah, it's unanticipated revenue at that point, you'd have to have a public hearing, so.
Right, sure.
Certain dollar amount.
Yep.
So, all right, so I think that, Beth, I think the consensus is to rewrite it so that the purchase of a vehicle has to go back to, it can be, the fund can be utilized, but it has to go in front of the voters to fund it. So we're gonna rewrite it that way. And the
Along with the proposed change that she suggested.
Right, right. Like I said, we can still use the fund, but we can't just say out of, vote lock, no. Or
And
yes.
again, where it's a
we-
revolving fund, we have to still go to legal, and you still have to go to Department of Revenue, so it may not be allowed under revolving. I don't know.
Correct. It may have to be a special revenue fund before it's all said and done, right? Neil, Finance Committee?
Yeah, you might wanna figure out.
Neil, can you come up to the, yeah. Just to the viewing public. And unfortunately, we're still on the black screen. The part's on order, but it's all being localized, right?
Neil Kirk, Finance Committee. The words cruiser fees includes salary, gas, vehicle use, and so forth. Some of the, or part of the cruiser fees, as the chief indicated before, really should go back to the general fund to reimburse the general fund for the expenses it made, and should not be placed in the special fund. Otherwise, in effect, the general fund, the taxpayer is subsidizing the special fund without voting on it. So consider what portion of the cruiser fee should go into this fund, and what portion of the cruiser fee should go back into the general fund to offset taxes.
Agree, and we were thinking like 25% is what we were previously.
Which way?
Going back to the general fund.
25
To
on that.
offset the insurance, the registration, gas.
So this would read that you'd keep 75% of your.
Right, because you're also offsetting the use of the vehicle, which is the wear and tear on the
Yeah,
vehicle.
I understand.
75% toward the wear and tear and 25% toward the gas, insurance.
I just think this would be written so they would say 75%.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, that's 75% of that, the cruiser detail fees collected.
No, we agree.
That way there, it's a solid number.
Yep,
All right.
How much is in that fund?
nothing after.
Nothing, no.
The
Right now
the
it's
existing
zero.
one, right?
Oh, the existing one.
Currently roughly 24,000. We're spending 19 to offset the new cruiser, and then we keep about 5 because we have to pay officers when they work for details, and then that gets reimbursed.
Understood.
And Beth was comfortable keeping 5 in there.
And so, but 5 is, because I thought when we talked about this a month or so ago, that fund is getting closed out.
Is it that fun? No.
If,
No, we're not closing the fund.
No, we're not closing any fund.
Okay.
so what fund was he talking about that we couldn't expend the correct way?
Right.
Because,
Special detail revolving fund.
Right.
which has
That's the one
$24,000
that
in
we're
it.
talking about.
Oh, I thought we just said we were gonna close that out.
It'll still,
If this
use-
passes,
It'll be used for officer salaries, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's still gonna be used as a detail revolving fund.
okay, so then there's that 75% change because we have to have money in there to pay the officers.
Well, that's why
You're
he
putting
said
25, huh?
That's why when he says he's gonna start this fund, he's
Yeah.
only using 19.
Yeah,
There'll be
that's,
5 in that fund.
and the 75% is, we get $20 per hour for use of the vehicle. It's 75% of that
It was 2575 of the cruiser
stays
fees.
in the fund, and then 25%. So essentially, every hour that a vehicle is used on a detail, $5 goes back to the general fund, is how it would break out
Okay.
for gas and what
And your
have you.
labor still goes to the existing fund.
Correct,
Yeah, the labor goes there, and then this would be everything above and beyond.
yes.
Just the cruiser.
Right. So just the cruiser, 75%
So
of the cruiser.
cruiser, dam funds,
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
not special.
Yeah,
you're right, yeah, that's this new fund.
Okay. All right. Good with that? Okay. Cruiser.
All right, so. We are still looking at another grant for this. I just mentioned the computer. But police cruiser, the price was $81,690. We were offering to offset that. $19,000 to be withdrawn from the police detail fund, and another $16,000 to be withdrawn from the Everett Dam Patrol Fund, leaving a balance of $46,690. That's gonna come down a little bit though, because there's something else I was gonna be able to reuse now that
No,
we've designated.
I already took that out.
Okay, never mind. That's right.
So that's the number, 46,690. Any questions on this?
Tax impact is 4 cents.
Okay. Right side of the table? No?
No question.
Okay. All set? Okay. Maybe this question is for Beth before you leave the podium. I think we're all set with the chief, his budget, and his warrant article, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We have a document here that was the treasurer voucher. It was moving money around for special detail hours and reimbursement of wages to the general fund. What is that all about? I don't remember anything about that. We did the move to the for the park.
Yeah.
We saw that, but what was this? We didn't quite understand this when we saw it in the box.
It's what we've been talking about, is the special detail revolving fund. We've had it since 2007.
Okay.
What happens is when a police officer works a detail, we take the expenditures, his salary, his payroll taxes, retirement, out of the fund. And then when I get reimbursed from the vendor, I put that money back into the fund.
So this is all coming out to reimburse the general fund for the labor,
Yes.
et cetera, et
So
cetera.
you see in and
Yes.
out.
All right, so there's a total of about 101 coming out
Yep.
between the two. It's 65.
Well,
And,
one's coming out, one's going in.
oh, all right. So yeah, so it's coming out at 65 is coming out of the general fund. 54 is going into the.
Correct.
Well, it says balance owed to the general fund.
Because
because it was
we've been paying the
deposited.
officers.
Okay.
We pay the officers out of the general fund.
Mm-hmm.
So then at the end of the year, we gotta put that into the fund, and then the fund pays us back for what we've spent.
So approximately 9,000 went into the cruiser
The net.
fund.
Yes.
That makes sense, everybody?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's got,
Thank you.
It's got Benji's name spelled wrong.
Yeah, there's one P missing.
Maybe, you don't sign it or something. I don't know the best way to handle
Or
that.
you can scribble a P in there. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'd take them in.
Okay. We all
I
set?
cannot sign it.
We all set?
As long as there's three.
Yeah, I think we'll have the three. We all set with the chief?
I can sign my name with one P.
Yeah, there you go.
All
Thank
right,
you, sir.
thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I think because he's probably gonna be quick, I think we should recognize Clay.
Yep.
Clay?
Thank you. Here, so I'll pass it out again for your reference. So, make the rounds. Yeah, I should take one too. Oh, I have a pen. I'm gonna go for it.
Take one pass around. Clay, you only have one warrant article too, right?
Yes.
Yes, I do,
Okay,
yes.
just wanna make
correct.
sure. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, it's, the warrant article's on the back.
Okay.
Actually, I do have a pen.
Anybody
Share
want a
your copy.
copy?
It's the copy.
Yeah, again, I always underestimate on the copies, 'cause,
You never know.
yeah.
Go ahead.
All right, so looking, I mean, I did assume that, you know, that electricity would go up as it has in previous years, and fuel as well. So I mean, I could knock $250 off, because that was me, you know, budgeting for an increase in energy, but, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna happen, so. But other than that, I mean, I'm pretty happy with the budget. If anyone has any questions or concerns.
It seems like a drastic reduction in, the building maintenance.
Right, so what I did was because I did a split, because the majority of building maintenance was landscaping and snow, I made that a separate item. So that's why the building maintenance went down, so I kind of broke them apart.
Kinda
So
made that new line.
Right, yeah, I made a new line for landscaping snow going forward, because it is such a large expense for us.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
And added a little bit into it, because obviously it's not 3190, so, but that makes sense.
right.
Okay. I don't really,
Do you guys pay for snow removal?
Yes, we do.
around the building, right, shoveling and,
Right, yes, yep, we do. So like even that, like that one snow we had in December, which wasn't much, that still cost us like $50, so.
Right.
So I haven't got I hate, hate to see the bill for yesterday, but.
Oh, so Clay offered, is that something we want to take up, or?
On the electric?
Yeah.
What's your current bill running now, Clay?
Oh, so the electricity and fuel it's based on what I paid last year. I went up $250 just because I assumed there was going to be like a 3% increase. But like I said, I shouldn't make an ass out of you and me, as the saying goes, so. I looked into our supplier. It's NG Resources out of Dallas, and I mean, we were locked into a pretty good rate, 17 cents for our supplier, so I don't see a need to change that.
Seems high.
I was looking at it yesterday, there was
That was
11
high?
cents.
Yeah.
That was direct energy.
Yeah, I
Direct
think,
energy?
Is that the program we're on here?
We have standard power.
What, so that's not the same program we're on? Okay.
I think Eversource was going down to 9.2.
Okay, so I could, I could switch back to Eversource. That's what we had before. I don't know how much that would reduce my energy budget then, based on that.
Do we, all right, so do we want to take Clay's offer of the reduction?
So we'll hold it at this year's usage and kind of, now we'll assume that you'll be able to find a cheaper rate.
Okay, yep.
Well, I don't disagree, but I don't want to leave him short either. We're not talking a big dollar here, so
No.
maybe take his offer, what'd you say, 250?
Right.
We just take the 250 and, I mean, again, his budget in comparison is peanuts, and that's why I don't really want to bust his chops too bad, because, I mean, he's 250 on this budget's not a lot.
No.
I mean, it's a lot, actually. It's not a lot for us, it's a lot for him. So,
Right, yeah.
But it all adds up.
it all adds up, right. At the end, exactly, at the end, it does add up. So I think we take Clay's offer of the 250, and I see leaving the rest of it alone.
I'd agree with that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Clay.
thank you.
Appreciate your generosity.
Yeah,
And the
thanks.
warrant article, do you want to touch upon that?
Yes, so that is to make, we've had an assistant director position for quite a while, at least since I've been here. And Dina is our current assistant director, and she's taken on a lot of responsibilities, including she does interlibrary loans, collections, calling people if their books are overdue, in addition to just the regular circulation duties that we have. She's like the head of our circulation. She does collection development for teens. I would like to see her, however, do more teen programming. In addition, I could use help with collection development for the entire adult collection. When I say collection development, that's selecting and purchasing materials. And what was the other thing? Oh, yeah, marketing. I really could use a lot of help with marketing. It's very time consuming. She understands social media better than I do. This is the intention that assistant director going further would take more responsibility regarding marketing and social media. And we had a record-breaking year. If I could bring up the stats. It's on one of these pages. Oh, here it is. Right, yeah, so I ran the numbers for 2023. We had a 7% increase in circulation. We had a 14% increase in visits, a 34% increase with the numbers of programs that we do. We do 373 programs last year. Our program attendance was 4,400. That's a 40% increase. So with all these, so we're getting busier at the library, which is a great thing. All these are library records, so it's the best we've ever had. So, with that, it would currently our assistant director is working 32 hours a week. This would bump her up to 38 hours a week, and then she would have access to benefits as well, so.
Beth, this number reflects the benefits
Yes.
availability? Okay.
Yep, the only question I would have is, Beth, he has 8 months, I have 9 months.
It's always been 9 months, yeah. 9-month reflection.
Because the one that Clay has here says it represents for 8 months, and
yeah.
then the warrant article has 9 months.
So I think we should probably
Round
change that
reflection.
to 9 months.
And does that
I
change
just
the
didn't know if
number
that changes
also?
the number.
I don't know, we'd have to,
I'll double check on that.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
and I can,
Wait a minute. Oh, okay. But the warrant article that I wrote says 9,
Yeah,
yeah,
so it's 9.
okay,
9 months,
All right.
okay.
okay. And I can see the eyeball from Frank back there. It does have a annual cost associated with it, well, at the end, so. All right.
All right.
Any questions for Clay?
Okay, well,
Thanks,
thank you
sir.
very much.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Did you two guys flip the coin yet? Jay and Chief?
Is the board approving these to go onto the warrant?
Tonight we would be. Well, tonight we'd be
Because we're
Moving
excusing the
forward.
department heads, that's all.
yeah. If we don't have any questions for them, we've already discussed their articles, I
So it's
believe.
not gonna change and you're not gonna remove it?
Correct,
Okay.
at this point,
So as
right,
they leave, they're going on the warrant.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm assuming that correctly, right? Saying
That
that?
works for me.
Yep,
If, after we discuss it?
Yeah, I mean,
and-
through these 3 warrants.
Yeah, the 3 warrant articles we've gone over, right?
yep,
I would assume?
For these 3, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, for these 3, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. You guys didn't flip the coin yet?
Let's do the quick one. Do you have any problem with emergency management or forest fires?
Do we have to go those quickly? Forestry, I have no questions on. Doesn't sway either way, so. Any questions from anybody on forestry?
I don't even have a forestry one here, so you're better informed than I.
Forest fires.
Yeah,
It's on page 8 of 13, it goes on to page 9, and the increase is 0.
0,
Oh,
right.
I'm working off my
Oh, you probably should take a new one.
sheet. I'll get a new one.
Just saying.
Just saying.
It's color. So the forest fires is just at the bottom of code enforcement. There's no change, so.
Right, there's no change. And it's hard to predict, I mean, you can attest,
Yeah.
chief, it's hard to predict what you're
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
get. You could get no sticks on fire, you could get the whole forest on fire, you don't know.
And what are the roles, I mean, so we did, it was probably like October, I'm gonna mangle all of the actual terminology. We
Appointed him the
appointed-
warden.
Thank you. And so I would assume that's the wages hourly, and then what's the stipend? Or which one is which? Which one does the warden get, and who gets the other one?
So the wages hourly would be, that would be for the deputies and the warden, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that would be for issuing permits and
Yeah.
inputting them into the system, et cetera. And the stipend was for the same as well, right? But it was more, that was more for the warden. The stipend was for the
Yeah.
warden.
The stipends for the warden, the deputies do get, money for inputting permits, but that has been, pretty much decreased quite a bit, because now everything is going through the computer, and people are signing up online.
Obtaining permits.
So before, you used to have Ray out back writing a written permit, and he would get 75 cents a permit for every permit that he wrote. Now everything is all online, or if people come to the fire station, we do the permits and it's no charge. So we don't collect for that anymore.
So 398 is the stipend line, which we've spent nothing on. It's new. It was in the 2023 budget. And the same amount is proposed for 24 budget, but we've never spent any of that money.
In 3 years.
I couldn't even tell you. I just became the warden,
November.
yeah, like a month ago, or month and a half ago. So I don't know, what that stipend was spent on in the past. I have no idea. I wish I had an answer for you. I don't. I could find
Beth,
that
come on
out.
up, come on up.
You, Beth has the
A couple
answers.
years ago, actually, I think it was last year, the Board of Selectmen offered Bobby Richards a monthly stipend.
Right.
So that was approved, went into the budget, but then he became like the acting or interim, so he was never paid for that.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All
I
right.
remember him
So it's
asking
in
for
there,
this.
but
So with that, I guess the next question is, I heard Sherry over there voicing under her breath,
Can we reduce
remove it,
Remove
because it seems like it moved into, for a better term, fire chief responsibilities. Does that sound right for the thought logic I'm getting from the left side over here?
Yeah. If we're not spending it and it was kind of a special case, let's just
Yeah,
get rid of it.
let's remove it.
Because at the time, Richards was a part-time employee.
Right.
He never was a full-time employee, so he was collecting the stipend because he was inputting all the handwritten ones
Right.
into the computer system, but now most everybody, and correct me if I'm wrong anytime, but now most of the people are obtaining them online.
Correct.
Yeah. And even if they're getting written, the full-time staff is inputting them, which is far and few between anyways, right?
Correct. That is correct on
We
both.
should be able to remove it.
You're gonna remove all of it?
I believe, yes, that was the idea. And there's still enough money in there to cover the wages, et cetera, with that missing. So, my pen go. Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
and then we go to the emergency management, unless anybody questions on that anymore? Where'd that run off to? Where'd it go? There it is. So I know we had talked about, Chief, about the upgrading for the internet, et cetera. We approved that the new server and everything. Is that gonna cover these proposals, or no?
It will help out. It will help out for sure. The training room still has to be outfitted with cable drops and things like that, from either Comcast or from the phone company. The new server will definitely help, that whole situation, for sure.
Okay.
I'd have to double check, but we went through, when we did the Comcast re-up last year, they had a
That money.
decent list, but the money, yeah, but the list of town-owned properties that they would supply drops to. And if they have to add one and it's on that list, it should be free,
I hope it is.
covered by Comcast.
I hope it is.
Just worth checking
It's
before,
supposed to be
before they,
Because they have to do drops at both the, Sugar Hill with the PD with their radio equipment. There's gotta be a drop there. And they also have to do a drop up at Southware
I'm
too,
pretty
at the
confident South
station.
was on the list, but I don't remember the other two.
I
remember
actually
you should be on.
talked to the Comcast guy when he was here and doing the proposal, and he just said, get hold of him and he'll drop whatever you wanna drop.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah.
So hopefully that won't be any cost. I can't say the same for Granite State Telephone or whatever they have to do with their stuff.
So the telephone was to add a line in there?
You gotta have multiple lines.
Oh,
You have to add multiple lines. And the multiple lines you get a fee on those. You have to pay for them, whether you're using them or not, you know? But we have to have them. You can't not have them, and then something happens, and then, right? So
I see.
that's, again, that's kind of all into that line. Again, I put that number in there. I don't want to say assume, but probably after seeing, if this gets approved, once they do the work, that could certainly drop down to whatever, just to maintain it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is just to initially get things up and running up there, and after that, I'm sure that number could be lowered, because it would just be to maintain it, whatever those costs end up being.
So, I had a hiatus from here for medical reasons, but I was listening to all the meetings, and it was brought up, and the question was raised, and I just kind of want a little follow-up by Neil, the fact that because this board made you the EMD, it comes along with more cost to the town, because obviously you're a Group 2 contributing member, so there's retirement, there's FICA, there's et cetera. So it added, it brought it up about $3,000, rough, actually more than that. I remember your take on it was, 90% of the time that the fire chief is the EMD. But it doesn't necessarily have to be, am I correct in saying that?
It doesn't necessarily have to be, as long as the person you put in there
Competent.
is trained, and so I would think that it really doesn't, taking me, the person, out of it, the position requires you to be trained, requires you to do that work that's behind all of that. And if if someone is capable of doing that and has the right qualifications to do that, then absolutely they can do that.
Okay. I just, and the only reason I ask that is because I know in the past we had an individual, Mr. King, that was our EMD. And he was a full-time, I believe he was full-time Nashua, if I remember correctly. So, whatever, he was a full-time, and we had him as a stipend, basically just whatever.
Yep.
And in theory, I mean, it could be the police chief that has this too, correct? Not ideally, I'll say, but it could be.
It could be.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Just
And again, you're still.
Just want some answers,
You're still, it's not the person, you gotta take the person out of it, it's the position.
It's
You're
the
gonna
training
pay-
that's-
You're gonna
yeah.
pay someone that either way.
Okay.
And for either the training or to do the job.
So Rick, were you talking about line 299?
No, the salary really didn't change. It was the 301A that got added to it, and the 301A.
So my question on 299 was, if we're already paying you to be the fire chief, then why are we also paying you to be the EMT? The salary line 299, isn't that already included in your pay?
No, it was not, and that was even before when it was Chief Azina.
Chief Azina got a stipend.
He was receiving a stipend for this position as well.
So why, if it was a stipend then, why is it a salary now?
Well, I think you had someone that was not part of the retirement the last time. So Chief Azina was a retired.
So I guess I think the question is we cannot pay stipend to a
Full-time.
to a contributing member without paying retirement? I don't know, I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay, there's your answer. There's the answer. Okay. Any other questions on the EMD? Chief, you mentioned too that there was a question, when it was brought forward, there was talk about the school being the emergency shelter,
Station.
and then now it seems like it's being proposed at the fire station, but I remember you also saying that we didn't have the staffing for that, so can you light on that a little bit?
Yeah, I actually have a meeting with, the SAU
Yeah, superintendent.
superintendent, hopefully sometime next week. If not the week after, we've been kind of emailing back and forth to try to get a date set. But yeah, we don't, our facility is not set up for any kind of emergency shelter. We can't do that.
Okay.
There needs to be a bigger facility and somewhere where they have like industrial kitchen, they have bathrooms with multiple I mean, all that stuff. We're just not set up for that.
But that's the division between a shelter and the actual operations
Correct.
area. Okay.
Correct.
That would be considered the shelter. This is gonna be considered the operations center.
Correct.
At the firehouse, okay. So is that gonna be that room that's there designated now, is that gonna get kinda converted into something a little bit?
It's still gonna remain a training room and
I'm just talking the physical room that's labeled emergency management or whatever. Is that gonna get any different or no?
no,
Okay.
no.
Okay. Any other questions on the, Neil, Finance Committee?
Excuse me. Neil Kirk, Finance Committee, line 301A. I think the default budget has to be 0 there, not 1120. Your choice of personnel is your responsibility, and if you choose to hire somebody for this position who is a member of the retirement system, then you have to pay him his salary plus his benefits, but you can't put that in the default budget because it wasn't there last year.
I would disagree, but.
Hmm?
I disagree with that statement.
Okay.
He was appointed in '23 in that position.
But now this is to 24.
It was not in the approved budget.
In 23, it was never approved.
Right, and that's the point.
I think you're gonna split hairs on that, because if you're gonna do that, you gotta do it with all your other, whoever you hire for your plans and everything else. You hire for what you have for staff.
I would, want to run that one by council. Personally. When we run it,
Commission that has that specific.
stat specific, yeah, that's a specific question, yeah.
Many of them in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of them in there. And you take the downs, you just don't take the ups.
Right, well, no,
That
just,
seems to be the conversation.
just that specific one is my question,
Yeah.
so, okay. Anything else on the EMD?
No.
Okay, we'll roll back to fire. Well, roll forward to fire, I guess it is. Ta-da. All right.
I asked this last time about lines 311
Well,
and
312.
312. Yeah.
Yep, those could come out of there. We do not offer, stipends to anymore to the fire officers.
Which appears to be reflected.
Proposed,
Yeah,
though,
correct.
Right.
last year, and it was approved.
Mm-hmm.
The Board of Fire Ward's proposing to remove the stipend.
Yep, understood.
Right, but with those being eliminated, do they come out of
Positions
the,
have not been eliminated. The Board of Fire Wards is proposing to reduce the stipend.
Yeah, the actual positions have,
Are still
the
there.
actual positions have not been eliminated, it's just the money's been eliminated.
Correct.
okay. So
Well,
those
both of
would
those, it's
rightly
been
remain in the default.
Eliminated?
It's the
Yes.
same kind of question
I,
that we
I believe those would stay in the default.
Can you explain? Go for it.
No,
Go.
325, Group 1, retirement. I guess my question is, I know that we've had Group 1 employees for more than 2 years. Why was there no contribution for those 2 years?
I
That was,
Okay.
another bet, that was before me.
I think she talked about it before. She used to have a retirement, now she's on a group 1, group 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It
that's
was
all
all
I'm thinking.
together.
So now
in-
you just
That's all
separate
together
it.
in one
You just
line.
separate it. Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
The money hasn't changed.
Thank you. Salem, take it away.
Can you explain the big jump in cisterns again?
What line?
Assistance,
339, account 591.
Okay, so the past couple of years, we haven't done any maintenance at all on the cisterns. And the town owns 30-plus cisterns. We own them, the town owns them. And there's been a huge lack of maintenance done on them. You know, we went out and we go usually once, if not twice a year, and try to pump the cisterns. We add chlorine to them and identify any problems that need to be addressed. Whether it's painting, whether it's rust removal, and then priming and painting, and a lot of them are gonna probably have some type of sandblasting done to them. A couple will need covers. The covers are cracked. The covers alone are like $250, $300 just for a cover, for the cisterns. So it's been the lack of maintenance, and we need to, I guess, play catch up with that before we start running into bigger problems, because again, the town owns those, and God forbid something ever happens, you got a kid fall through a cover somewhere, playing on them or something like that. So that's the increase of, why the big increase.
So how many years would you say we'd have to spend $5,000 before, okay, this isn't,
Multiple. 5, 6.
Would this be something that, I know as long as I've been around, anytime a road job was done or anything, the cistern was always fixed up and paved, and any tree or brush cutting, such as like on Pine Hill, I mean, would that be something that could help reimburse the highway department do if they do it on the way by?
Cutting brush?
Well, lots of paving, probably put 100 tons of pavement out on them over the years and stuff. Because they're the ones that have to plow and really, really maintain the area, and they were all in bad shape, so anytime a road job's ever been done, it's gotten fixed up and got paved as the road got paved, you know?
Yep. I mean, we could work something out with highway to do that, to incorporate when roads get redone. A lot of this maintenance that has to be done is actually the iron pipes that come out, the large iron pipes that we draft out of, a lot of them are getting severely rusted. They're beyond the point of taking like the wire brush and wire brushing them down and throwing paint on them, which we do, okay? But a lot of them are way past that life cycle. They've been in the ground for, 15, 20 years now, and they really are going to need probably someone with a portable sandblaster, company sandblasting, to come out, sandblast the pipes down, prime them, and then repaint them. And then after doing that, that cistern should be good for, we could keep up on it, but there's 30-plus cisterns that we have to worry about. And none of them had maintenance. We also have cisterns, there's one going up on River Road that needs to be fixed. We have the cistern, well, it's really not cistern, but it falls into that, the same budget. The one right by Lane Tots Plaza that the strainer came off and went down, that went down the river year and a half, 2 years ago, and it's still out of service. We rely on these to be good and be good to go. If you're looking to cut that, if you want to cut that in half and see what we could get done with that this year, I'd be willing to do that, because I actually added that number in there, and just by looking at, a quick thing on how much it would, what people were getting for sandblasting and stuff like that.
So, I mean, maybe we only get 1 or 2 done over the next year.
Yeah.
But it's certainly,
When you start saying 5 or 6 years at $5,000, that, I mean, that's hitting, it's almost like, do we just do a CIP to do them all?
Do all them all at once.
Yeah.
I think they need steady maintenance. I don't disagree with it. I guess the only reason I brought it up was, you know, over the years, highway's done a lot of, I
Well,
know the pipes aren't maintenance, but the plowing and all that stuff, so I would rather see enough money in there to help contribute with all that than.
I could
all that.
tell you that we're not there yet. If you don't mind me skipping ahead. Well, actually, just, you guys can keep going.
So my other question on that, do we, so that, it sounds like cisterns are really expensive. Do we need all 30 of them?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely.
You have no
110%.
water in
Part
this
of an
town.
approval for a
yeah.
subdivision.
Yeah, they're
for all
approved
of
for
them.
There's no way you're not,
subdivisions.
no.
Now you gotta have.
It was worth asking.
Yeah, you can't be without water.
No.
At least I don't wanna have my house without water.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't want it.
the
I'm
question-
all
the
set
question-
waiting there with the hand on my hand.
Yeah.
Hello?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I don't want to get painted like I'm saying, shut the water off the fire department. What I'm saying is, what if, you know, the town's been here forever. If you say, oh, well, actually, there are 2 cisterns that are like right next to each other, we could actually do away with one of them.
They're pretty far spread.
They're spaced out.
Yeah. Yeah, and
I
still,
see what you're saying, and most of the time, they're not used, and they go to natural water source, but I think once they're in the subdivision plan, you kinda, we own them, and if we own them, I feel like we're
So I'll,
supposed to make sure they were.
I'll just bring it up now
I
because.
just soon not see them in the plan, because they
Right.
never go to Mount William, but, which I would too, but. But, if the town owns them, they kinda supposed to work.
Well, yes, yeah, and if they don't, then,
Kind of, sort of.
that might be a liability
Right,
on the town if
exactly.
they're not,
That
because
is-
lack of maintenance.
that is one thing I can say is going to surrounding towns in my 20 years on this department, it'll be July, that Ware's always worked. The pipes worked, the water holes
Yeah,
worked, everything worked.
We try, we
Test.
go out twice a
Yep.
year and
We check.
the pump sites and everything else like that, we check now, granted, like I said, the
But-
one at Lane Tots, we can't, cause there's no pipe left to it,
But you can put 3 lanes in and have water.
Right.
So you're there. But I've gone to other towns where they say, don't use the pipe, it doesn't work. Don't use the pipe, it doesn't work. And it's like, well, why'd you guys put the pipe there if it's not gonna work? So that is one thing that I can say is that we do have that going for us.
So, just moving, kinda sticking with that, if you guys wanna go down to 338, Fire Department Lawn Care, $8,700,
Yeah.
okay? I just learned that $8,700 is to mow the top of the 30-plus cisterns we
I was
have.
gonna ask that question.
Now, I don't know, I need to buy a mower, I guess, and put in for that. I would like to see that, now, we're under contract, I believe,
Yes.
isn't that what it says?
That's correct. Yeah.
So, but I could tell you that if I'm still here next year, that will be removed, the 8,700, because when we're out testing a cistern, as long as we have, you know, $1,500 to buy a mower and a weed whacker or whatever, I mean, we can do that while we're out testing the cistern or run around. $8,700 for 4 months is crazy. So I
guess before we run down that road, can you just review the contract? Because I think it's supposed to be a timeline. It's supposed to be, what, once every
Year two,
6 or 7 weeks they're supposed to go out and do it?
We can share the contract.
There's a
The
there's a
contract
there's a
is-
timeline. Now, granted, does it get abided to all the time? I can't confirm or deny.
Yeah,
But I don't
right.
completely disagree with the sentiment. I just would before we go down that road, is maybe we review the contract.
Nevertheless, for this year's conversation, we can't do that.
Right, I'm just saying, I mean, that just, again,
Yeah.
I looked at that and that's certainly something that
Could be a
hopefully could
savings
be
down the
cut
street.
next year
Yeah.
and eliminated.
So we did start talking earlier about maybe take that, 5,000 on the cisterns, cut it in half, 25, and see what that gets us. And then
Sure.
I would be really interested to see how it turns out. And if it is a huge expense, Yeah, I would
Yep,
propose.
nope, I would agree with that, and I would be, in favor of that, cutting it to 25 and see what 25 buys the town.
So you're
And how
talking,
much we could
But I-
do.
making the line 2,500, correct?
Correct.
But I
Okay,
think
so
if
it would
you're
be
gonna
actually
cut
just
it,
adding 2,000.
What's that?
Correct.
if you're gonna cut that line, though, you wanna make sure that you don't have stuff that's broken out there. I mean, really broken, so
Well,
you
it's
gotta,
not, it's not
you
cutting,
said
out- the
the
line,
caps and
the line
stuff.
is still going up
The
2,000.
the line's still going
It's
up.
not
It's
as
not-
much.
Yeah, it's not getting removed.
Yeah, I just don't wanna see some kid getting hurt, that's all.
I think this would be,
Yeah, no, I mean, everything
worth
everything is,
$2,500
all
if somebody
all the
drowns.
cisterns, when everyone went out and pumped the cisterns this last go around, and we added the chlorine and everything else like that to them, the cisterns were identified and any problems were identified, and I have a list that basically prioritizes which cisterns are in the worst shape.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, naturally, we have a lot of cisterns that just came on in the past couple of years. Stuff is now going, some of the stuff may be going to fiberglass or whatever, so it's a little bit of plastic, so it's less maintenance and stuff, but we'll see where the 2,500 goes, and we'll address it next year if we run out of money.
344, your line 612, oxygen cylinders. 21, we were around the money. 22, we were about half. 23, we were about a third. Is there any reason why we've continuously gone down the last 3 years? Or 2 years?
I believe that we had changed vendors.
Okay.
So we're actually getting a better price.
Okay.
But all that is really, I mean, that's call dependent, you know? We also get our nitrous from there, from the same supplier, which enables our advanced people to do pain control, with nitrous oxide, laughing gas. So we get that from them too.
So with that, do you feel that that number could go down a little bit, or no? It's been on the decline for the last 2 years. I mean, maybe the 725 is a bit drastic, but
If, what were you proposing to lower it to?
2,000?
2,000? Sure. Yep.
Um, 358, next page, line 678.
358. Yep.
I think since that has changed with the current laws, and also I know the board has changed their thought on that, I think we should probably put that to $1.
And can you just tell me
Well,
what
the
that is?
people who hold the CDL license now and you go get it renewed, I hold my CDL license and I get it renewed,
You get reimbursed from the town?
I get reimbursed from the town.
That's what it is, okay.
You get reimbursed?
You get reimbursed, I'd
For
be the
your
first, because I
driver's
don't.
license?
Yeah, because I don't.
For my CDL portion, I don't drive a dump truck, I have a Ford Taurus sitting in
It
my
don't
yard.
matter, it don't matter, your license, what, the endorsements don't matter, once you're driving a snowmobile, you get a CDL.
Yeah,
What's that?
I said, it doesn't matter what endorsements are on, there's driver's license.
yeah, I've never,
The driver's license is not anymore, when you get it renewed, to have a commercial license than it is to have a passenger vehicle
I
license.
don't know what the difference is, but.
yeah, it's.
I think
I
it is.
think it's
My
more.
question, my point is once you have that, it's your driver's license. And you get in trouble or on a snowmobile as much as you do on a big truck.
I guess I think where you're going with this is it's your license in hand.
Right.
It's not the town's license.
Right, you're requiring me to have a commercial driver's license.
Not according to the Board of Fireworks now. Not according to one of the decisions. I understand,
Sure,
so, just, you know, that's, I don't necessarily agree with it, but the board made that decision.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
I'd ask you to
Yeah,
buy
I mean,
mine to renew mine.
if you feel that strongly about that and wanna put that to $1, then that's fine.
I don't want to get rid of the line because things could change.
Correct.
I mean,
Yep.
we, you know, the in March, and maybe this is the time to ask about it. I mean, what, because that could get overturned by this board. Right? That decision could be overturned by this board come March. I won't be here, but, I mean, I'll be out in the cheap seat, but I won't be on this
I
side.
guess
of it.
my point isn't so much arguing over $249 as it is, I didn't realize that's setting a precedent for,
That we were paying for it.
Yeah.
for all kinds of lives, doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, shouldn't do it.
You know, but as of right now, the fire department does not require a CDL to drive the truck. Now, that is also in the state of New Hampshire CDL book, is that because it's an emergency vehicle, they don't require it, but this board could overturn that. And then you'd need that 250. And we'd also need to discuss training avenues. Training avenues, because it's not, you just go up there and
Right.
throw money at them and say, give me a license. That doesn't happen anymore, so.
Yeah, no.
So that's a whole different ballgame. So do we just want to leave it alone? 'Cause I
Well,
think that's a darker black hole I don't think we want to go into tonight.
So what do we do at DPW?
Nothing. I mean, they,
Jay, how do we get anybody with a CDL now? Or have we?
You have to have one.
You have to have one, right?
Do we,
Right, you
do
have
we
to have
train, do we pay for training? Because we've talked about like having a state come down, right?
So that you can't, well, there's two different avenues. As of right now, what we would have to do is spend $5,500 to get somebody trained.
Anybody that's come in so far, unless something's happened
Yeah.
between me and Jay, between me being there and Jay being here, anybody, a couple that the town have hired without a CDL, any training expenses was on the
Right.
employee, because it was
Right.
their license.
But,
The Works Department is registered with Federal Motor Carrier as a training facility.
perfect.
There is online tests you need to do.
Mhm.
You need to pass those tests. As soon as you pass those, you need to pass tests at DMV. You can get a learner's permit and go through all that stuff. It is way more hoops to jump through versus previous avenues, but it is possible. It's more difficult, but it is possible.
That is information I was hoping to hear that I hadn't heard, that I knew was in the works, and that's the discussion this board needs to have, is about that later. Not tonight, but at a later date. That's
Anyway, I
huge.
guess back to
So-
that line.
but I think-
don't care, it's just.
then I
as a
think we
thought.
leave it
If
alone.
you want,
I think we leave it alone.
For moving ahead for this year, I mean, if you wanted to drop to $1
think-
just to keep a placeholder
I think we
there.
leave it alone, to be honest with you, at this point, because there's bigger fish coming on the pipe. So,
Yeah, but
I mean, we
we
can
need a
have,
precedent, like you say.
Yeah, but it's in there now anyway, I guess.
well, I think that's, again, CDL license, I think we use that for training, material, cones, stuff like that. I don't ever remember the department offering to pay for my CDL when I went up to the license facility, but that's just me. So,
Well, I'd say remove it then, or
I'm,
change it to the dollar.
yeah, I'm of that mind right now.
to change it to $1?
Yep.
Okay. Next line down, chief, 359. He approves 10,000. Last couple of years before 23, it was half, then it was close, then it was way over 23. I do know that that the department sent 3 individuals for their advanced EMT. I guess my question is what is, that was kind of unprecedented, I'll say. Kind of an anomaly. So 14,000, what's that gonna cover for moving forward?
I have 2 people in paramedic school that have
You
to
have
be
2.
paid for.
You have 2, okay.
So, and one person alone, is Rebecca paid? Rebecca's paid? No, not, because she got like suspended where she is.
Because she's
So
on
we have
leave.
one person that's on leave, deployed, so we still have to finish paying for her. And I have one employee that's in there now, and paramedic school it's probably over $10,000 for medic
Is
school.
there any agreement between them and the town? They
That's
have
what I
to
was
work for so many,
just gonna
so
say.
amount of time? A year, 2 years, 5 years? and They
Nope.
gotta pay it back?
No, well, yeah.
what is it
Well,
back?
yeah, I could tell you that in the fire service now, similar to what Chief Moore was talking about, $30,000 sign-on bonuses and stuff like that. If you have a medic and someone's going there, the other town is gonna say, here's your $10,000 check, thanks for your employee, and they're gonna take.
Well, I understand that. I'm just wondering if there was an agreement that
Yeah.
if we send somebody for 10 grand, that they have to stay here or
For
pay us.
5 years or some amount.
Or at least, because I remember when we first started that and we offered it to somebody, they had to actually work it off with that written agreement where they would work.
Correct, that
in-
was
into it.
Captain Hood before she got hired full-time.
I thought there was a couple that went through that.
You
We
said there was
didn't we
an
have a couple?
agreement, Beth, you said,
He's
right?
the only one that finished it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we had that where we would pay, but then they would work us in kind time.
Correct, again, she was working
Part-time
part-time,
at the
she was
time.
working per diem, so at that point, she worked basically for free to pay back her paramedic school.
So I guess my next, all right, so you brought up another question. So that she was a part-time employee at the time, she's full-time now. These opportunities be offered to anybody in the department?
Correct, absolutely,
Full-time, call and part-time?
absolutely.
Okay.
Yep. You wanna go to medic school?
I have no interest.
You sure?
Yes.
We'll send you.
None.
1 year,
Zero.
you'll be
So
done.
there is something down or not? Still don't think of, okay.
Okay.
You know what it says or no? There's just something? That's fine.
Couple years,
Years?
2 years sounds
You
right.
did, now that I remember, you did show me it was, yeah,
Okay. So 4,000 is what covers one medic class, correct? For an individual?
10,000 is what covers a medic class.
Okay, so it's still gonna be short because we have two. Well,
No, because she won't be back
One-
until next year.
okay, one,
So,
yeah,
no,
one in
correct.
lieu, okay.
Yeah.
So the 4,000 actually
4,000
be
is for-
additional for
Correct,
anybody.
if you want to go to training, so I have some money in that budget to send other people in the department for training, which should be, my anticipation is, it should be a lot less, and it should be more like academy classes that are either like $100 or something, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's gonna be a lot lower.
That affiliated versus non-affiliated.
Correct, and we sent a lot, almost everyone in the department was at training sometime this year, hence why our overtime was so great.
So high.
So now we're kind of up to the speed on the medical side of things. Again, the fire classes offered by the academy are relatively cheap, so I think the $4,000 will be enough to send anyone to class if they want to go to take a class.
How many people are in the department, or how many's full staff?
8's full-time.
So I'm trying to do, so that's 5 classes per person at $100 pop?
That's what our staff is right now.
Thank you.
That's everybody. If you guys want one.
So what I was trying to back into is, okay, if we are calling 10,000 untouchable for this EMT training, then what over that should we actually account for? And if we're using the number of $100 a class, okay, how many classes are we
Well,
actually talking about?
that's just a rough ballpark. I mean, I'm going by, some classes maybe $200. If someone wants to go to a class, it could be a specialty class for extrication, it's $400 or something. I'm saying is most of the classes, we should be able to get through the academy at kind of like a discounted rate instead of paying, these thousands of dollars we're paying for stuff, so.
So I guess out of this list, is it the entire list that you would expect to do some amount of training?
Absolutely. If someone doesn't do any kind of training, I frown upon that. I mean, it's professional development, you gotta keep up with everything that's going on, and that's part of everyone's evaluation is what they need to do for the next year to improve themselves, whether it be a fire officer going to fire officer school or.
This list you handed out was for everyone?
That's everybody on the department.
That's
Everybody?
everybody on the department.
And is this, is the number of positions ever changing, or is this is full? and
That's
these are
as
all-
of right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean.
Again, I'm just trying to back into some math, and it's like, okay, there are 18 names there. If we say that there are 18 positions, you know, each one $200, 3,600.
Yeah.
And then you just know, it's like, okay, each person gets $200.
Yeah, but I think,
Yeah, but you can't,
Some aren't that much,
but
and some are
depending on the
more.
level of training you're offering, it's.
All over the
it's all over
place.
the
it's all over
yeah.
the place. You know, I send an officer to officer training, they have to go out to the fire academy in Emmitsburg, Maryland. That may end up being $500 or $800 or something for that one
Yeah,
person.
you can't say here's a $200,
There's
voucher
$200, the
ticket.
rest of it's on you.
Yeah, that would really get you where you need to be, because, the class he needs to go to is 400, and yours is only 150 type thing. It's, doesn't, it washes in the end of the budget, but not per head, per se.
Right.
Right. So I guess I'm okay with that, even though I brought it up with the Ben and Beth discussion of that there's at least something, retain them for a little bit of time. So. Question, back a page, line 315.
Wages overtime?
Correct.
Yep.
So if you go in the middle column, the approved for 2023 was 84,719. There was a proposed number of 88,955. And I'm wondering how we got that as a default number when the approved budget was 84,719.
Warrant article for pay increase last year?
But I guess my question is I understand that, but how you can't, to me, overtime is not a calculated number as far as hourly. You're never gonna know how many hours of overtime you're gonna work. It's a wild guess. So how can that number change like that? Like payroll, yes, absolutely.
Go up and
But it's still an assumed number. You could have 0 hours overtime, and you don't pay anybody, but like wages, 40-hour week, you're absolutely gonna get whatever with the wages, 100%, that's a default number. But with overtime, how does that, I don't understand how that goes up with,
and one part of the overtime calculation increased by 5%. Those two parts of the calculation is hours plus the wage equals the overtime.
but it's assumed
The
that you,
wage goes up.
it's assumed that you're gonna have X amount of overtime.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Because like, we don't see the same in highway overtime.
But his wages changed.
So is this a full staff that you gave us?
I think,
Correct, yes.
I think you're making a good point.
So
Okay,
why,
I have a,
Sure, the wages may have gone up, but you could say 0 or 1,000 hour, 10,000, whatever.
right, and I'm not trying to take anything away from anybody, it's just, yeah, so like, I mean, the PD's flat across the line,
He's a CBA.
His collective bargaining.
but there's still gonna be an amount of assumed overtime there.
They don't put it in their CBA though.
I'd wanna get clarification on that. Thank you.
so if we have a full staff, why do we have overtime?
You have,
You mean,
vacation stuff. I mean, this past
Shift
year.
coverage.
This past year was unprecedented with overtime for the simple fact that, number one, all the way down, everyone was in training. The 5 months Chris Olson was here, every day off that I was not working, I was with Chris because that's what I was instructed to do.
Yeah.
I had to learn the job. I was with Chris. So that incurred more overtime.
Yeah.
We had our, excuse me, our employee that was deployed, actually took between drills getting ready to be deployed, was off a tremendous amount of time, which required overtime to fill her position. We had 3 people going to A school, that took overtime. I have a person in medic school, that took overtime. You know, I can I can't be 100% sure, but I can assure you that the overtime is gonna be a lot less in the upcoming year, because it'll just be for normal people going on vacations and sick time and stuff like
Okay.
that.
Yep.
All right, yes, we will have the occasional person out for training and stuff that we have to cover. And we still have, Lieutenant Charest is still in paramedic school, she'll be in paramedic school for a whole nother year plus. So, there is gonna be overtime when every day that she works, there's gonna be overtime that she's in class. So, but it should go down. Yeah, and Steve just said that that's also for callback when if we have either multiple incidents going on, we don't, the call department, as you see on there, a lot of those people, work out of town, they're not available. I put them on, they are on the call department. Are they super participating in callback? Not so much. We rely on our full-time people who live in town to come back for callback, to take the second ambulance, to take those other calls, or to come in when there's a bigger incident where we need more than 2 people or something like that. So we're relying on our full-time people to come back and supplement what we have.
It just seems like there's a lot of money being spent on overtime. Is there a better way to manage the labor force than paying all this overtime?
Well, I just explained to you,
I know, I'm asking though, is there a better way than what you've been doing?
not send people to training. Our people were so undertrained, that it needed to happen. It needed to happen. And, it was known that it was gonna be a big chunk of money to send people to get up. Nothing has happened, no training has happened in the past 4 years at that fire department, besides just regular stuff that you would do on a monthly basis, on monthly training, EMS training or whatever. There's been no advancement, no one has gone to anything, or to advance themselves. And that's unacceptable. The people need to keep growing and get better for the town so they could service the town better. Again, we had basics that are now ALS providers. That boils down to even, more revenue, better patient outcomes. So I guess a lot of training, again, happened this past year, that probably won't happen. I mean, everyone's at a decent spot right now, where now everyone's kind of up to par. Now it'll just be, the one class here or there, or whatever, moving forward.
So at what point are we paying for something that we do or do not need, and do not need, I guess is the correct way to phrase it from my standpoint. Are we upskilling the department so much beyond what we actually need?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No,
I wouldn't think so, no.
no, absolutely not.
The only other avenue, I'll say, to try and rectify that, which the chief has started to do, is that per diems at the bottom. So they can come in and cover a shift, and we pay them a wage, and it is what it is, there's no
not
retirement,
overtime,
nothing, right. The only problem with them, and the chief could back this up, is they are at the mercy of their department, which is probably shorthanded as well. So when they say, you're gonna come back and work, they don't have a choice, sorry, Ware, I can't work for you, and then we have to fill overtime anyways.
Correct.
So, I mean, if they can work, it's great, but if they can't, they're at the mercy. And that was always the problem with the per diem program when we had it before we had full-timers, was most of our full-timers, and you were one yourself.
I worked per diem
Yep.
for the town for 12 years.
Right.
And I was at the mercy of Bedford Fire Department.
Correct.
And
So, That's the only downfall to that.
With us not doing as much training coming up, is there any flexibility in reducing the overtime line below the 88.9?
I mean, I would be a proponent of leaving it. You know, I'd be a proponent of leaving it for the fact of 2022's number was 75, I get that.
75.
And 2021 was 54, but you also have to remember too that in 2023, we added the additional 2 to complement the 8. So 2022 was only 6 members, 2021 was only 4 members, 2023 was 8 members. So you're
Yeah.
gonna get a bigger mix-up.
Yeah,
in that.
people are getting, as they stay on the department, naturally you gain time. Also, you gain more vacation days, you gain more time off or whatever also.
Yeah, I would want to leave that alone. The only thing again, with the exception of, I want to make sure that proposed default number is correct. But that's just my own feeling. I mean, it was 75 with 6. It's bound to go up a little, I mean, so that was what, 15,000 between the 2 years? Another 15, that's right at that number, with the additional 2 people. I don't know what the rest of the board feels. Yes, no, maybe?
Maybe.
Okay. 362 line.
362. So radio repair?
Is it, I don't think that's a new line.
No.
We were under a maintenance contract until we joined Capital Area.
Correct.
Which that kind of fizzled, as soon as we joined the Capital Area. 21, no expense, 22, no expense, 23, $1,500, I'm assuming that was for reprogramming. And yet it's $5,000 across the line. I guess my question would be where, to me, this is just me, if we had a radio crap out, it would come out of 361, which is equipment. You'd be purchasing another radio. So repair, I guess, I just don't know.
Radio equipment is to buy radios.
But that's why.
Radio repair is to repair the radios.
And I understand that, but if we had one completely crap out and we had to replace it, it would
You'd
come
be
from
buying it.
361,
Right.
not 362, which is repair. If we sent it to our vendor and they said, no, you can't fix this thing.
Correct.
You'd have to buy one, it'd come from 361.
Mm-hmm.
If we had to repair it, yes, it would be, obviously, if you had to put a new knob on or a new antenna or whatever. But to me, I'm just wondering if that number's a little bit high for what we got,
What's the price of a new radio?
like 4 or 5 grand.
Yeah, it's more
Well,
than
you-
that, 6,000. 6,000 for a mobile. I
So
just
do you
bought
think
2.
you're gonna get more than 2 this year? Because you got
Which-
14.6 in there.
Okay, you're at the
Well,
other line.
yeah, you're at the other line, I'm not at that line. I'm just
I know you're the one
referencing
under.
it, I was at 362.
Yeah.
If you wanted to just cut that in half, and make it 2,500, I'd be good with that.
I would feel better at 3,000, just, I don't wanna kill it that bad, I just, a little bit back, that's all. What's the rest of the board think?
I mean, if it hasn't been spent,
It hasn't been spent in the last 3 years.
We do have older radios over there, I mean, they're from, like I said, I was telling you the other day, the most XP, I
Yeah,
mean, so they're
yeah,
older.
that's the thing.
So
That's the biggest problem
If they
we're
need
having
batteries or
now
something like
is-
that, we gotta purchase batteries, and that would be to me, that'd be under repair.
Correct.
So I would wanna leave it a little inflated, not, I say inflated, a little bit more than half.
So I want to talk about 361 at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I do.
That's a bigger conversation
Well,
for
but
me.
if we are not buying more and we are leaving more older ones, then I could buy, okay, we need more in repair. We need more money left in the repair line
Repair line,
because we have older radios hanging around. So something you said has really stuck with me on if you go to grab somebody's radio and
Mm-hmm.
it's not what you're used to. So that stuck with me on like, let's buy them in bulk.
Right.
Get a whole bunch of them.
So the conversation I had the other night, and this is the avenue we're gonna obviously go, was if we buy 2 radios, as of right now, everybody except for 2 have the XTS 2500 Motorola. If I grab yours, I know exactly what knob does what, et cetera, in a situation. Now, if we replace them 2 at a time and the technology changes, and I grab yours and I have a 2500 and you have an Apex, I don't know how to run yours in an event emergency.
Yep.
So that was a
Nope,
concern that I had.
That's a good question. The new Motorola's that are coming out are very similar to they still operate on the same way the old Motorola's run. And again, my thought process was instead of buying all this brand new equipment at one time and spending the CIP for next year is $95,000, instead of spending that, don't spend it and buy a couple of new radios a year. And yes, the technology changes, but we're gonna end up sticking with Motorola, and those radios have been the same. I mean, I used the same portable when I was in Bedford for 8 years, and they didn't change them when they bought new radios every year. And so that's why that line item is why that line item is the way it is. So I could buy 2 portables every year.
So
I guess
I
I
also
agree with you to an extent on the Apex versus the XTS. Because I couldn't figure out how to shut it off the other day, because it was that much, I turned it and it kept.
Well, I don't know
turning
what, there was one radio that I got that was actually in the cruiser, and when I got that, and I don't even know what the radio is, but I gave it to 4 people and they couldn't even turn it on. So I just left that out and took one of the old ones and put it back in there. And
Right, that was probably the Apex.
Yeah.
So, and that's my point is, 4 of you couldn't turn it on in emergency. If 4 of you knew how to run it, but 4 of you didn't, is that a safety issue? You know what I mean? That's my question.
Yeah,
so that tied with, I had an outstanding question on, can we use ARPA money for fire radios? And if we can, then okay, I got a little pushback on, well, the police aren't done with ARPA money yet. Fine, but it has to be allocated by the end of this calendar year. So we get towards, so I would probably leave both of them alone. I'd leave it 36 and 5, $3,600, $5,000.
Okay.
Get to the end of this year, this calendar year, 2024, and say,
See what
okay,
the
here we are with the
number is.
ARPA, here's what we can do. Can we do a bulk purchase of radios for fire? If not, then we can make a decision on, okay, no, these should not be purchased piecemeal, and we should do it CIP, or, okay, then we start into this life cycle.
No, let me ask you this. The 95,000 that you had in the CIP, was that for mobiles and portables or just for portables?
I believe that was just for portables.
Okay.
95,000 wouldn't cover if we're doing mobiles.
Right,
Out of
okay.
$6,000 a piece.
Okay, just a thought, just a question. I just want to see what that covered.
I'm not in favor of buying stuff in bulk. I'm not in favor of doing that at all.
But if we can
Because
do it
then-
with grant
because
money
then
that has
every
zero
time-
taxpayer
yeah.
dollars.
What's that?
But if we can do it with grant money, with zero taxpayer dollars, direct taxpayer dollars.
I would rather, if we're gonna do it for taxpayer dollars, then buy 4 and I'll put 2 in the budget for next year. And I'm trying to space this stuff out so we don't have this giant spikes. We always have these giant spikes in the budget every time, whether it's air packs and we gotta spend $300,000 on air packs, $100,000 on portables, or if you just buy the stuff little by little, I don't need 19 new portables. I don't need that.
Yeah, well, and that's why I made the
two
remark.
people on duty during the course of the day, and if I buy 2 mobile radio or 2 portables, those 2 portables are gonna sit in the day room, and when the 2 full-time people come in the morning, they pick up a portable, and that's their portable for the day, and then they put it back in, and then the next person comes in, grabs that same portable. And then next year we'll get 2 more. We'll rotate those 2 out to start replacing some of the radios that are running off XP software that, God forbid, a computer crashes, you're not even gonna be able to program the thing, because there's no program out there to do it. So-
I
So
don't mean to
that's why I
override
made
you,
the
but
remark.
that
We
goes
would-
against the man down orange button, that theory.
What do you mean?
Because if people are sharing the radios, if you push the orange button, it's just gonna say portable 1.
Duty
portable
1, duty 2.
2. So who is that? Who am I going
That's,
after?
that's the current people who are on duty.
But who am I going after? Am I going after you? Am I going after one
The
lieutenant?
current people on duty.
But I don't know who duty 1 and duty 2 is. That's why.
I could
Follow my
tell
point?
you that every, pretty much almost every full-time fire department has a bank of radios. And when you go in, you pull out a portable. And I might have, when I worked in Bedford, I did 23 years over there, and we had a bank of radios, and you pull out a radio, and you were assigned that radio, whether it was duty number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. And you pulled out a radio, and that was your radio. It's your officer's responsibility to know where you are. It's the incident commander's responsibility to know who you are. And where we only have 2 people, it's pretty easy to tell who the 2 people are who are on duty, especially if you're signing in, you're giving your tag to somebody, and they say, "Wear portable number 1." Well, portable number 1's the officer. There's always an officer working, right? An officer and the fireman or the junior person on that shift. So you have the officer, it's portable 1. The second person is portable 2. That's how it's done, like, I would say 90% of firehouses, Some firehouses have, they issue you your radio, and it's actually yours, and it's keyed in, like we have right now.
Right.
Like we have right now.
Yeah.
But again, I'm just trying to avoid these spikes, I guess.
I can appreciate that, but I think right now, given where we're at with the fire department transition, to make all of these changes in the middle of a transition, or which should be in the middle of a transition, might not be the best thing.
What do you mean by that?
From the Board of Fire Wards over to the Board of Selectmen.
That has to do with what?
Understanding what the department is doing and how you're operating. I don't know that we should be going and making all these changes to how you're operating. To make radio grabbing one versus assigned, there's a whole change management plan that has to go around educating people on.
Right, well, I was
what
put in a
that is.
position of being the fire chief or the acting fire chief right now, and I'm doing that. I'm taking on that's part of my responsibility.
Okay.
I don't feel I should just sit back and just let things unfold willy-nilly. I have 30 years plus experience in the fire service. I pretty much have a pretty good handle on what I'm doing, I believe anyways. And in my past experiences, and if this situation or this operation has worked and has worked well in full-time departments. And there's multiple full-time departments that do this. And it saves money. I mean, you're not buying, if you guys want to go out and buy everyone a portable radio at $6,000 a pop, and that's great. But, and then everyone has a radio, I guess. If that's what you want to do. I don't want to do that. I don't think that that's necessary.
Well, I'm going to propose again that we cut the 11,000. We wait until the end of this year. We try and spend the ARPA money. If we can, fantastic. We put off this discussion for however many years. And if we can't, then all we've done is defer this
A year.
1 year. So.
Yeah.
That sounds reasonable.
And I understand what you're saying, Chief, but I politely disagree. Respectfully disagree with it. So. But.
The radios that we have now are working. But it's all good.
till it's not,
Till it's not good.
till it's not good.
What's the rest of the board inclined to do? Sherry?
You want to bring it back to 3,600 is what you say?
Yeah, 36 and 5.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then leave the repair line alone,
Yeah.
because we're leaving
right,
an extra year on the radios.
yeah.
Rest of the board?
That's wrong.
Chief?
What you guys want, sure.
Um, 365, the required testing. And I know that there's a couple different schools of thought here, but I know when Chief Azina was proposing the full-time staff, hose testing was going to be under their umbrella. Ladder testing was still gonna be subbed out, pump testing was gonna be subbed out, but hose testing was gonna be kinda under the umbrella.
Yeah.
Has that changed?
Yeah, we do not have, the time nor the resources to do hose testing. I have over 30,000 feet of hose that has to be tested annually, and we don't have a hose tester. I guess we can use a fire truck, but, you know, $800,000 fire truck is not a hose tester. And it just requires, it's very extremely labor intensive to do it. So it's for the 5,000. I talked to some of the area chiefs, and that might even be a little bit less, because New Boston has a company that comes in and does it. I believe Chief Richards over in Deering, I was talking to him, and he has actually looked up the same company to do hose testing also.
Okay.
So we get a bunch of people in the area. They usually knock some money off of it.
When they can actually stay here for a little.
Right, stay here for a week or two.
All right, anything else on the budget for the fire chief?
The uniforms, can you explain that one more time? Line
what-
360, uniforms?
60.
It's going up by $6,300.
Yeah, so I was just told the other day, someone wanted to buy a pair of boots. Town offers boot policy, $250 for a pair of boots. And I have those amount of people that I gotta buy boots for at $250 a pair. So, I mean, that equates to almost $4,000 worth of boots I have to buy. And if I just buy, 4 pairs of pants throughout the year, those are $80, $320. Golf shirts are, $240 for 4 golf shirts. And you multiply that times the amount of people on the thing, that's the price of uniforms have gone up tremendously.
Okay.
So,
And they-
and the whole boot thing, and I didn't even realize that till someone showed me that in the town policy the other day, that, cause if that was the case, I would've bought a pair of boots and had the town pay for them or whatever, but I didn't.
The last time we met, we authorized the server and the sonic wall and wireless. Are those in the operating budget anywhere that need to be removed?
No.
No.
Okay.
Nope. Nope, cause that was they just came out, Doug from Umbro just came out and did that like literally 3 weeks ago or whatever, came out and looked at it.
Okay. Anything else, the chief, on the operating budget?
The last thing I have is food. It was line item 330.
$1,200. Yeah, we.
I don't know what we buy food for. I'm assuming there's some amount
Well,
of snacks
when
and
we
stuff.
have, when we have trainings to entice people to come to trainings and stuff like that. We did when we did the Santa ride this year. I could tell you, I bought the food myself on my own dime for $55 each night. So, if that was towards the town, then
But that could
that's
also,
where.
that could also cover if we had a mutual aid event where we were trying to feed
Right.
the mutual
Yeah.
aid
Yeah, you go to a large fire, you gotta buy a box of Joe or some coffee or whatever.
Pizzas or something, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just never come close to spending $1,200. It's 359, 640, and 212.
Yeah, I think it probably just got absorbed in some other part of the budget that fell short, you know? A lot of the lines here, you know, some of those end up doing that. That we need to put the money somewhere else, that something happened and we need to put the money there.
I think, and it was for a while there that basically every EMS training we were providing food for.
Yeah, Chief Azina was buying
I think if you
dinner
went, if you went back a year or two, it'd be high, close to that number. So, not saying it won't get back to that number, but, I guess a couple $100, but not, I wouldn't go much below 1,000.
I was kind of staring at something below 1,000 feels more palatable. Say, man, it's over $1,000 on food. When
No.
when we can see the previous 3 years.
Figure it's only $100 a month,
Yeah.
on a 12-month calendar.
Yeah, but $100 a month.
What can you get for $100 nowadays?
Box of Joe's $25.
Yeah.
For a box of Joe, and $25 for a
If
dozen
you
of
ever had a
donuts.
big event or a big.
Yeah, if we had a mutual aid agreement, or event, it could be
Graffiti
I mean,
it,
$200,
yeah.
$300.
I mean, put it this way, I have, the capital area is coming around. They host the dinners and stuff. I mean, that's coming around, and I'm gonna be one of the months this upcoming year, the host this year. I mean, I don't want that coming out of my pocket
Are we doing
to
the,
feed 50 people.
are we doing the Central New Hampshire wardens too?
Yep, I think we are, the schedule came out on that. I don't know what day it is,
So,
or what
yeah.
month it is.
I think it could get consumed rather quickly, honestly,
Yeah.
personally.
I spent $100 just to buy pizza here in the storm.
Exactly. That's,
right.
and that's for a month, so, yeah, I think, and again, if we did that and had mutual aid event, it could be a couple $100 easy. We don't have many fires, thankfully, but if we did, it could get easily consumed,
Oh, yeah.
so. Anything else?
So it looks like we've only removed, and I say only, I apologize for saying that, we've removed 14,000 approximately from
Yeah,
the
one,
budget.
14,149 is what I got.
Okay.
I mean, I think I had a pretty lean budget going in.
Okay. Ed?
Oh, I think I did, really. It was only 55,000 over last year, and we're, you know, getting things up rolling, so.
I won't disagree. All right, anything else on the budget?
Ask finance. Did he have any?
Yeah, you have anything, Neil?
Finance? No, yes, maybe? Oh, one, at least.
Neil Kirk, Finance. Again, these are lines 311 and 312. If you're eliminating the positions, excuse me, if you're not funding the positions, you're effectively eliminating them, and I believe they need to come out of the default budget. And I would repeat what I said before with respect to emergency management, line 301A. That those expenses are not, according to my read of state statute, eligible for default budget. And that would reduce the default budget by something, by a couple of $1,000s. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay. All right, and you have 2 warrant articles?
You got fire department wage increases on page 4. Full-time fire chief and the, fire truck,
The fire truck's on what, page 6?
could be.
6. Yeah, that's on 6. The fire chief is on 4.
4. The 2 are on 4.
The 2 are on 4 and 1.
And 1 on 6.
My question is, and maybe this isn't for you, maybe it's for the Board of Fireworks Chair, that number that is annual raise, what does that bring the salary number to? Because that's gonna combine the, I'm assuming on line 310, which is 110, fire salary chief, what is it gonna bring that number to?
Which one are you talking about first off?
The fire chief, this page
Fire
4.
department increase.
Okay, fire, so you're,
Fire
the
chief.
You're
article
not
for the
doing
fire
the
chief.
wages.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
There's
I-
one above it for
I
wages.
didn't even see that one, sorry, my bad. I didn't see that there was the
Okay.
fire department increases ahead. But, so we will go back to the fire department increases, because,
Okay, the first one?
Yeah.
first one.
Okay.
I didn't realize, I thought there was only 2, I was on bandwagon for 2, I didn't see the third one.
Okay.
All right, so fire department increases, what does this represent? It represents $46,000 for 9 months. What does it represent for the members?
It represents basically bringing the members in line with what the current, state of New Hampshire came out with their, 2023 study. I don't have the book in front of me. It's about that thick, and it brings everyone into line with that. They surveyed everyone, and that's like the middle of the road, what the pay should be for those positions. We also went from 10 steps down to 7 and eliminated. There's, like, I can't, right now, I can't hire someone for $18 an hour. So when they come through the door, you bump them up to the 3rd or 4th step. So like, why bother having, I mean, it just, everything needed to get readjusted, and that's what this is doing, basically, is readjusting everyone's pay to reflect where the business is right now.
So I guess my question still stands, what does that reflect for the employee? Is it $2, $3, $4.50, $4.61?
It varies on where they are now, you know? It's roughly, I wanna say, I thought it was like 6%? Yeah, I remember we went
So this,
through that.
so this represents a 6% wage increase for the fire department?
Ballpark, yes. Yep.
Full-time members only?
What's that?
Full-time members only?
Yes. Yep.
8.
Yep. The 8 full-time members. Because the per diem people are paid naturally just a per diem rate with no rate, with no benefits or anything else like that.
And they're in the other article.
Okay. And according to the list, you're a full-time member. Does that include 8% for yourself?
Right now, I am one of the 8 people, yes.
So you'd receive the 6%?
Until such time as I
Okay.
get put into the position, if that so happens, and then I'd be on salary.
Okay.
But the person, and then the person who
Backfilling
replaced
yours
me
would be
would start at
6%
at
plus.
step 1 or whatever.
I think it benefits this conversation, so I'm just gonna ask on the CBA article, so did the police union accept our proposal? Are we all good on that?
We sent it over, we have not heard yet.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, so is that something we can talk about?
Well, it represents what we agreed to, but I haven't got an email back yet.
Because a lot of what went into that discussion was what we were considering doing for other employees around
The
town.
non-union
Yep.
Right.
article.
Yeah, I don't have a response back yet.
Which I'd at least say is less than 6%.
You know, like Chief Moore was saying, I mean, you know, the workforce out there is extremely volatile, and I would like to keep the people who I have. I would like to keep them happily employed. And, you know, it's very easy to do a lateral transfer to another department that's paying, you know, $6, $8 more an hour. And I'm not asking for that. I'm asking for a fair wage. I'm not asking for the moon. I'm asking for what the state of New Hampshire, basically going by what the state said, that these people should be paid.
It's pertinent to the conversation. I'm gonna ask Jay, what was your warrant article? based off of?
That proposal that I gave to you guys,
Okay, but it was an hourly rate adjustment, right?
I think it was $3 on the base.
What percentage was that approximately?
Yeah, I wouldn't know either. I think probably roughly the same, honestly.
$3 out of 20.
Yeah. Come on.
It's 1 point,
It's too late.
1.5?
Huh?
I can't decide if it's 1.5 or 15. I think it's 15. Maybe it is. Yeah, it is. It's 15.
15%.
15.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean.
I just didn't know what your number was, that's all.
And I could tell you it's unfortunate, but that's what you need to do to keep employees. And you're gonna, that's just the nature of the game nowadays. You know, everyone is leaving to go to other places, and it's all about the pay. And I know for sure that I have one person leaving. They're moving out of state, and there's no way I'm gonna be able to hire an EMT, advanced EMT, for $18 an hour and start that. That position will never get filled, ever. Not when you're paying the handyman $22 an hour to paint a wall, you know? And no disrespect with that, but when you hand someone your kid, 3-year-old baby in the middle of the night, and you expect them to do something with that, you know, there's a lot of responsibility that goes with that. And I believe that the fire service and EMS in general is horrendously underpaid, horrendously, for the responsibility that we have. And I'm just asking what the state of New Hampshire says that we should be getting for these positions.
And
I
for the
gave-
state study, was that, I mean, is that like a state average, or did that take into account, you know, a little more rural?
Nope,
It's not like
that
Concord,
went,
what
it
have you.
actually went by county. And I wish I brought the paperwork with me, because when I proposed this to the Board of Fire Wards, I gave the Board of Fire Wards a stack of paper, showed them the book, let them look through the book, and it goes by county, and it tells you what, every job under the sun, and it tells you what the, you know, the low, the high, and the average wages, or what it should be. And I took it right out of the book, and the study was done in 2023 for Hillsborough County. And that's what I based this pay adjustment on.
So I have a question. If, and we can roll Jay right into this, if the DPW and the fire department increases get voted to the negative, but the non-union passes, does the no means no on a wage adjustment override the non-union article?
Say that again?
So if the fire department increase specific article gets voted down, it's a wage adjustment, it's a raise.
Yeah.
And the DPW gets voted down, it's a wage adjustment, it's a raise. If the non-union wages article as an umbrella gets voted through, does a no means no clause roll into those two departments because their wage adjustment was voted down?
No, I wouldn't think so, because
Yeah.
it's a separate article.
Yeah,
It's
they're
still a wage
full-time
adjustment.
versus part-time.
Yes, the voters said no to a wage adjustment.
But this one is for full-time. The article specifically says full-time, at
But
least
the-
for the DPW it does.
But the non-union wages is for everybody that's encompassed in those two articles as well.
No, it says part-time.
Not included in previous warrant
Part-time fire
articles.
and rescue employees.
I believe they're separate.
So
'Cause I think
part-time
at
fire
least
and
fire and
rescue
rescue,
employees, that would be
not
the call
DPW.
department.
You have 2 non-union examples in your packet. One
Yeah.
includes DPW,
One
doesn't.
includes the highway, one doesn't. It was a choice. So you could do one inclusive of fire and everybody, fire, highway, and the non-union, or you could leave separate warrant articles alone. Like, that's why there's a choice here.
Okay, so that the non-union actually excludes those two lines.
right now, but you can roll them all together to make one warrant article, if that's your choice.
No, that's not what my thought was. I thought that the non-union encompassed DPW and fire.
But there's two,
There's two examples.
there's
Yeah,
two
flip
examples,
page.
flip back
Two,
a
just
page.
flip the page over four.
On page 3 at the bottom does not include
Oh, okay.
highway. The next one includes highway, but you can include highway and DPW.
I think we still need the answer to your question, though.
Well, the way that the article is written for the full-time, it specifically says full-time. The others say part-time DPW.
The second of the optional just says
Sorry,
part-time fire and
part-time
rescue.
fire and rescue.
So regardless, the non-union umbrella does not cover the fire department increase. They're not
No,
in
but
there.
you can change it. It's a draft.
You can,
To-
no,
to
you
me,
can
to
change
answer your
it.
question, it's two different pots of money to ask for, so it's two different
Right.
articles. You can ask for a,
It's
not that
sti-
you're gonna, but you can ask for a percentage raise to the voters, and they say no, and you can give an adjustment out of the budget.
It's still a wage adjustment, though. No matter what it is, this is a wage adjustment and that's a wage adjustment. If you compound them. That's my question. I don't know. I don't know the
I
answer.
think they're separate, because you can give an adjustment out of the budget if one.
I would wanna run that by legal.
Call one a cost of living, call one a wage adjustment.
gonna say, one was the, wage adjustment minimum,
It's the same thing.
Sneaky.
No, to me, it's the same thing. And I think it would be looked upon the same. I just wanna confirm, because I'd hate to have even just say, the DPW one get voted down, but yet non-union passes if we write it as such to include highway, and because no means no, they don't get any of
See,
that
we did
pot
this
changed
one other
over.
time, though, I guess they both
It
passed, but
Right,
it was
so,
written,
they both passed though.
right, but it was written, so if one did and one didn't, you'd have got the one that did. Because one was the percentage, how it was written, cost of living or whatever, and then the one was specifically stated that DPW was, I forget how it was worded,
Adjustment.
it was
I
an
think it was a
adjustment.
wage adjustment.
Wage
Wage
adjustment.
adjustment.
And it wasn't to be sneaky, it was to,
No,
I
no.
wanted over and above the 3% that
I'm
the
not-
board was asking for
I'm not
everybody
thinking
else.
there's anything sneaky here.
I know, but
I
I'm
just wanna
saying-
make sure that if, no, if one gets voted down, it's not a complete tank for everything. You know what I mean? For all the fire employees, they don't all get tanked.
No, I
You know,
understand, I think.
Because to me, that would be very bad. And I'm not saying that we should not do what you're proposing. I just being the devil's advocate going, if that fails, where does that leave us?
Right.
That's all. But it appears to me that now that I've read it, and I just guess I just didn't read it, is that non-union article does not include the fire department full-timers.
Correct. It's just the part-time, which would be the call department.
But everything you're saying is true of DPW, because it does include DPW.
Right, so I think that it
So
begs the question,
are you saying, are you adding the fire to it?
no. No, if we wanna do a standalone for the fire department, that's fine, I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is now we've moved to the DPW, if that increase gets voted down, because it's not your article was a $1 increase.
It was a specific.
This is a bag of money, and if the bag of money gets voted down, where does that leave this article, if that's what we go with?
Yeah.
I just wanna make sure that it doesn't become a double negative,
No, I hear you.
and they get nothing.
Yeah, mine was a specific amount.
Yeah, so. I mean, we can make his a specific amount, but he's coming up. We're on him right now. So,
Coming up.
all right, so, fire department's basically at 6% and out of the non-union raise pool. Is the board okay with that?
I don't know the numbers that were offered to the police. I think I heard in your discussion down there that it was less than 6%.
Yeah, we don't know yet.
And we don't know if they've accepted
Right.
it.
Right.
But, with just saying to that, the police, a part-time police officer, or a full-time police officer, their starting wage is more than ours. If you walked through the front door of the safety complex and you didn't know, you had no training at all, and do I wanna be a cop or do I wanna be a fireman? You come in as a fireman and you're gonna get paid $18 an hour. You go in as a cop, you get paid $26 an hour. Actually, you wouldn't even get in the fire department, because we'd say, well, you need to be trained first before we hire you.
With the same
But-
retirement.
With the same retirement, exactly, we're still in group, so if we're gonna compare, you need to, at least I would hope we compare apples to apples and the percentage to percent of how much people are getting paid. Because we do not get paid as much as the police department does. I can assure you that, because I've heard it.
Well, you can't go compare one department to the other on the wage or, but I guess your argument would be how much under where you wanna be. We could stand here all day long, argue who's worth more money, but the point of the percentage raise is, you know, if you're that far behind the average, then you have an argument for asking for a higher percentage, would be my argument.
Which we are.
I mean, I guess I don't ever really have a problem with what you're gonna ask the voters. It's up to them, as long as it's spelled out what you're asking for. I've always been the advocate to at least ask for non-union what we're gonna ask for union, to make it fair. Not an hourly raise, but at least a percentage, so. You're asking for a little bit more, but if you have an argument as to why, then it's for you to sell. I'm okay with it being posted this way. And this is what's hard about this. I guess I've never done them where there was just a sum and it wasn't spelled out. It was $1 an hour, it was 3%, or it was 8%. It just, that's what's hard to make the argument for these articles.
Like you walk into that ballot box, like, well, how many people is this?
Right.
Yeah, how many,
Right.
people- yeah.
Well, I think it's your opportunity to sell it at your mailer. That's what you
Yeah.
have to do.
So I'm okay with whatever you wanna propose. I mean, it's up to you to make the
I
argument.
mean, would you want to see a percentage in
I
there
think I would want to see
instead?
it. I would want-
I think it would help you more. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm only talking from experiences standing on that side, that you're gonna be asked that question at deliberative session.
The numbers should stay in there, the 46 and the 60, those should stay in there. But somewhere in there it should say, you know, wages and benefits for 9 months represent, or, you know, pay increases for the full-time staff representing a
6%.
Percent, whatever percent
6.2%, 5.89%
I
raise,
just, I
whatever.
think it would fly better if people had that, and then at deliberative when you're asked that question.
Because the way you set it up is not everyone's getting the same percentage.
Right.
Right, because of the
Right.
qualification.
Yeah.
You know, an EMT basic.
We average?
Yes.
Can we average a percent? Yes.
Chair?
So, the wardens looked at.
Identify yourself,
and
please.
Approved.
Steve.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Steve Robertson. I'm the chairman of the Board of Fire Wards.
Thank you.
And so the board looked at the numbers that the chief showed us and adopted basically like a pay scale. I know from experience that, personally, that, you know, you talked about different types of pay, and most places will separate out your pay scale from your cost of living. So if you're talking about, you do have two different kinds of increases, most places. And so the way I look at it is what the town usually votes for, I would consider a cost of living. But as you, like the chief said, developing your career, your experience, your training, just your education for the town, you know, obviously firefighter EMTs have to know, you know, the roads, the layout, the neighborhoods, where the water sources are, all those things that the longer you're there and the more you participate in that training, the better employee you are. And also it costs a lot of money, as you know, to lose people that you've got, especially people that are well-trained. And so this pay scale that we adopted was, I believe, like maybe at best middle of the road of towns of similar size, et cetera. So, and I'm not sure personally, as I sit here tonight, my personal concern is we've got a lot of articles here you know, everybody's doing it, so to speak. The police are coming in with a contract, highway's looking for something, we're looking for something for the fire EMS. And so I don't know what the answer is as we sit here tonight, but my concern is, personally, that, you know, if we make it too complicated, then it all fails usually. So I don't know exactly what the answer is, but the scale is to try to get people in a not even a high competitive, but a competitive enough so that we can hopefully retain people. You know, when you as an employee, when you look at your situation, you say, well, maybe I can make a little extra money there, but you know, I've got some tenure here that gives me a little more vacation, et cetera. I'm gonna stay, you know, so, you know, that's retention. I know the highway department right now is having trouble with retention because it's become harder to get truck drivers, and you drive out of state, like to the Midwest, and I can't believe how many trucks there are on the road. And they all gotta have CDLs, and all the companies have signs on all the trucks that are saying, work here, you know, we're hiring. And so we gotta get through this, this time, and still provide the service that the townspeople are voting for. So that's just all I wanted to say. Sorry. I think this is
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
I don't, it's up to them to
I,
sell it.
yeah,
I've got another question. Hey, Beth, the two non-union potential articles, did those reflect a percentage increase?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the first one,
should have been.
at the bottom of page 3, is 5%. Yeah, same one for
It just includes the DPW guys in the second one.
Yeah, I know, like you said, it's not a flat percent increase. It ends up being roughly 6%, but I don't know if there's some way to just go 5 across the board. That's where I am.
So the fire chief's looking for, he's, and the board of fire are looking for an individual article for 6%, rough. And I believe that Jason's looking for something different. But
Sure.
we'll move back to just the fire department. I wouldn't have a problem, again, I either way, I don't, if they want it to be a standalone article, it's fine with me, like Ben said. If we threw it into the non-union bucket, it's one less warrant article.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to, everyone is at a different pay, so it's hard to just nail it down to,
A percentage, right.
right?
But the more experience they have, the more pay they get.
Correct.
So that if they're
Yeah.
getting
I mean, yeah, I mean, the
6%, they're
people who have
being
been there
rewarded because they've got more experience.
Right.
So, I could go either way, doesn't matter to me. Like I said, if they want to try and sell it as their own article, then,
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. There's certainly a world where the part-time get 5%, the full-time get 0.
yes,
I don't know that it's likely necessarily, but it's a possibility.
it's possible.
It's also possible the other way around.
Sure.
It's very possible, yeah.
Well,
So,
Yeah, again, I mean, I'm just trying to save the people who I have.
I don't think anybody argues in that. The only reason I
Trying
brought
to
it.
keep the people who I have, and so
Yeah,
they
we're
don't-
not trying to
You're
argue
right,
that
but
at all.
I only brought it up because I feel from experience you're gonna have a harder time selling this way, but that's your job
But I
to do.
can't put a percentage on it.
That's fine, that's up to you.
it's fine.
It's not up to me. It's just the way I pay the employees.
I was just
It's
sharing a
different.
little experience, that's all.
Well-
That's fine. Leave it on
Well,
there.
it is ultimately up to you and the board of fireworks to put the article forward, the way you have.
Which is what you did.
Huh?
Which is what you're looking at.
Right,
Right.
so it is,
That's fine.
but,
Me time to go to work pretty soon.
yeah, it is. I think I'm just gonna go in. Janice, all set with it? Or what do you want to do? This side of the table? Sure. Leave it? Okay. Neil, finance?
Neil Kirk, Finance. I have to tell you that the two articles dealing with town employees, the one at the bottom of page 3 and the top of page 4, are extremely confusing. I couldn't, I thought they duplicated each other, I thought there were typos, I thought somebody pasted the same thing twice. I just could not understand them. So as a practical matter, if there's some way that you can
I think we need to rewrite it.
rewrite these
I
so
agree.
that whatever it is you're trying to do is clear to people, it would really improve your chances. I concur with Benji that putting in a dollar amount without a percentage increase is asking for defeat. Yes, the Finance Committee will try to figure out what the percentages are and put them in our blurb, and the Selectmen will probably do the same thing, but it really should be in the article. And the fire chief can say an average 6.78%, and people understand that. That's not an issue. But folks need to know that. And the other point is that if
And we could do that, we could do an average.
if you're, I think you stand a much chance of getting everything approved if everybody's getting the same increase. Maybe it's exception for highway because they've got a different problem. But if everybody got a 5% or a 6% or whatever it is,
Understood.
you know.
Yep.
And people, please understand that people need increases. I'm not suggesting they don't. I'm just suggesting that if we want to communicate with voters and make a stronger case for them, we have to do it in a way that's clear, understandable, and uses numbers that we're used to. Last year, or several years, you guys have been having increases, and you say a 3% increase to non-union town employees. Everybody understands that, it's reasonable, or whatever the number is.
Right, but it's understandable.
Right, but the way it's written now, all of the articles.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. All set? Okay. So we'll move to the full-time fire chief? Okay. All right. Back to my question I had before I got a little ahead of myself.
Okay.
What does that bring line 310 to as a salary number?
106, I believe.
What line was it, I'm sorry?
310, which is the fire chief salary. I know that there's FICA and there's retirement and stuff like that, but I kind of just want to know what the base
Yep, the
salary.
base. Yep, 106 was the
Increase,
base. Yep.
106. Okay.
I'm gonna echo something Jana said earlier, that this feels like an inappropriate time to make a big change like this, when the fire department as a whole is transitioning under the Board of Selectmen, and this feels like a very big change, to me.
No, I would think we would want some time to review and evaluate what's going on in the fire department before we sponsored a full-time fire chief change.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
I'd like to speak to that. Give me a second, sorry.
I just, before Steve comes up, I mean, the Board of Fire Wards worked very hard and actually spent quite a bit of the town's money on hiring a third-party outside agency to come in and do all the testing process, and not to mention, you were talking about overtime, all the overtime that was spent with myself, and that the whole course of that was to move towards having someone in that full-time, well, not necessarily having a full-time fire chief, but you have an agency that's open 24 hours a day to respond 365 days out of the year, and not to have a full-time person in that position is,
I think part of what you said, though, is.
I don't agree that you wouldn't want to have a full-time fire chief running a 1-point-something million dollar budget. But
like you said, all that time was spent, all that money was spent towards who we're gonna find for a part-time chief. and then to suddenly switch it to a full-time as the Board of Fire Wards dissolves themselves, just feels like too many moving parts all at the same time.
Yep, go ahead. Sorry, I don't feel that's the fire chief's place. This is more, has to do with the board. And so my name is Steve Roberts, and I'm chairman of the Board of Fire Wards. We had a part-time chief who was retired since I believe 2011, and he was our first part-time chief. Before that, it was a call chief, you know, was technically part-time, but as on-call, not a permanent part-time position. And so when the part-time fire chief retired, we, of course, had to find a replacement. And the board had a discussion, and yes, last year the board voted, the majority voted to not pursue a full-time position, but to continue with part-time. The previous fire chief that was part-time was retired, so he was prevented from working more than 30 hours a week, according to the retirement system rules. When you're retired, you're limited to your hours. During his time, the retirement system changed the rules, and so he was allowed to work 30 hours because he was grandfathered in. But anybody new in the same position, or if we adjusted his title, position, requirements, whatever, he or she would be limited to 25 hours a week. And the previous chief said several times that he was not able to do what he really felt he should be doing for hours to do the job requirements that needed to be done, as well as several other fire chiefs that are part-time are kind of saying the same thing, even in smaller departments than we have. And so part of the reason that the board voted that is somebody asked, could it be done in 25 hours? And somebody who had not worked in that capacity as chief said, sure, it can be. But we actually paid our acting chief during that time more hours than that per week on average. So, and then, as the chief said, we hired the company to come in and help us with the process for finding a chief, and then we went with the interim chief for a time. And the interim chief, who has worked in many departments around the New England area, as you know, has good experience with those type of things, and he said that it should be full-time. So the board took another look at it this year, and we did vote majority to pursue a full-time position, and I actually advocated, one of the reasons I advocated for it was because I received word from a lot of people in town that were kind of angry that we didn't allow them the opportunity to vote on it. By saying we were going to keep it a part-time chief, we removed the opportunity for the town to say what they wanted. And so that, I believe, swayed, my personal opinion, I believe that's one of the big things that swayed the board to now say we want to support an article for a full-time chief, was because they realized that by us making our vote didn't make it happen, but it simply is giving the voters the opportunity to say, is this what we want? And so, and I want to say that I received a couple of emails that people were opposing that position. And so I went, in the August meeting, I brought forward the votes. In fact, one of them said we should cut the full-time staff. And so I brought the votes. This is from because we made a presentation years ago in 2013 before the 2019 town meeting to go to full-time coverage in the station with 2 people. And we went to the Finance Committee and the Selectmen, and we said that we were going to ask for 2 positions per year. In 2019, that vote was 63%, 929 to 584. No, 63% approval. In 2020, the vote was, for that same article, was 968 to 612. That was 63.2%. In 2021, the vote was 878 to 551, 62.7%. In 2022, the last year, it was 1,164 yes and 524 no. That's 69%. That's a really high vote total, percentage-wise. So the townspeople support having that kind of coverage. And so since I've served on the board, which I was on for 3 terms and I was off for 2 years, and now I'm back on again, I've always looked at the actual votes. This is a copy of the warrant, and the votes yes and no. And I don't only look at the fire department, I look at all of them too, and I study them personally. And this is my personal opinion now. And so I feel that we have good support from the town in the fire department, and that we are putting out a good service. We're getting really good feedback. And it took a long time. This didn't change overnight. And so, but the board has taken over steps over the years to shore up the revenue fund to increase our money that we're taking in through revenue by better training and coverage, not having to call paramedic intercepts as much, and because that costs us money in the budget, to do things like that to make it better. But the ultimate goal is to provide the service that the townspeople are asking for. They have voted over the years to support this service. So what the board is trying to do is say to the townspeople, this is what we need for funds to provide that service that you're asking for. And so this is part of that. We need to move in this direction if we want to keep this level of service up. Does anybody have any questions or comments for me?
I do have one question. I know that the Board of Fire Wards will be dissolved, so you won't actually be the one implementing this. But if you were, do you envision that you would go repost for a full-time chief? Because the prior post was for a part-time chief.
Mm-hmm.
Do you envision you would do that?
I can't speak for the board on that, but personally,
No, I'm
I would.
asking for
Yeah,
your
no,
opinion.
personally, I just want to be clear on that.
Yeah,
that
I'm
not-
asking for your
yeah,
opinion.
No, I am giving you mine, is
Okay.
that we went through a process. In fact, we re-advertised, and yes, it was for part-time. But Chief Rourke here went through the process, and he came out the #1 candidate. He's already, like he said, he's worked for us I remember he was one of the original 2 that, he and one other person were part of the original pool that we hired for per diem employees when we started that. And he's been a faithful and loyal employee to us. And he actually was, he worked at Sunel's as a manager in South Ware before that, right?
I found that Chief Rodenhauser, Punky, gave me a job in 1998. And I actually looked at that, and at the time, there was 46 members on the fire department. And the last line that was written for the town summary in the book was, we urgently need more people on the fire department to make calls, so come in and sign up, because they have no daytime coverage. So that was why Punky put me on the fire department, because I worked in town locally. And so that was 98.
And so he was on call while he was in town working, if, I guess they let him go on calls. So it was actually a lot longer than 2010. And then he's had a full-time career. We hired him as a captain 2022, or, okay. And, but he actually was already an employee of ours. And so, you know, this hiring situation that we're in includes pretty much all aspects, and especially supervisory, administrative, fire personnel. And so I would recommend that you put Chief Rourke, Acting Chief Rourke, through the paces, and you know, it's a unique situation where we had a part-time chief, but the job really requires a full-time position now. And so it's good to promote your own people if you can.
So
And
I think you answered that as no, you would not repost it. You would
I
just
would not.
put him in the position.
It costs us a lot of money to put it, to have
Yeah, I
the company come in and do that for us. And then the testing process is pretty extensive too, so. And that's one of the reasons why I've tried, it's hard for me, I've really tried to sit back and not jump in and let him do the budget presentations and stuff. I think he's better at it anyways, but it gives him experience. But he's also a paramedic, which is huge. When we were first having our discussions about fire chief, I said it would be really good if we could get a fire chief that's a paramedic, and pretty much everybody said that's not gonna happen.
I just want to rope it back to the article, because
Yeah,
time's
it's
getting late.
My comment, I guess, to the board, I guess, because it would be our articles, I never mind putting stuff out to the voters, they can vote. I'd like to, my opinion's fine, leave it there. I'd like to maybe recraft it a little. It should have the total cost of the salary and benefits as any new position we've ever put out as. I
Right.
think if you go back to the building inspector, it's gonna be written that way. And I forgot where I was going with the second half of it. Oh, and maybe put an up to number. When we put it out there, I've never seen where we've asked for new position,
Yeah.
how many we have, but wouldn't it be
We've always
based
done it-
on,
we've always had a
wouldn't it be based
range.
on experience and,
We've always had a range, correct?
right, I mean,
So if the, you know, again, and I take your opinion with respect, but if the board does choose at that time to repost it, there needs to be a range.
well, yeah,
Right.
because what if acting chief, what if you win the mega bucks and you say you're going to the Bahamas and we need to repost it, and if we don't get somebody that falls, that we feel, we should have that
Net.
range. I don't think we should be stuck on it. And I think it should be the total dollar amount of salary and benefits.
So you would say, so you want to see something about, that this is, we would take the money from the part-time chief salary line and whatever that number is.
Combine, yeah.
And then add this to it, type of thing, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, because you're eliminating that line.
Yeah, which that's spelled out in the budget.
Yeah, except that, yeah, I guess to be clear for people so they would know, and also that it's not all gonna be new money.
Because I'll tell you the way that I read this article right now, is the full-time fire chief's gonna make 68 grand.
Yep.
Because the part-time got rescinded, and if it says rescinded, the money went away too, not to be compounded.
Right.
I read it as a $68,000 position.
We almost always have the Sands, don't we, in anything
So
we've
we
made?
could put.
I'm just saying it needs to be
We always have
recrafted.
Total salary and benefits.
Put
and
the- Yeah. the-
Yeah, it just needs to be recrafted, that's all.
And then the money's gonna come from.
Well, I guess I'm still of the mind to not do it. So rather than, before spending that time, I'd like to get a consensus on, are we doing this or are we not?
I guess we get a consensus, because Salem is asking, so. I know, Ben, your spot is put it on there, let the voters decide.
And my reasoning is, this is gonna be a new requirement of the Board of Selectmen. So we are deciding what do we want things to look like for a new board that has never done any of this before. And I would just as soon leave it alone so we can look at, well, this is how it's been done. Let's continue to do that. Over the next year, may realize, okay, well, should have been a full-time. Let's put it before the voters, rather than everything changes in March.
Can I just say one thing? I could tell you that since Chief Vizina left, the department has been in basically uproar, all right? There has to be some stability. We've gone on with this long enough that I really think that there needs to be some type of decision made, and because you have employees who don't know what's gonna happen, you know?
Stability is leaving it alone.
And so who's gonna be running the department for the next year?
Excuse me. So, let me answer that, your comment. As I mentioned, if we get somebody that's retired, which is probably gonna be about the only way that we could get somebody that would be willing to work part-time in that position, if they're limited to 25 hours a week or less, and under the retirement rules, they may not be able to be a working chief and go to calls. It might have to be an administrative position. And so, but the main reason that I'm supporting it personally is not for that reason. It's because we actually need somebody full-time. And also, to be having working hours, it also gives us an additional person to respond on calls, which we desperately need. And so for the difference in those hours, to have somebody else doing, it's not like he's sitting waiting for calls, he's doing his job, but if he's needed, he's available. And so that makes a big difference too. You're looking for somebody who is not just an administrator.
But when I started
But
last March, April, whatever, that's what we were told. It was gonna be a part-time chief, it was gonna be an administrative chief. And then it switched. All of a sudden, I felt like all of a sudden, and now here we are saying, well, it has to be full-time, so you have to put this on.
I guess my question is, when did it change where you'd have to be administrative on part-time?
I don't have that exact, I said maybe, because
Because,
I haven't
yeah.
heard that, I haven't seen it in writing.
Well, I'd want to see it in writing, because again, I mean, Vizina never, he was part-time as a contributor, and he never backed out of a situation, so.
Well, I have to see.
Again, I'd want to see it in writing in RSA context. in that
It has
retirement.
changed, I know the hours changed.
The hours changed, right.
So some other things.
I would definitely want to see that in writing.
Yeah.
Before we take that run it to the bank.
But even so, just going to the 25 hours a week is, I feel it's way too low for the management of this size department. And
Now,
the
that's-
board feels that way.
Now,
too.
obviously, that is a New Hampshire retirement contributor. If we got somebody from Vermont or Mass or Maine or God only knows, they had a qualification bucket that came with them, it'd be unlimited, it'd just be the salary. It's only New Hampshire Group 2.
Put out 2 ads for part-time fire chief.
No, I
They
understand
would-
that. I'm just explaining it.
It
It's a
could've
New Hampshire
all-
guy that's
yeah.
gonna, that would be, a New Hampshire contributor, that would be limited to 25 hours. And that's where, like, when Chief Moore came on, he can work whatever he wants, because he was contributing to the Virginia system rather than the New Hampshire system. Right. I just want to clarify that, that's all.
And those folks are mostly looking for full-time positions, because they can do it.
Understandable, understandable.
So, I just, I feel that based on, our time with where we came from in 2009, 2010, to where we are today, this is an important step forward. And the town has grown. It's a more complicated job than it ever was. There's more requirements all the time on everybody. and we need to have that managed, plus we need the personnel as well, available for calls.
Now, I'm not taking away any of your comments or thoughts, but I just wanted to be reminded that when last year, when it went to the voters for the 2 full-timers, there was a question raised.
Last year was the year before.
Year before, excuse me. But when it was asked, it was, are we gonna ask for any more full-time staff? The answer at the time was no. And I understand things change, but that answer is probably gonna still ring out there as an answer that was given. That's all. I understand things change. I get that, Steve, 100%.
respectfully request that it go to the voters and let them make the decision.
Okay.
Because I can tell you, a lot of people came up to me that knew I was
We
involved.
were asked before if we were gonna, make final decision, that we have public hearing on these, right?
We do have a public hearing
Well,
on that.
if you take it off tonight, you don't have a
Don't
public
have
hearing.
don't
one.
have
If
a
we
hearing
left it
on it.
on, we have
Right.
But
public
if you
hearing.
guys leave it on, you still have to have your public hearing, and there's nothing to say that you can not recommend this.
Right.
Right.
It came as a recommendation from a current sitting board that I realize is going to go away, but the vote at their meeting and in their minutes was to put forth an article for a full-time chief. Whether you want to support it or not recommend it, I think that's your choice. But I still, that's why you got people still sitting here at 11 o'clock, because they don't know what you might take off that they can't talk about next week.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
the problem.
My other thought is, and I'm not saying either way, but this could be amended at the floor to a $0.
It could be, any of them
At
could be
deliberative, it
amended.
could be zeroed,
Right.
right. Which would basically render
But
it.
you're depending on
No, I get it.
almost 11 o'clock, and we're gonna make a decision that.
Yeah, I
it's-
understand.
That's why you've got these people sitting here so long,
Understood.
because there's a
I'd
concern.
like to see the people make the choice.
And you can not recommend, you can do whatever, but I just,
You all set with me?
For a moment.
Thank you.
For the moment.
Sherry, ideas?
Yeah, I don't know, it came to us as part-time originally, I don't know.
I don't really personally see, I don't know why I didn't think of it till 2 seconds ago when I just asked you, but I knew the answer, I guess, but I don't know why, wait till the public hearing before I really decide to hear their argument on it, and
Yeah,
Is that something, it's flip-flopping from what we said earlier today, but what do you want to do?
we said we wouldn't cut nothing after they left, so,
Yeah, after the department heads left, right, which we haven't cut anything.
right.
The department head's still here that would,
you may get some compelling argument that would make you wanna take it off. I don't know, I'm just
do you-
saying that.
after the,
Why they're still
now, at
sitting
the
here.
public hearing, after the public hearing, can we take them off as a board?
Yeah, you take the input and then you think about it and
Take
what you
the
wanna
There you
do.
go.
And
Move it
my
forward.
only argument, I get, letting the people decide whatnot, but we were elected to sit and listen to all these arguments, learn everything that we can so that people don't have to. And part of what I feel is our obligation is to see something like what I feel has gone on with the non-transition and make a decision based on that. It's easy to put an article, oh yeah, of course I'm gonna support that, but I feel like at some point we have an obligation to, intercede.
I just think that it would be, the Board of Fireworks put a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of the town's money, taxpayers' money. You guys are cutting money.
But
and-
into
and
finding a
stuff like that.
part-time chief.
And just to go through this whole process to do this, and it would just be a shame to have it cut out. I definitely echo, what Steve said, that there is absolutely no way that anyone can do this job, that what has to be done on a daily basis for 25 hours a week. And something is gonna have to suffer for that, and it's just not gonna get done.
Why was all that money spent to find a part-time chief?
All the money was spent to find a part-time chief. And then when they realized and they had MRI come in and Chris Olson, again, here's a gentleman that's been over 30 different departments, has no dog in the fight, is experienced like crazy, and has a bunch of other professional people behind him, and they recommended that there's no way you could do this job in 25 hours a week. So that's when the board changed their mind and said, hey, we really need to get a full-time chief. Does that kind of sum it up?
We get that. I just,
You know, I mean,
I guess the other thing, well, never mind.
I don't see the harm waiting for public hearing. I guess we need to take a vote and decide. I've done this a
Yes.
long time, and never have I seen two departments take 4 hours, so.
Janice, your idea?
Well, I do believe that the Board of Fire Wards has some stake in this because they made the recommendation, but we posted for a part-time chief, and to go and, if we were to implement this after it goes to vote and passes, I would insist that we repost it for a full-time position because we haven't asked for that yet. We may get different candidates, not that we don't have a great
So,
one.
I guess what
It's just, we have to do due diligence for a
Do you-
different position.
But what about the article? You want to carry it, or do you want to,
Carry to public hearing?
I think we can carry it to public hearing.
okay? Sherry, carried public hearing?
Yeah.
Alright, so carried public hearing, okay. Carries public hearing,
We
okay.
have one more, fire engine.
Yep, fire engine. And that is on
Page 6.
page 6, okay? Talk to us.
so this is to replace, the old engine one, which is a 1987 vehicle. The pump was not able to pass pump testing multiple years in a row, and there is actually no parts available to fix the pump, on the truck.
Okay.
Where will it be stored?
It'll be at the center station. And engine two will move to the south station.
So how many do we have now?
Right now, two.
In service.
In service, two. We had three, but engine one went out of service.
No, this'll be, I don't know if it really matters how it's worded, no, but this'll be a pumper, right? I mean, this says fire truck, there's lots of different fire trucks, tankers and
Yep.
ladders, and
Yeah, it'd be a
should that be
2,000 gallon per minute pump.
should that be just worded at least as pump? Because I know when I had a tanker, it was, said tanker.
Yeah,
When
probably.
we looked for a ladder truck, it said ladder truck. Should
Yep.
it just say?
I think it should.
I think it'll do nothing but help you, is the reason, you know what I mean?
So I have multiple issues with this article. First question, we're gonna spend $1 million. You get a second opinion on that pump?
The pump's been looked at multiple times. Yeah.
By the same vendor, but not another vendor, right?
Yeah, but there's no sense of the pump. The truck is so out of date that it doesn't even, it's way past its lifespan.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead. I
No,
don't know
I'll-
help, but
I got a whole bunch of questions, so hopefully you guys can answer
Actually,
them.
there's also, it's not, can the pump be fixed? It could be replaced. But first of all, there's an FPA standard for refurbishment of apparatus, and there's a standard for retiring apparatus.
Okay.
And to do a major refurbishment, which that would qualify for, you have to bring the truck up to standards. And because of the age of it and all that, I would just say, based on my opinion of fleet management, it's not worth it. And understand that we're not just trying to replace this truck, but we're doing fleet management, so that's why the new truck's not gonna be in place of the old, kind of reserve truck. But you try to move your equipment into a position so that Highway Department does the same with the plow trucks. They take the truck, but they kind of look at the condition, the miles, the hours, things like that, and make decisions on what's gonna go where. And so that's what this is. It's not just that, but it's not worth putting the money into, and it's not safe or reliable because of the age and the components on it, to put the money into. So whether we replace it or not, I wouldn't put a dime into it.
We can have different opinions on that. Not on the
I'm
FPA.
telling you that I've seen this done many times where towns put money into an
Mm-hmm.
open vehicle thinking we can get by.
Well,
And I
we-
can't tell you a time that it's worked out well.
We can share a different opinion on that,
So-
so, my,
I mean, yeah, NFPA says that the
And that's fine.
vehicle should be retired after 25 years. I mean, this vehicle's 37 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just not, it's 37 years old. It
Understood.
needs to-
my next question is, as engine one sat on the hill, how many calls did it go on? In 5, 10 years?
That's not many. I would say 4,
Yeah, sounds about right, okay,
maybe, at best,
okay.
maybe even less than that.
So,
Similar question, how many times do we have 2 of them out at one time?
2, that's pretty, well,
Well, I wouldn't say maybe 2,
No, I mean to 2 different calls, I'm sorry.
oh, to 2 different calls?
limited.
That's limited, but there's engines at both ends of town to cover each end of town. So, and to answer your question, going back, engine one, I mean, we wouldn't be putting $1 million fire engine up at Sugar Hill where it runs 2 runs. It would be coming down here and be running as the primary engine. So, it's not like we're buying an engine and it's gonna sit and not get used. It'll be the primary engine out, and where engine 5 is up at the south station now, that would come down to the central station, be the engine, the reserve engine would be our engine 1 now, right? Or what engine 1 was. And it would just basically switch roles, and then engine 2 would end up at the south station.
So no fire apparatus would be up at, no fire engine to meet a NFPA pump would be in the East Ware station?
Correct, nothing would be up there.
Okay.
For the simple fact that the station's not big enough. If you want to
Fit.
build a new station, then you could fit a truck in there, but right now you can't. And if you did buy a truck, and this is where the thing is, you can buy a truck to fit in there, but now you're putting a truck that runs 3 calls a year, or 4 calls a year. It's not worth doing that, right? So that's why we're not gonna be putting anything up in there. Plus, the PD is gonna end up using a chunk of that space for their radio equipment. I don't know how much room will be in there to put.
It's already pretty much a cookie cutter.
Yeah, pretty much.
The other issue I have is it seems like the purchasing funds are speculation. We're hoping that in the next 2 years, we're gonna make enough revenue money in the ambulance to pay for this. It looks like we're still in a deficit in '25 by about $10,000. I hate to gamble like myself, because whenever in the history that I've been on, whenever we went forward with anything, equipment, vehicles, whatever it may be, the funds were already there. The funds were already there, there was no speculation. And it was up to the voters to decide, yes, we're gonna spend the money. This is on speculation, we don't have the money in the account. I mean, again, I have my questions that were answered, but my bigger selectman hat is the fact that the money's not physically there, and it's on speculation that we're gonna have it when it shows up. And, you know, again,
How much money is in that account? Do you have that right there?
as of the CIPs, it was 630, but I'm sure that there's gonna be a deposit put in, so it'll probably be up around 800 or so.
Okay.
But again, to me, it's still.
Truck's out 3 years.
It's still speculation to me anyways.
Well, we've been roughly bringing in a little over $200,000 a year.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that.
So that's 6,000, or
600.
600,000 right there.
And then we're gonna run rate and do an ambulance in 2027. Are we gonna have enough money to pay for the ambulance when we deplete the account in 26? When we deplete the account in 26, are we gonna have 500,000 plus to buy an ambulance? Which is 99% of the game, right? That's
Yeah,
99%
I don't
of the
think I
business.
have it in there for 500,000.
You got in there for 450. So but by the time we get there, it's probably gonna be 500.
500.
You know.
Well, that's I think the longer you wait on this, you're chasing it.
Okay.
The longer you wait, you're chasing it, because, you know, every manufacturer that I've talked to so far, which has been Lakes Region, has been E1, Sutphen, and Pierce, all the major manufacturers, they predict at least a 10% increase per year because of all the EPA stuff and everything, which I had alluded to before. So, you know, every year that it goes by, it's just increasing another $100,000. You're gonna be, I would think that there would be, if the voters approve, most of the trucks are coming in around that million mark. I just got another quote in, matter of fact, from Lakes. There were 1,005,000. There was another quote I had was 978 or 980. So just a tick under. And I think that by the time, again, the trucks are 3 years out, roughly we're bringing in $200,000 a year in that account, that there'd be more than enough to pay for that at that time.
When's the ambulance slated for again?
27.
Everything he just said is things I've stood up there and said, but I've always had money behind me. I've never had it, we hope money's there.
Well, the thing is,
And then you got that ambulance coming, which to me is more important than, you're gonna be cutting it close.
I guess the other thing, I mean, and I'm not trying to, you're obviously taking the department in a different direction. Engine one was never used as like a reserve truck. It was always up there as the frontline piece. So to have that third truck just
What do
sit.
you mean engine one was a frontline piece?
For the Eastware station. It was, I mean, could it pass? No, but it was always up there that, yes, you could take it if you were there to the front line, right? I mean, until it was removed from service and it failed its pump test, it was up there. Now, right, wrong, or indifferent, that's where it was. So, but when engine 5 went out, or when engine 2 went out, it was never pulled down to be put into service for the Southware or whatever. I never saw that happen.
Well, engine 2 had its pump taken out and was out of service for
a while.
Engine
5 covered its slot.
Yep. So you had engine 5 and engine 1.
Yep. So I guess my question is, you know, engine 5's in the south end, engine 2's in the center right now. What is the likelihood of engine 5 getting out if we were to get this new truck? Engine 2, we'll call it engine 1. Engine 1, engine 2 would respond. What's the likelihood of engine 5 getting out with a roster that's globally having issues, every fire department's having issues recruiting? What's the likelihood of that third truck getting out?
Probably little to little.
And honestly, would you want it to go out, or would you want your tanker to go out, or would you want your ambulance to come out, or would you want your rescue to come out? You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, it all depends on the call, depends on the situation.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
If we have one truck, I mean, back when we had, let's see, there was 5 engines that we had, and we cut, you know, we ended up getting rid of 2 of them, went up to the highway department or whatever, they got sold off or whatever happened to them.
Well, they closed the Lakeview and we had 5.
You still need, I would highly recommend that you have a third engine, because if something ever happened to one, then you're down to one engine protecting the entire town, and not, you need that second engine or that third engine as a reserve piece. You know, and whether we use it for, which I'm sure would probably used if it was a center station, probably used more for training and stuff like that, because you could take the engine out and you could have hose all off of it, you can have apparatus off of it, and if you go on a call, you could just leave it and you still have your other engines in service. So there's a multitude of things why the engine should be kept, as far as engine 5. Plus, on top of that, in another 5 years, roughly, engine 5 is gonna start falling into that same thing where it either needs to get refurbished or it needs to, you know,
Go down the trail.
it's gonna fall off it's gonna be over 25 years old. You know, and can we keep that one? Yeah, because it's still passing all the tests and the pump tests, and it's relatively, you know, there's not a whole lot of newer safety standards,
Right.
drastic safety standards compared
There is
to
newer ones, yeah.
engine 1 compared to,
Engine
you
5.
know, engine 5.
What's the board
I-
consensus?
I had the same concern you had when we went through it on the CIP about the dollars not being there before we make the commitment.
I mean, my big thing with that is at the rate the truck is, like, again, I think that you're going to be, and maybe I'm not using the right words or whatever, but I think you're gonna be chasing that. You know, the price is just gonna keep going up, and you're always gonna say, well, we don't have that money in there. It takes the 3 years for that truck to get built. You gotta take that 3 years worth of funds to add to what's there now. I mean.
But I guess my other comment is, you know, we appropriated X amount for an ambulance, and that's gone up, and we've had to cut a check for that. That went up after we approved the money. That went up 15 grand,
What ambulance?
the one that we haven't gotten yet.
Oh, I thought that was approved, I don't know.
That was, the number was approved, but it came in and they said, no, that wasn't enough, we need more. So there was more money appropriated for that ambulance, early in the game.
Oh,
I
I don't
believe.
know, all I
believe.
know is
So-
is 350,000 was appropriated for that.
So right now, to me, we haven't really, that whole, you know, if you cut it now,
You're not really locking it
I
in.
don't think you're really locking in, within a certain percentage, of course. But I think there's still wiggle room that could move, even if we locked in
Well, the
today.
quotes that I'm getting are, and
They're right around that
I'd be
number.
more than happy to share them with all of you. It says this is today's price.
Yeah.
I'm gonna propose that we cut the article.
Look on the other side of the table. See what the consensus is.
I don't like spending money that we don't have. I don't like spending other people's money that we don't have.
Agree.
Sherry?
I'm concerned that we're not gonna have the money for the ambulance down the road.
Ben?
Oh, I don't know if I'm overly excited about spending money we don't have, but I kinda am all for hearing from the public in public hearing on all these now, so.
Okay.
Cause other people come out and make compelling arguments sometimes, and gives finance a chance to mull it over, and
I've got a 3 right now to take it off. Or do we want to put it in front of the public hearing? Or do we want to take it off? I mean, my personal feeling, and again, it pains me to say this, because, again, I've been on for 20 years, but I'm very, very concerned that that something could happen and the money won't be there, and we've committed.
Yeah, I can't think of an argument that would, and I guess that's part of it, you know, hear the argument, but that is so core to who I am. I'm not gonna spend money we don't have.
So can I just make it, so what happens when the price goes up and we don't have that money for the next
5 years, 6 years.
5 years? What are you gonna do when engine 5 goes down?
you have to ask for a little bit of it by taxation.
Now you're,
Asking by taxation, which is not gonna go well, because it's always been years, ever since that revenue fund was generated, that it was self-sufficient, and the ambulance billing was gonna take care of it. So that would not go over well.
No, I mean, you could always have the
Just my
argument that
thought.
equipment goes up, and they can make that argument, but I guess to answer his question, that you'd handle that by, it's like we do some of the others, you know, some of it gets paid for
Steve?
by, You just have to ask for it by taxes, if you want.
Let me just say that,
Say your name.
Steve, we're still black on the screen right now, so the transcriber needs to hear you, that's all.
Steve Roberts.
Thank you.
So, we
And
could,
don't step that far away from the mic.
we could also do a lease purchase, but that would cost us interest. In just history, the last time we asked for a fire engine, we had the money cash in the bank, and it still took 3 years to approve it. That cost us at least another 50 grand over what it would have cost the first year, and we got way less truck because there was a big EPA requirement that jacked the price of the truck up, added a lot of maintenance costs, and reduced the horsepower that we had available in the truck. So putting it off has consequences as well. And you're right. I mean, 2 years ago, we managed that fund the best that we could on the board. 2 years ago, I think we had 450 in there for replacement, and then we thought, gee, maybe we should go a little higher, and it was last year that we found out that actually a good number, actually it might have been close to last year, all of a sudden, things skyrocketed. I know they say inflation isn't that bad, but last year, 850 was the number that we should be looking at, so we made that adjustment, and here we are at over $1 million today. So, you know, what used to be a pretty in fact, there was complaints that we had too much money in there a few years ago.
Yeah, there's no way.
And it's just the way things have skyrocketed that, you know. So hopefully the revenues will come up. I think they will as well, because, you know, the rates and stuff that
Yeah, we
that
just
they'll
changed
pay
the
will
rates
be
on the
adjusted.
ambulance, so we're actually getting more for billing.
And by having advanced level of care, if the call warrants that level of care, you get a different rate for having advanced care too. So the more advanced people we have available when needed, the more we're gonna make too. But I don't wanna speculate as to exactly, we've always been conservative with the revenue too.
Right.
So,
Right. So,
but that's the position we're in because of inflation.
So we leaving it on tonight, or are we putting it to public hearing?
I want to take it off.
Does Beth have an update? Does she know exactly what's in that account right now?
yeah, because we have probably from
6:30.
October, November area. When was it?
November 20th.
Yeah, November.
6:31.
After we paid for the ambulance, 709,000.
After we made the payment,
After we make the payment on the ambulance, yes.
709.
709.
So then you're looking at 909 if we put 200 in there for
Yeah.
next year. Huh?
If.
909, and then 200 after that, and 200 after that.
1.2, and you need 1.5 by then.
If you wait, it's only gonna go up if you wait.
No, you need it now for the truck and the ambulance.
Ambulance.
Oh. Well, we don't have to pay anything for the truck until it comes in, so.
My
still,
point
it's-
is, by 2027, you need $1.5 million, or 1.45.
And it's not gonna be there.
But, I guess, we need to decide if we leave it. My vote's to, I'm okay to hear from public hearing. That's my vote.
I think we've got a ton, I mean, we haven't even talked about East Road, the public hearing on that is gonna be raucous. I think, I'm not changing my mind.
Janice?
I hope you wouldn't base your vote on what other things are, you know, what other articles, I mean, if they're gonna take too much money or too much time, I mean, you know, I mean, we certainly need stuff at our level also, you know?
What was Janice's vote?
Off.
Sherry?
I think we should wait and see what happens next year, what we have.
So you're thinking off for this year?
Yeah.
And again, I'm reluctant to say, but I don't feel good about it, so I guess it's off, is the word.
Okay. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I think we're good with the chief?
Thank you for all your time, and thank you for your
Yes, thank you.
input as well.
We'll get,
Call it that.
we'll get the prop rod for you. All right.
And I'm following him out the door too, just so everybody knows.
Yeah.
When he leaves, I'm leaving.
Are you coming back next week?
I don't know yet. Neither one of us are gonna sleep tomorrow night.
No.
We didn't sleep.
It's not
last
flooding
night
and everything
before,
coming.
so-
All right.
I don't think I've slept 6 hours in the past 48, so.
Me neither, so.
All right, let's try and get this man home. He's been out. Anything stepping out huge on this?
I was gonna politely ask you if you cared if we started at the top on the highway and just went down line by line instead of going page for back and forth.
Yeah, no, I'm good with that, yeah. That's what I'm trying to do right now.
Okay.
Page 9.
412, you're proposing to leave that in place, that program?
412, yes.
Okay. And that was the 250 or 25?
No, that's not what we're doing. That's much less than what we're doing right now.
Oh, okay. But it's still way above where we're approved for.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So it's 2,500 a person instead of 300 or whatever, or 250 or whatever,
It's got
300.
one extra zero on the.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right, I'm good.
What line were you talking about?
That was 412.
Well,
Thank you.
414, my question stands with what for the fire? As far as the overtime?
Just for the default number, correct?
Correct, yeah, the default versus the proposed.
On 418.
Yep.
For that, for, I guess, Beth, we had the copy from, from December 18th that had the red columns.
Yeah.
And on 418,
Medicare?
No, it would've been.
no, I'm sorry, 417.
Oh.
Yep.
Health insurance, the formula was wrong.
Okay, so green is correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, is that a decline?
What was listed before, we had a 13.6 there.
Oh, so it actually, all right,
So it held even.
okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes?
on line 412, excuse me, Jason. Neil Kirk, Finance Committee. Is that in addition to the warrant article?
Yes.
Does the board know what kind of percentage increase in pay would result if both the budget, the proposed budget passed and the article passed?
Not nearly enough.
But you don't know the percentage?
No.
Thank you.
Okay. The 425, are we having any luck using Indeed for anything?
I was gonna start it back up this month.
Okay.
Do you ever have any luck with it?
No.
No, me either.
I spent 565
We didn't have
some
any
odd
luck.
dollars for it.
I got lots of bakers and people interested.
Exactly.
You never know, you could get that one.
The 429A, the software support went up since we talked last.
yeah.
Went from 8 to 15. And I know we also did some
Went from
in-year.
10 to 15 initially.
Yeah, that was, and that's for
At
that.
least-
It was
At least
8.
December 18th, it was 8.
Yep, so that was the reoccurring cost
That's,
Yeah.
that's that program.
after I proposed the year-end money. So I can't rightfully budget $8,000 and it's gonna cost me 15.
Okay.
Yeah.
In my head, it was lower, but I'm gonna, like,
Yeah, but
trust you.
it was like, what, 13.8 at least though? And then there was setup fees
What are we talking about?
for the maintenance, for that maintenance
yeah.
software.
Maintenance.
So,
You propose, yeah,
so
you
your
talk about end of
lowest,
year.
your
yeah.
lowest bidder was 10.5
Mm-hmm.
for this year.
Okay.
They were giving us a $2,500 discount if we bought it by the end of the year.
Which that's gone.
And prices went up $2,500 this year. So
Okay.
we've lost that $2,500 discount as well as price going up $2,500.
Okay.
And that was your lowest bidder. I don't know an exact price on the one that I recommended, but I know that that was 13 for the first year.
And that was, you recommended you recommended one the first time and a separate one because you got more info. When you talked at the end of the year, you recommended a different one.
So I brought you one as an example.
Sorry, yeah, that's a better, yeah.
That's a better word, yeah.
Yep.
To go ahead and get your approval to go out to bid to.
But this,
Sorry,
hopefully
you're
get
right,
something.
you're right.
but this is the one that you've selected. This will
No,
fund the one you selected.
The lowest bidder sent me a price.
Mm-hmm.
Just, hey, this is what our price is gonna be next year, if you're still interested.
Okay.
So that's the number I put in there.
Because I think we're all pretty on board with you with the one that you had recommended. So do you know what that,
I do not.
okay. Okay.
Probably more than that. I would assume. 440, how much has oil gone up recently, you know? Over the last year, we'll say.
Few $100 a barrel.
That's good enough for me. Uh, 444, was the 2023 number a new line as of 2023? It just, there's nothing spent in 22, 21?
That was a new line.
Okay, that got approved, okay. And same with guardrails? Next one down,
Guardrails has been existing.
just hasn't been spent.
Yep.
Okay. Plenty of work to do out there, though.
There was money spent, I believe, in 2020. That brought us up pretty good, as near as I figured.
Okay.
I do have a small running list of stuff I want to get done this year.
Okay. 448, this is for Ben, that's that weather service you proposed to us a while ago, right?
Yeah,
Okay, just wanna make sure.
they're about as good as any others, but any tool in that toolbox is helpful, I guess.
Absolutely.
I like the fact that they wait till, 24 hours before the storm to tell you it's gonna happen.
In this storm, I would have used the call into them because I wanted to hurry and I knew better.
Yeah.
But I was stuck in a truck and there's no service in Boston, but I would've, that's what's nice about them, is 24 hours you can pick up the phone and call the meteorologist himself.
No, that's pretty handy.
I don't think the radar or the forecast on the computer's any better than Channel 9, but you have that service.
You can call them and say, hey, this is what's going, yeah,
And
I get
one
you.
screw up of going out to early, 5, 10 grand in salt, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't use it much, but it's handy if you do use it.
Just wanna make a note, 451, I don't see that getting any better anytime soon, that budgetary number. Costs are going up, every vendor that my company uses has gone up, it's not gonna get any cheaper, so. The 458 for the knotweed, that is, we're not contracted with him, that's just a cost increase, right? We haven't actually contracted with him, okay.
Go back up.
We making a dent on it? On the knotweed?
We got less than we could get previous years this year because of the price, but.
Right, but are we making a dent on the actual knotweed out there? Or
Stuff
keeping it in
stuff
check
they
anyways?
started on, new
Yeah,
stuff comes
keeping
up
it in
every
check.
year.
Yeah, I can say, it grows like a weed anyways.
Would've heard on
Literally.
it when I started it, and then this year Mountain Road's growing up with it.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's everywhere. I get all of my
To
property.
jump back up on the salt/sand,
Yep. Price went down.
Right.
So I found last year, the price that you had, put forward was more expensive, and then the Board of Selectmen asked you to take $15,000 off the top of that, so that's why there was more money requested this year compared to last year.
I guess my question, because I wasn't involved last year, you had to buy, well, I do know, you had to buy the sand. Is that enough for the salt and the sand?
Oh, yeah. I think so.
'Cause I preached that forever, there was always just enough for salt, and I told them someday our pit's gonna run out. And
Yeah, so
temporarily it has.
we bought,
You did buy sand though.
yeah, we bought sand, that's included in the 2023 expenses, and then you can add another $25,000 to that. We bought salt right at the end of the year to fill up the shed.
Okay. Anything else for Highway Department?
Have the on-call bonuses, I know we did a one-time thing for DPW this year. And now we've got 35,000 in there as a proposed number
We want,
on line 412. What are the thoughts on putting that in a warrant article instead of in the budget?
We did say we were pretty adamant on, this is gonna be a one-time thing.
One-time thing, yeah.
They've always had a bonus.
I mean, the bonus is gonna be 4,200 regardless, split between them, but it's $300, not 2,500.
Yeah, there always has been a bonus, that's what you wanna call it, I guess.
Yeah, it wasn't even,
It was 250, 300.
Yeah.
So I guess to ta-
I'm not saying that the number being proposed is
no.
unreasonable. It's a 10x increase from where
Right.
we're at now.
Right.
And that's a lot of increase.
I guess the reason for me saying that is my opinion would be that it belongs in the budget because it's a huge increase, but there was that budget line there, I guess.
Right. Put it in an warrant article that it becomes part of the budget.
right.
And when you get a no, you get no bonus.
You get the default bonus.
You get the default budget.
No, special warrant article, you don't.
That's true, yeah, you get.
If you
yeah,
worded it that-
No,
means
no
no.
means no, you get zero.
You get zero. The guys get zero.
If it fails to propose, they still get something.
Right. If you get default, you get 42. If you get proposed, you get 35. But if you put on a warrant article, you get no, you get
And
nothing.
Yeah, 'cause
if
no
that
means
did
no.
happen,
You can't give them a bonus.
yeah.
Yeah, you-
Even
you-
with
you-
year-end, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So, it's a slippery
What was
slope.
I gonna say?
Could you word it such that the default stays in place?
No,
Not at
no
all?
means no.
That's why when you want to take everything off and throw it on a warrant article, that's the price you pay if you don't get it. It's no means no.
No means no. Yeah,
That's why you ask them for proposed, and you take a chance with proposed. If you get default, you get 42, but they at least get something.
they get something.
If you take it out and put it on a warrant article, you get no, you get zero.
Right.
There's a lot of salary increases on warrant articles too this year, so I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he's got one of them, so
Right.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
I think we should probably leave it there, personally. I understand what your thought process is, but I'm just, again, the no means no would be very,
I
No,
guess it's
mean,
up to your
2
dis-
months ago, we all sat here and said this is
Said
a
one
one-time
time.
thing.
oh, absolutely, and we made that clear. Well, but that funding was, and this is not the same amount.
No, I agree.
So, so yes, it was a one-time, and that does stand.
It's up to your discretion anyway, but it would be like prorated on attendance.
I'm sure.
Exactly, same
It
as it's
always
always
was,
been.
yeah. It always was when you were here.
Yeah.
So, well, part of the dollar amount we got to this past year was based on lack of, staffing. So, and that's
What I
how,
brought you was, I wanted a sign-on bonus.
With that
To
year,
get, to get employees. I brought you a $3 an hour base increase and a sign-on bonus. And it worked out that we're ending up paying people $250 a week for an on-call bonus. And they're not getting the $300 at the end of the year this year because they're getting $250 a week.
right. So it worked out.
Yeah, this is just proposing that they get a $2,500 end of the year or end of the on-call season bonus rather than the 50-something $100 it's working out to this year. And like we said, it was a one-time thing to get this much money this year, and this is half of that, less than half of that.
There you go.
so,
It's $15 a day.
if you're proposing end of the season though, then how can we spend this 2024 money, which is gonna end up being in 2025?
I mean, one way or the other, it's gotta get in the budget somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not arguing
Yeah,
that so much,
kinda.
just like
Yeah, it's not
putting that
gonna,
in the back of your mind. So we don't get to this time next year and realize, well, wait a minute.
we didn't spend it.
That's what makes that tough that time of year, is it, you gotta get it in the budget and
Yeah.
for the next year, or we'll have the same conversation.
By the
next
time
year.
this gets voted on, it's gonna be
Moot.
a month away from when the bonus is supposed to come out, so
Right.
it won't be forgotten, I don't think.
I thought you were saying
Yeah,
this.
so you're saying you wanna pay this in 2024, April-ish?
No. They've already, they're getting what they're getting this year right now. But you've asked me for a proposed budget for what the department needs and what we should get. This money won't be spent this year because they're already getting a bonus.
Right, so
That's a question.
it'll be a year from now that it comes through. Right. Yeah.
Okay, so is there an offsetting line that we can take that money out of, because it's not gonna be spent in 2024? So can we
hasn't.
reduce another line by that same
But-
amount?
But it hasn't passed yet. Hasn't passed yet.
Right.
Ideally, if
The time
all
of year is
works
hard,
out,
but it's
right.
gotta be in the budget somewhere.
So ideally, if all works out, budget passes, and you would turn that amount back this year, but it'd be in the budget, so you have it. for
If
the-
it passes, I'll turn
Yeah.
$35,000 back.
But
at
that's
end
the
of
point
year.
I'm trying to make.
Exactly.
Because you need it in there for the next year.
You need it in there for the following year. Makes sense. Makes sense.
This is the time of year to get it in, so.
I get that. Okay. All right. Questions? Anything else? Okay. Streetlight, $300 deficient, we'll take it. We'll take it. Transfer station. All right, down the
Which I
line.
don't know who you get a hold of. I tried and couldn't, but the one down by just like Mom's Bakery has been out.
Oh.
You pay for them monthly.
Oh, streetlight?
Yeah,
Oh,
you only don't pay for usage.
oh, yeah, right, exactly, we pay for to have it,
Right.
yeah. Okay.
And if it's out, you're still paying for it.
Oh, of course you are.
Line 486 is the wheelabrator,
Yep.
and that's a 24,055 increase. Can you remind me what that is?
It's $85 a ton this year. It's going up to $90 a ton. Year after, it's gonna go to 95, $5 every year.
That's where we bring our
Is that a contract?
compactor.
Yeah, seven.
Yeah. Yeah, we're part of it's part of a,
This was year 1 of 7, right?
Year 2.
year 2, I think, isn't it? I think it's year 2.
2023 1.
Oh, okay, so year 2, it'll be going into year 2, okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a big jump, but talking to surrounding towns, it's way less.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have a contract with them, then you're at the mercy.
Of whatever day they feel like.
Yeah, who knows?
All right, anything on page 10?
I think that was page 10.
That was all page, yeah, well, that's 466 through 497.
All the increases are contracts.
Most of them, yeah.
They're in both budgets.
I think the only thing that's,
They're in both budgets
Just
in
the
there.
hazardous waste.
just the hazardous waste day, which again, we ran out within 3 hours again, 3, 4, not even 2 hours down there, so. And not for nothing, we don't wanna find it on the side of the road, then we have to pay to get rid of it anyway, so.
Do any towns, I'm not looking to implement this right now, but just do any towns do like pay as you bring stuff, but on a certain day? Like we take light bulbs, whenever we feel like it.
For hazardous waste,
Yeah.
you gotta have a different permit.
Yeah, to store it and everything like that with the EPA.
I did ask that question. You don't wanna be part of it. I did ask that for that reason.
Because ideally the people who use it are the ones that are paying for it.
Right.
But
It's a user service, right? I get that, but.
The
but
facility, yes, is a complete different facility.
You have to,
permit.
yeah, you have to contain it properly, what is it, label it, and then
A lot
God
of
forbid it
costs.
spills. Yeah, just end the world then, just cut the check.
I did look into that though, and it's,
Yeah, to me, that'd be very, very, yeah. Okay.
so under our permit, I guess the answer is no, the question's simple.
are we on sewer now?
I believe if everybody's good with the transfer station, which I am,
So the only Question I have, can you explain why electricity is so spiky?
Didn't we do a pump in 22?
Are we on
Yeah.
sewer?
There was a
Yeah.
pump
Okay,
that
so
failed.
There was a pump that was running, or it wasn't, it was
Well, we got a
dying
light
or
bill that
something.
was like
Yeah.
out of the world, and then they
Yeah,
didn't look at it.
so there was some repairs made, and, yeah, brought back in the line. I mean, if you look at, it's 5,700, I mean, we're probably being 35-ish, you know, but yeah, that's why the spike in 22.
Okay.
Yep. And again, that's sewer and water are pass-through, correct? Yeah, because, remember, it's the,
Just sewer.
oh, just sewer, I'm sorry, but the users pay,
Yeah.
right, so,
Yeah, I'm fine with sewer and water.
me too.
Yep.
We didn't get the chief for animal control, but, yeah, it is what it is.
What's that?
We didn't get the chief for animal control, all
Oh,
$158 of it. So I think we're all set with Jay's budget, if we move to the warrant articles. Which you have how many? 4. Oh, boy. All right, so you want to start with your guys?
Sure, start
Okay.
there.
All right. So I don't screw it up, which one would you like to talk about? Your independent article or joining a club?
So, I think that there was just options there to say, well, if the highway department, public works department doesn't get their
Dedicated article?
dedicated wage increase, they would still get their cost of living. But there's 2 options, however you guys go with it.
I guess I don't know how I would write that. I understand the thought process you want to follow, but I don't know how I'd write that. Because like you want, if, and of course that looks like 2 grabs of the pie too.
Right.
You know, if one fails, you're trying to grab the other one. I don't disagree with your sentiment.
I wonder if you should roll the highway and all the other,
That's gonna be yeah, it's gonna be just a huge article though, if you
What's
roll
that?
them all together. If you roll all of them into non-union wages, you're gonna be looking at 100 and, oh geez, no, you're gonna be looking more than that.
More than that.
$260,000, 265.
5%.
For the, if you put the fire department in there, and you put the DPW in there, and put it all in the same bucket. Well, no, no.
I was just
No, 'cause
thinking
you
highway.
got, you got
No.
2 choices for the.
Right, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying, yeah, so it'd be 66, 92, and 60, so,
That's your year.
that's the full year, right,
Yeah.
yeah. I think that, I did ask a question, and I think that we all agreed that probably we need to figure out what the no means no clause is, with these, before we have our public hearing. If fire and DPW independent articles are voted down, are they completely out of the, you know, well, more so DPW, because they would be included in this one that's on page 4. Is that a no means no? I just want to clarify
Yeah.
before we get too carried
And
away
then you
with.
guys can combine them, not combine them.
Right.
From your answer.
So I don't want to say we're tabling it, but I want to know that answer before I make a judgment on those myself.
But you're still gonna hear the public hearing on it.
That's what I mean, yeah. But hopefully by the public hearing, we'll have that answer. Yeah, exactly. Fingers crossed. Anybody else, any comments, questions on that? Or is it the same
So-
sentiment?
So this one, does this 104, 179, is that roughly a 5% increase?
They're all 5.
They're all five?
Those 2 are.
All right.
Neil, finance, quickly, please.
Which article are you guys talking about? Because it's confusing.
So we're talking about the DPW department increases.
92,768?
That's correct.
Okay.
But we're also talking about the 104, 179. And what I mean by that, the reason we're doing that is because that one above it, the DPW was included in that article. So it would be a compound,
Yeah.
right?
And of course, you're gonna rewrite this to make it clear.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. But we know I mean, we all know the intent, but it's very unclear.
Would you be, the article raises non-union to include highway, 104,000. That's a 5% increase, is that correct?
Right.
The 104, 179 is 5%.
Right. And the DPW increases, before that was said $3 on 20, which is 15%.
It's $3, yeah.
So it's a 15% increase. I hope you'll include that in there, but certainly the finance committee needs to know what the percentages are.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, any more discussion on that? Okay.
No, like I said, I think, because, I guess better here, leave it alone.
What's your next one?
On page 6, he's got a 10-wheeler. Right under the article.
Ah, 10-wheeler.
He came down to 1 after the grant didn't come through?
Yep.
Yeah.
And we're taking the 79,000 for the committed funds that we did for the public hearing out of that.
The ones that went in the road
So you're
reconstruction?
offsetting
Yep.
that, so your cost is $200,202.64.
And if this were voted down, what happens to that 79 grand?
Stays in the fund, doesn't
I
it?
think it stays in the fund, yes.
Yeah, it just stays in the fund.
Because it's already in the committed fund balance.
Right.
So we're electing to use that on a truck instead of on road reconstruction?
Yes.
Yeah, it is a legal use of,
Yeah,
but yes.
I understand that,
That's
but
correct,
that,
yes.
we're just,
Yep.
make sure I understand that we're deliberately doing that.
Okay. Any questions on that one? Comments?
What's the tax impact?
Stand by. You'll get it. Within a couple cents.
I can even calculate it this hour.
Waiting for the copy.
I guess it's like 50 cents, or 5 cents?
So that's gonna be more than that.
Usually around 20, ain't
I
it?
can say usually around,
16 cents.
yeah, I was gonna say 18. Okay.
16.
All right, and then, so we all good with that one? Pretty boilerplate. State of New Hampshire Bridge Fund,
That's
that's
just to take the money
that
from
we
the committed
received.
and put it in the capital reserve.
to actually put it in that
No
reserve fund.
Zero tax impact.
Right. Our road reconstruction, 600.
Yeah, and the math is, at this point,
Rough.
we can clean up those numbers roughly. We're at 284, leaving you 316, not 216,
Okay.
with a tax impact of 24 cents.
Okay. So it's 24 cent.
24.
Okay. Any comments on the road reconstruction?
Yes, do you know what road you'd be reconstructing?
I got a plan.
Okay, that's fine.
Not tonight, though, huh?
Got a
I'm not
plan?
gonna say it out loud.
Is it, as long
Keep
as it's
it tight.
not paved Duck Pond Road.
Somebody once told me that. I'm gonna stick to his advice.
You know a guy. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. I'm assuming we're moving on to page 7?
Yes, sir.
Okay, roadside mower. Replaces the New Holland. This is gonna have the big arm and everything on it?
Yep.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I guess, what are we, because we're paying somebody to do this now, right?
Yeah,
We did hire it out this year.
what is it, $12,000 we get or something like that?
Yep.
So that's, I was trying to do a break even on that. Like, cost of us buying a vehicle and paying somebody to operate it versus cost of,
I think it worked out to 12 years.
so is it really worth this?
I think it is.
So the other thing though is we can put a guy in at 40 hours a week where we're, how much should we get? Well, we get 3 weeks out of the 12,000, if that?
Yeah.
The difference is you maintain
All the roads for a
all the
long.
roads every year versus probably less than 25%.
What about cisterns?
Ooh, You might, you could probably push them back a little bit and get some of the overgrowth back, yeah. At least reach the arm over it and give it a push, you know?
But
So-
that's the difference. I mean,
Yeah.
it was to, there's number one maintenance thing drives me crazy is seeing tree branches out in the road. I still, and like all the rest of them, let the voters vote on it.
I agree.
Was always on the fence about getting a new one because I never wanted to screw a plow truck, and my same concern goes for this year.
Minutes, I'm leaving at midnight. I gotta be
I don't want that to take 5 votes away from the truck.
It'd be
I
worth
don't
a
know.
set,
I think it's
so,
something
I
people
agree.
want though. And I've had plenty of phone calls about brush in the road or just grass that are that's covering
It's coming up,
sign,
yeah,
but that-
yeah.
it's not-
You can put a guy in mow for 4 or 5 months rather
not
than
as
3
easy
I'm
weeks.
done arguing.
Okay,
Let's keep
perfect.
going.
All right. Neil wants to say something.
You got to yes, move on.
move on.
and Neil Kirk, Finance Committee. My understanding is we're down 6 people in the Highway Department. How are we going to take a person to run this machine if we don't have enough personnel now to do what we're supposed to be doing?
Jay, you can correct me, but we would use more contractor service in the road construction aspect during the summer. Am I right in saying that?
We hope we get new hires.
And we'd hope to have new hires with our warrant article that's gonna pass for the raise.
That's the hope.
You are optimistic.
I got a smile out of you.
Well, that is the hope for all
It
this.
is the hope, yes.
To have him full staff again. someday.
Absolutely,
I mean,
right.
I don't personally think that there's any reason to halt operations at the highway department with keeping up on
Mowing.
equipment, because
Yeah, because mowing needs to happen. That's road maintenance right there.
Well, it didn't for years and years, so. when
Right.
We saw the,
I don't know how much it is.
All right, so we're all set with the roadside?
Yeah.
Trailer caddy. Have you seen videos of that running in the snow? I have huge concerns about that running in the snow. Or less than stellar parking lot
it's in
conditions.
ideal conditions.
Yeah. I mean, I would rather, for the 53,000, I would rather get a road tractor that we could put on the road someday with an A operator, even if we gotta put, you know what I mean? I'd rather spend that money and get a twin screw that's putting us in a position to haul our own.
Where are you gonna find the A operator?
That's
That's
very
what I was
true.
gonna say.
I agree.
The-
I don't disagree.
The benefit of this is you do not need a CDL operator.
My concern would be if it hit a patch of ice that happened to be over there, or a divot, is it gonna rock? I mean, because all the videos I saw, beautiful manicured parking lot. Works great.
And
Can you buy studded snows?
realistically, the parking lot has some potholes, but I don't think it's bad enough to not be able to use that.
Can we get our money back if it doesn't work in the snow?
Well, Jason,
That I don't know.
Jason, you can use the tractor to move the trailer.
Who can?
Yeah. No.
If you commit,
No.
Next year?
Yeah, I won't be busy next year. Yeah, you're a nice guy. Yeah.
if you commit to that every Saturday, we'll be good.
$250. Sold.
I mean, we could do that right
I think
now.
we gotta change that stipend amount and in line. Anyways, all right, put it on for the public hearing?
You're
I guess-
also, are we taking it out of the special revenue fund? That's what I didn't add there.
Yeah, where's that coming from,
Is
money-wise?
that coming from the transfer station? right?
Yeah, we were gonna
Yeah.
do that.
Okay, that's what I thought.
All right, so we'll put that on the thingamajig.
Yeah.
I mean, run out of words, look at me go. Landfill cap, obviously we gotta repair that, we're responsible for it, kinda, where's that money gonna come from though, taxation?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
now what happens, the no thing,
Yeah,
what
I
happens
was
to
gonna ask the
that?
same question. If this
I
no
don't
means
know how
no,
many
we have
thousands
to
of
repair
dollars
this.
DES is gonna fine us.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess let me,
It has to go in the description.
would it be more appropriate to make a CRF? I hate to say it like that, but would it make it more appropriate, that way there, if it fails, we can still spend money on it?
There's certain things, there ought to be an exception to that, no means no, but I don't think there is.
I don't think there is, and that's what I'm saying, if we put in a capital reserve fund, you opted not to fund the capital reserve fund, rather than not, you know what I mean?
Fund the event.
Right, make it the landfill maintenance capital reserve fund or something. I know, I'm not trying to circumvent, again, we have to do something, even if we don't get the money.
So how do you establish a fund? How can we box it in and say it's the only thing
So
left
you
to
have to
spend?
write the article to establish.
Is
it.
Via
that
the
some sort of a
article.
quote, we had, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Yeah.
So establish and fund it in the same article.
Correct,
Okay.
yeah,
Can't just put it in the budget.
no.
We just got done whittling.
Yeah, we got whittling. Yeah, we're trying to go to the south side, we're not trying to go to the north side here, yeah. So, I think we could probably write it to make a capital reserve fund,
You want,
because,
Too bad, that'd have been, I guess, something to think about, to use a little bit
And
of
it's-
end of the year fund, so we could have brought that number down.
and it's probably not a bad idea, honestly, to have a capital reserve fund, because this is gonna be ongoing. We're gonna have to maintain that thing,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
Well, it's the second time this has happened.
Right, so it's probably not a bad idea to have some kind of a fund that we
Do you
can,
want the Ricky Hippler Memorial?
yes,
landfill?
that's right. Establish my sign, no, I want it on the trail caddy.
Getting kinda punchy, aren't we?
Yeah, no, it's that time of night.
consider it's almost
I was gonna say,
Wednesday.
Yeah.
considering the time of the morning.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
So, all right, okay, so I think that's all yours, isn't it?
I believe that is all his.
So what are we gonna do? What are we doing with that?
I think the
We're
intention is
gonna
to try.
establish a capital reserve fund and rewrite the article.
Yeah, so you deposit the money in the capital reserve fund. If it doesn't go in the capital reserve fund, if the money doesn't get appropriate for the CRF, you can still use budgetary money.
That's our hope.
Again, I'm not trying to circumvent, but we gotta do something. We gotta manage it.
Certain things that you gotta have, the law tells you so,
Right,
which is unfortunate.
right.
I mean,
So, all right, so I think we're all set with you, sir. Go take a nap.
I gotta go. Anything else pressing?
All right, so I guess my question is, do we want to stop?
Well,
I know that.
Denise is here.
I know Denise is here. Do we want to talk about that, and, which is gonna be a discussion on its own?
I only mention it because I am headed and there was a bunch of people here, but a few people were told by one of the departments that the discussion about the stamp plans was tonight. Obviously, it wasn't.
Mhm.
Are we gonna discuss that sometime?
I
We
mean,
have to.
Like soon?
we're out of hours.
Yeah, midnight.
Yeah, we're
I
out
know
of
not
hours.
tonight, but I mean, they were told by the department to come in tonight because there's gonna, and obviously, that's not true, so.
So,
Building department told them to come tonight.
what do you want to do?
Well, let's ask Denise.
It says
We
now
can-
it's not here.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like, next couple of meetings.
I guess we can discuss the East Road article, and we'll table from there.
Sure.
That works.
I mean, are the rest of them contentious?
No, because the Forester is reoccurring.
Except fireworks.
Cypre, fireworks is the only other thing that's really is new.
Yeah, and you need to let them know if you're not gonna, so they can
Yeah,
run
they do
around
need
and
to know.
petition tomorrow.
Yeah, because they're gonna write a petition
It's
article
only
for it.
fair.
Well, I would say write the petition article because I thought that there was, We're Patriotic had a donation for like 10 years for the
Yeah.
fireworks.
Well, the other thing is too, is I also think that we have enough, unfortunately, we have enough warrant articles. I don't think we should have it on.
So
Not
we're gonna,
this year.
so we're gonna
Yeah,
check
Send-
yes, Cypre, yes, Forester, no fireworks.
correct, and send fireworks to a petition.
Sure.
All right, now let's talk East Road. To raise and appropriate sum of $35,000 for the purpose of conducting a site assessment. So we got some news back from legal counsel. Obviously, there was a couple questions asked, we went back again to legal counsel, and it sounds like rolls back to conservation. That's kind of the way I interpret it. It rolls back to conservation, the management. It doesn't say where the fields will be, the recreation fields will be, but it rolls back to conservation. That's the way I interpret it anyways, in my quick synopsis of it working today. But, could be wrong.
There's, kind of fuzzy right now. Let me,
Get
but I
bandwidth
would
this.
also ask, so Denise has been sitting here waiting.
Yep, come on
Is
up,
there anything you want to say?
come on up to the podium, or no, or you just wanna watch? You want a pillow, or?
We had said on this warrant article, Denise Parrington, Parks and Rec, this warrant article would depend upon the final decision
Yeah.
of that property. I do think there was clarification from the email I saw today,
Yeah,
that there is no restriction
on where they are,
where they are.
right.
The question.
That's what I mean.
The question now becomes, what's the decision gonna be? Knowing that Parks and Rec has a need, do we leave this warrant article? When does that decision get made?
I think you gotta have conservation involved. You can't just do this without conservation.
I agree.
Well, I think that they're the, kind of the way I read it, they're the ones that, because they had the controlling hand of money in it. The way I read
Well,
it,
no, it's because of the,
and it's in conservation.
Designation.
yeah, the
Right.
designation of it.
The money was for conservation.
I mean, would it be worth, I guess this was for a site plan. I mean, is it worth asking for some amount of money, stepping back and saying, okay, for Park to be able to consider alternatives?
So I took the wording just from the CRF, not knowing if we were gonna get an answer, and we got an answer.
Historically, planning has never gone well in the vote. As far, because, I mean, we couldn't even get the DPW building, when we were trying to build that, we couldn't even get plans for that.
That was like
And that-
7 years?
Yeah, and that was,
I think it would go well if the answer was yes, that land will be set aside. But if there is no answer, and this is just a,
Let's take a look around.
yeah, that, I don't think it should go on. It was intended to
Right.
be used for East Road.
For East Road study,
Period.
right.
Because that's what we asked them to look at. So, again, until we have an answer, and that answer may not be, it may take the town meeting to get the answer.
Right.
Depending, one, on what conservation does, and what the public decides to do by petition.
Yeah. So is that's the other thing you're here for too, is because you were gonna kinda go for a petition, right? If needed. Well, I shouldn't say you, but
Someone.
a group.
A group. I mean, I think that there needs to be an answer. I think that there was a hope that this discussion would happen, the reading of the legal decision would happen in public, at a public meeting, an opportunity to ask some questions and get an answer publicly.
Right.
What is the intent? Even though legally something can be done with that land, I think that if it's gonna go to the commission, they should publicly state, are they going to give it to Parks and Rec, or are they not?
Yeah.
I think the public has the right to know.
Oh, of course I do.
And I think you all saw the petition with 400 signatures to put it before the town vote. But there wasn't, Parks didn't write a warrant,
Correct.
Conservation Commission didn't write a warrant.
Right.
The Board of Selectmen didn't write a warrant.
Right.
So that leaves a warrant by
it's-
petition.
Of course, it's coming in the 11th hour when we're getting our attorney's answers
Correct.
too.
Exactly.
Right,
So I would just say, I know it's late, to speak to this, if the land isn't going to be given to Parks and Rec, this should not go forward.
Okay.
Because it would be just willy-nilly money,
Right.
and we don't need to do that. And I guess my last request would be, at next week's meeting, or at some meeting, here, can that email be read to the public? I think
Yeah.
WAC would like
Oh,
to
absolutely.
know.
Yeah.
John Stark Football would like to know, and then I think we'd all like to hear, if it's gonna be turned over to conservation, are they gonna honor the wishes of all these people who
So,
forth?
I mean, I can read it right now, and then I think, sorry, trying to put words in order here. Conservation's meeting this week, so we can at least ask them.
And I can't, have to go out of town for a funeral, so
But we can at least ask them to address if what they would do with that property, because that's ahead of our, public hearing next Monday. And then we would have that piece of information, to make a final determination on this warrant article. So,
Right.
I'm happy to read this now, and I think we can at least ask conservation to.
I think, the only thing I would say, if you
Talk about
read
it.
it now, it's late, and I know that WAC wanted to be here, as did John Stark Football,
Okay.
when it was read, and they wanted to hear from Conservation and the Board of Selectmen as to
And
yes or
I mean,
no.
and I said it earlier, but I assume there are gonna be a ton of people here next week to talk about it, so.
I have
we can-
no
we can-
idea. I think at least the president of WAC would be here.
Yeah, maybe John Stark.
Yeah.
The general.
They have a new president now. She may be here. Whether there's a ton of people or not, I don't know.
Right. Okay.
So, I wasn't looking for you to do that tonight.
Or-
I'm just talking to this.
Yeah, I guess, because the other thing I was gonna propose, we could at least put it in the minutes, because it's pretty long.
Do you have
To just-
time to talk about it at next Monday's meeting?
We can, but that's drop dead for making a decision on
Yeah,
warrant.
we'd have to make the warrant decision next week.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Or, I mean, you guys need the option, well, the group needs to do a petition. That's why we vote on the fireworks tonight, so that group could do their petition.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
Because they have till tomorrow at 5.
there you go. To get
For
20,
petition.
to get your 25 signatures on there, right? It is 25, correct? Yeah.
So what would what would that petition be if not what we're talking about here?
Well, unfortunately, we can only yeah, it's a petition. We're,
Like, I guess, maybe I've seen an email or something, but I don't remember what you're talking about.
Denise is talking about a group that,
So if WAC, John Stark Generals, or anybody in the community wanted to put a warrant article forth to ask the public
With regards to,
how to disperse
The
that
land,
land.
gotcha.
Since the
Yeah, yeah,
lawyer
yeah,
has
yeah.
now
Sorry.
said
I'm catching up
legally
again.
it can be used.
Yeah,
That was clearly stated in the email.
yeah.
The
It would,
townspeople have the right by petition to put it on the warrant and have it voted on.
honestly, I think that alone, again, this is my personal take on it, that alone would, because petitions are recommendation only, they're
Right.
not binding,
Right,
but that would honestly force the hand of the controlling agency of it,
right.
whether it be this board or conservation.
Yeah, I do
Because-
think
because-
conservation will make a
because if it was-
determination on it without that, but
Because if it was a 1,200 yes to 300 no, to turn the front of those into
Right.
fields, that's pretty overwhelming recommendation
Right.
to make it
So
happen.
you're saying, but they could still,
They could still say no as a commission,
right,
but with 1,200 yes, it would not
go well.
be their
It
best.
wouldn't look good. Yeah.
Right, probably wouldn't be the best decision.
So I would just say that,
well, are we putting a commission that is, you know, a town body in a precarious position by suggesting that? Because
We're, again, this board is not recommending
are we
anything.
trying to force them to use those front
Nope.
fields by doing this?
Right.
no, I think that the taxpayers in this town have the decision as to what they want to do. There's
It's-
plenty of people who have been educated now.
It's town land
The one
regardless.
thing that they don't publicly know yet is what the lawyer has said.
Right.
Which I think a lot of us weren't sure whether she was gonna say it could legally
Yay or
be
nay.
used. Now it appears it can be. So, I think that's what the town needs to hear. But yes, the townspeople can do whatever they
They
want
can
to
write
do.
whatever petition article they want.
No, I totally understand that, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying from us recommending that. is that-
That's not how I'm taking it.
Okay.
And I'm just here.
Thank you.
I mean, this could be pulled at the session, correct?
It could be zeroed. It could be zeroed at deliberative.
Correct. So
It could,
if.
it could carry to deliberative and be zeroed off from the
Right,
floor.
and that's what I would say, is if there doesn't appear to be any
Mm-hmm.
hope of getting that land, zero it out.
Right.
Leave it here as a placeholder until then, and then zero it out, because it's of no use.
Yeah, but again, a petition article can still be made.
Yep.
It
Yeah,
doesn't-
and I didn't
yeah.
want to insinuate that we shouldn't go forward with any petition. I
Yeah.
didn't mean it
No,
that way.
no,
Okay.
I think the people in this town know exactly what needs to happen, and I'm not concerned about that. I just wanted to make sure we knew, if we don't get East Road, we might as well not go for this.
Not go for 35, right? I get you. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
But there is a further, I mean, there's still, regardless, their plan was never done, the easement was never finished. Whoever pays for that was one thing 10 years ago,
That never happened.
more years ago now, but that's one thing we told the people that we were gonna do with it. I know this is a separate issue, but we've all admitted, all the boards have admitted, they never got a plan done, and the easement was never finished.
Correct.
So there's, I don't know how you get that done without
either.
money.
Yeah, me either.
Well,
Because there's gonna be, the lawyer's gonna have to draft it up. There's gonna be money attached to it to make it all happen.
Which
they
should
wanna
go
do.
before the town, I would think, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's.
But I do think that there are people that would at least like to publicly state that there's so little land available. I mean, Parks and Rec, we said this, there's so little land available for us. It's been tied up, that here's a golden opportunity that we have. And I think that there are some town people, I don't think it's 400 of them, but at least the heads of the groups that would like to publicly state, this is our opportunity. This is a huge opportunity that we haven't had in a very long time. So, but yes, I mean, I don't know how you pay, you know,
Because somebody's gonna have to draw a plan
You're right, yeah.
to lay that out.
Oh, yeah, you're talking all of 20 grand to finish that project, probably. 15 to 20, by the time you get done with the drawings and the survey, because.
well, by warrant article from that year, you have to put 117, some 117
Right, that's what I'm
has to
saying,
go
but it takes a
into-
plan to lay out that, and it takes the
Right.
easement to
Right.
get
Yeah.
done, and then the project
Yeah.
gets finished.
Right, but I mean, it's been so long now, you probably gotta survey it again and find out stuff.
You probably could find the person that.
Well, that's what I'm saying, so right there, right there.
If you could
You're
find
talking-
the same
you're talking 20
person that
grand.
did the original one, it would cost you less money, but if he's not available or still doing it or still
Yeah.
around, then you start from scratch.
Yeah,
So assuming this stays on the budget through, stays on the warrant through next week's discussion, my understanding is the 35,000 was just part of a larger number.
So we
correct?
went out and asked for 3 companies to tell us what it would take to come look at the property. Is it even usable for ball fields?
Right.
How many ball fields could we get? And what would the overall cost of doing that be?
right,
Because we've got to come back for more money to put ball fields in.
right. It's gonna
This-
cost money, right?
Yeah, so this was an engineering firm that was gonna come out, check the boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
How many fields could you get in 12 acres?
This
Is
was the,
there
this was the
drainage
planning
issue?
phase. This is the
Yes,
planning phase.
yeah.
But is it the planning phase, or is it part of the planning phase is my question?
I think it was step one.
It's step
'Cause I
one.
thought it was part of a larger number.
Because I think
Possible.
if we got the land and we got this done, I think it would behoove Parks and Rec to put together a subcommittee of stakeholders in the town to talk about what that looks like. WAC should be at the table, John Stark United, John Stark Football, all the, all the
Park, yeah.
people involved.
Everybody involved, yeah.
Because this is a long-term,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, looking
So-
to use it for long term.
So I think that
So let me
there's,
ask my question a different way. If we get the 35 approved, it goes to the voters, they say yes, they want to do it, is that the extent of the money that you need to make a decision whether or not you can use those ball fields? Or is it really I think we had 100K on some other sheet.
I think it is, but I will
Okay.
say of the
Okay,
3
that-
companies,
Okay.
1 responded.
Okay,
And I don't know if that's gonna be the price next year.
Right.
you've answered my
Yeah,
question. Thank you.
but that's where I got the number from. I have a quote that I got.
Yeah, and I was just going from the standpoint of if it's only part of it, then we need to tell the voters that there's another 65 somewhere else that they will be asking
We
for
don't
later.
even know what that
But-
is yet.
Right.
That's correct.
Right.
It could be 200,000
Yeah,
to
who
build
knows?
those fields. We have
No,
idea.
I'm not talking about the
Yeah.
build, I'm just talking about the feasibility.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
I don't
You
think so.
Thoroughly
I
answered
could
it.
be wrong.
No, you thoroughly answered it, thank you.
All right.
Thanks for sticking around.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I think that we probably leave it on for the public hearing.
Yes.
And we go, and we cease from there. We table from there.
I got a,
Huh?
I don't remember what it's called.
That good, huh?
We got the best chunk of the meeting left.
Okay, all right. So we're gonna table the rest?
Was there anything else?
I mean, there was the administrator's report minutes. Oh, manifest, we gotta do the
You have
manifest.
to do your manifest.
We have to do the manifest, yeah,
Seeing how it's already after midnight, it's
yeah,
12.
yeah, we had to pay.
4:30
Where
so
is
come
it?
awful early.
Yeah, it is, I agree. There it
Can I
is.
just ask a quick question before Beth leaves?
What?
Is everything else gonna be left alone and she'll reduce the changes you made tonight?
Yeah, yeah.
The other ones were really small.
Yeah, we didn't reduce much out of the proposed budget at all.
No, but when we started tonight, the only,
was less than
the only reduction had come from the DPW. When we started tonight. When we got these packets given to us, the only deduction was, and that had brought it down,
You were at 4.24.
right, we were at 424.
Now you're at
and-
416.
And he brought it, and went with, the highway department bringing his down, and again, it could have been whatever it was. I'm all over the place. It had brought it down almost 0.1%. My goal was for 4%.
Around 4.
Well, my goal was a lot less than that.
I'm sure it was. But,
So we didn't get there, so, does that mean I have to vote that I don't recommend the budget? I don't know that I want to do that. I mean, how
Yeah.
do we get to, yes?
Is that, just like the warrant, are we finalizing that next Monday?
I guess what I'm asking you is, we need to give some handouts next week to have public hearing for.
yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out, do the new numbers here go in these? I'm just trying to figure out what you want.
Well, let me ask another question before you answer that. If we go to public hearing with those numbers, can we
could still
still
change.
reduce them?
Yeah, it can still be changed.
You could,
Okay.
or somebody could make a compelling argument to leave them alone.
Yes,
Yeah, I guess so.
but there's an opportunity.
There's an opportunity.
For this not final.
What's the number you're looking for?
I would like to see it well under 3%.
You'd like it under what?
3.
3?
I don't feel that's attainable, but that's my own opinion.
Like
So-
a huge chunk of it's insurance.
Oh, yeah, and the other thing is too, I mean, it's 115K of it right there, it's insurance, and if we get default, we're still on the hook for
You're still
115K.
gonna find the 150.
Yeah, we have to find 115K in this budget.
Right.
So, I don't think 4% with that 115 built in there is a lot. You take that out of there and you're down into your 3, honestly. So,
Yeah, I'd like to do that math. Like, and I'd also like to understand how hard is that, 100, almost 116? Is there anything we can do there? Because it's a third of the increase.
yeah.
And if there's
Oh,
nothing we can do, then we only have about 200 left to play with as an increase, 200 increase. So is there anything we can do with that 116?
With the insurance,
You
Yeah.
can't
you have to
touch
find it
insurance.
somewhere.
Yeah, it is what it is, you can't. touch
What
it.
happens is the closer you get to default, they're just gonna throw their hands up and give you default anyway, so.
Yeah,
You know, we asked people what they needed to provide a service. I realize everybody's got a different percentage in their mind. But at the same time, you know, we've done a really good job, and I'm not gonna throw stones on the other side of things, but we're probably half of what they were doing.
yeah, I heard they're above 8.
Oh my God.
Across the street.
It's insane.
It's insane, yeah.
I've heard it's almost double
They're gonna
digits.
tax people right out of where.
So,
You know, so we've done I think we've done a good job. I mean, I don't know where else we could come up with it. We've
and that's
looked at-
my thing, I mean, that's why I was hoping for 4. Because it came in initially at 424. You know, we showed diligence, the department head showed diligence, got it back down a little bit. Is what it is. So, all right, let's read the manifest off. Order of treasurer signed payroll and accounts payables, checks dated January 11th, 2023, including the following manifest. A 2023 accounts payable manifest of $77,204.81. A payroll manifest of $75,875.68 for weekly payroll. 2024 accounts payable manifest of $676,242.09. John Stark, $500,000, Ware School District, $600,000, for a total of $1,929,322.58. The following manifests were previously ordered to be signed at the December 27th meeting of the Board of Selectmen. A payroll manifest of $75,267.22, checks dated 1/4/24. 2023 accounts payable, $34,221.95, checks dated 1/4/24. And a 2024 accounts payable of $225,474.68 for checks dated 1/4/24. Is there a second? Move and second. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have one question, because it's pressing. Naomi, did you tell Mr. Butt about our decision on the veterans?
I've emailed him, but I didn't see him stay long enough. I've tried the phone number twice and it rings busy.
Just make it, cause it's, time is of the essence, so I
Time-
wanna make sure
time
you.
sensitive.
Yeah.
No, he knew the Wednesday.
Okay, cool.
I just, Maureen had asked about you guys working, just keep that in the back of your
Oh.
mind, and you can talk about it next Monday. And
I-
then there was a request, from Hopkinton, they are attending, Wednesday night's conservation meeting at 7. They'd asked it to be joint because they're gonna ask a question.
Okay.
So I don't
Um,
know, but I need to post that if you're gonna be available.
I'll go Wednesday. It's not a big deal.
If there's gonna be more than 3 of you, though, I have to
Yeah, you
post.
might, well,
Well, I'll be
You're
there.
gonna be there.
Sherry's gonna be there. She's going to school board.
I mean, I can. Is it beneficial for me to be there?
they requested it, so I would,
What time?
Wednesday night,
7
7.
o'clock, right here.
are they first on the agenda, or do you know?
Typically, what Andy does is he takes the visitors first.
Okay, so they'd be.
And so the
they'd be
gentleman that
pretty
was here would go first as well.
Pretty
but
close.
He's
Oh,
already
Bill.
posted the agenda or asked me to post it. I'm just gonna have to add 2 things to
Yeah,
it.
that's fine.
close. Okay, post it. I did, when I was out, I did receive a letter from, who the hell was it from? Army Corps? Was it the Army Corps? I think it was. The Army Corps, it was to me and the Dumbarton chairman, They're doing a logging project in the floodplain. So, I know it's a couple weeks old, they're already in there doing it right now, but.
They have to
It was
notify the
notification
towns.
because it's in our town boundary, but it's not really our land.
Yeah,
It's a feds.
federal.
It's federal, actually, it's, yeah, federal, state, whatever, but yeah.
It's feds.
They were doing it, I don't remember, they listed how many million board feet they were doing, but it was a big project.
Yeah,
And it was
and
gonna
they'll
be,
put it out to bid.
it was gonna be, well, Hopping and Forest Products was doing it, and it was gonna be both of them. You know, it was gonna be Dumbarton was gonna be involved and everything, so, just notification.
Naomi, so you know, on the 23rd, I can go up at noontime and I can stay till probably 4, and then I'd have to leave to go home, but I can come back for the voting.
For 7 o'clock, okay,
Yeah.
And then,
Since everybody else works, I can take the morning shift,
please.
and then you guys can figure out.
I usually
early
try and
morning
get
or
out
late
at like noon, 1 o'clock, where I'm at.
7 to 7, and then what's usually the commitment afterwards?
so 3 people have to
And-
sign the box. Well, you know, and I don't know how busy it's gonna be with
Oh, wait,
write-ins.
this is the
Write-ins.
primary?
Right.
Then somebody's gotta haul it down to Goffstown
I
afterwards.
can do that.
Okay.
I'm a night owl.
Okay, yeah. I've done it for the last, 7 years, 6 years? The
So
primary
Sherry,
one
you
we
can do
would
noon to
do.
4,
Noon to 4, and then I can come
You
back
can do in
up
the morning?
afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so you can go till noon.
yeah. I may be able to be a little earlier than that, just depends when
I
I
can go
get back
7
to
to
the
noon.
house.
And I don't know
Like I
what,
said, I'll be like 1 to close, or 9, or whatever. Cause we're gonna have to count hand ballots too,
in
so,
Salem, I know you work during the day, but do you have,
I can take the day off, whatever.
excellent. That's what I like to hear.
I asked the
And-
CEO.
Well, remember, there's 4 elections this year.
Yep, I asked
Yeah.
about all 4 of them,
Okay,
and I'm
Okay.
getting the time off,
okay.
so.
The only one
Thank
I'm,
you, run safe security.
the only one I'm probably gonna get off is the March election, cause I'm not running, so I can be inside most of the day. I may take off a couple times for lunch and,
yeah,
you know,
well, they
whatever,
feed
but-
you.
yeah, I'll take off for lunch, thanks. So,
Yeah, you only have to do 2 of them anyway, right? All right, I just wanted to give her an idea. We can finalize next week, honestly.
all right. Anything else? There was motion on the floor, and it was seconded.
It was seconded.
It was
All right,
seconded,
Yeah.
hang on.
that we are on Wednesday, and we're gonna adjourn.
No, it's Tuesday.
Tuesday. See, I even don't know what frickin' day it is.
Yeah.
All right, motion made, seconded, all in favor?
Yes.
Yes, switch.
Hang on.